Then we now come back again and shouting unemployment. Why? Because we think that government business that never survive, we won't carry and go private now to kill them. So that want to we die. We now gather together in another space. This rising unemployment in this country. This is just a 1-year-old company. 1 year old. See crisis. No, just see crisis. No, what signal are we passing to other foreigners that if we can treat our own entrepreneur like this? No, if we can treat our own 1-year-old, a man puts 20 billion US dollar on a spot. There is no place in the whole world. I dare anybody to check me to protect me now. There's nobody in the whole world, not even Elon Musk or Oracle owner, that put $20 billion on a spot. Nobody in the whole world in the last 10 years. Only Dangote. Even Elon Musk with all his gigafactory, the highest, the most expensive gigafactory is about $4 billion in one country, maybe in Germany, another one in China. That's the most expensive one. There is no human being anywhere in the whole world that is bearing $20 billion on a single spot.
Wrap up, please, so we can hear from
on a single spot. And we have privilege of having that man to be a Nigerian, to be a black man, putting that $20 billion on a loan. Take back loan now, you go see what will happen to you. On a loan, on a spot. And that's a man that just 1 year of celebrating production. See the argument. Let's kill him. PENGASSAN, should be just labor law. Let's use labor law, kill him. Nobody. Labor law we create job. Thank you very much. Continue.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So who is the next? We just want everybody to like go on so we can maybe I'll
I think it's honorable.
Okay.
Ugo, I feel so thank you, but I think I met F and Cassina here. Let them go before me. Yeah, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, F.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And I've just been hearing a lot of things about everybody saying union this, union that, union everything. But have you guys even thought about what the workers are going through and why 800 people decided to join the union at once? Nobody has thought of that. All of you are just seeing it as, oh, union is here to sabotage, blah, 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 blah. Don't you think that it's that same company that is feeding these people that decided to join the union? At what point did anybody even think that, okay, what would even make these people want to join the union? Like, what is their gain from joining the union? Because now someone is saying, and this one, blah, 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 they took down this company, union did this, union did that. Okay, but what of the workers? These people have complained about, or rather, we have complained about a lot of things that we have been going through in that company. People, or let me just reference myself, I've been there for almost 2 years, and for the first time we got one PPE, and the one PPE we got was a helmet, which is also an expired helmet. Let me just state that. We did not get any coverall, no safety boots, no nose masks, regardless of the emissions that are coming out of each unit. A lot of units have a lot of different emissions, whether it's catalyst, whether it's gases, additives we have to use. Sometimes you even have to caution these manpowers that they should not use their bare hands, because these things have they have long-term effects on your health. Yes.
My apology for cutting it. It seems like you're speaking like you used to work there or you work there, correct, right?
I'm currently working there.
Okay.
I was part of the SAT people rather, so let's just say
you'd have more time to at least speak on this, because I feel like many of us that speak about this issue, we speak about it from the outside point of Dangote this at every point. But thanks for joining this space. But just go ahead. So at least people can also use.
Also ask F, did F join the union? She should start with that.
I
Then she
said
should
that
continue.
now. Yes, I
Please,
did join.
please. Okay, please carry on. God bless you. Carry on.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know of Ugo if he's also maybe part of the.
Ugo is also a staff. Ugo is
Okay,
also a
okay,
staff.
okay, okay, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So no one has been given any form of nose mask or any form of PPE since we got to that refinery. So that's why, and we have made several complaints to the management that we need PPEs, there's no even form of HMO. Since the beginning of this year, they collected the list of HMO, we fill this form, fill that form, everything. Up to now, there's no HMO. We have not been given PPEs, and we have made complaints several times. There was even a general meeting like some months back, and we made all these complaints. Still, nothing has happened. So we should continue to risk our lives because of we want the. I mean, we have even dedicated a lot to this company, regardless of the fact that we're collecting a certain 318k total package as our salary. We are still working for this company. We are even asking for the basic necessities as PPEs so that we don't die before our time. Most of us are very young. We are trainees. We are not married. We've not given birth. We are exposing ourselves consistently to these emissions. So now that we have spoken to them, we've said this, we've said that, nothing has been. Every time they'll say they're working on this, they're working on that, they're working on it. For almost 2 years that I've been there, they've been working on giving us PPEs. And it's not that, oh, we are just in the office, we're not doing anything, or we're just not entering the site. We are entering the site. We work there. Some people work 7 to 7 shifts, some people work general shifts. Regardless of these things, we are endangering our lives. And we have made complaints. There was even a certain so-called internal union, JCC. I don't know what that union has done to, but the things they talk about there is not even things regarding our healthcare. Things like there's rats in warehouse, there's a need for just basic things. Like the main things that we are supposed to talk about there, they are not even addressing it. That union now, I think it was formed, I think late last year. Up till now, these basic things, they have not resolved it. Nobody's even asking for salary at the moment. We're not even still we're talking about these basic things. And we have not gotten any form of response, any form of positive response from this company. So when PENGASSAN, when the company decided to, okay, they even posted it, they brought it out that, okay, we are allowed to join union. At least let's find somebody that can help us to fight for these basic things. That's what we are looking for. And that was the reason why we joined PENGASSAN. Nobody's there to, why would we want to sabotage a company that pays us, for God's sake? Where does that make sense? Where does that make sense? And there's no 50,000 workers in that refinery. I don't know who said that, but there's no 50,000 anybody working there. So basically,
So,
that's what I have to say.
how many people? Do you know how many people that they lay off from the? Is it up to 800
About
or 1,000?
800, I believe.
Sorry, I have a question
Mostly
for F.
engineers. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, so on the space I joined earlier, so I heard some people say that there are some foreigners that are in the company in which they gave PPEs to, and Nigerians were not given PPEs. How true is that? Thank you.
That is very true. That is very, very true. And those people don't even endanger their lives the same way, because most of the time they like to push all these manual works to nationals to do it. Most of them like to stay in control rooms and other places so that, those things are not very, they don't expose themselves to most of all these emissions wherever they are, whether in control room or this one. All these tedious works, they mostly like to push them to nationals to do them.
Sorry, who are the directive? Are they national also, or who are those that maybe push people to those every side?
It
Are they national?
depends. Most of expatriates, they are mostly Indians. So we collect directives from them on what to do and all of that, basically.
Okay, okay. I don't know if
Okay, so
anybody.
another question I have. Okay, another question I actually have. It's actually something I wanted to, talk about, but thank God people from Dangote refinery already they are speaking. But my question to you now is that are you a direct staff or contract? Sorry, I'm asking this question, but it's a basis of some of the conversation we'll be having. Thank you.
Direct staff. I'm a direct staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to ask any other questions from her, but I would want to hear from Ugo also because
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Ugo is
easy. Can I
also
ask a question real quick?
okay.
Yes. What's her name? The sister's name? F. Um, when when you say they don't give you PPEs, and this is just for clarity, so that we're on the same page. If I get you right, PPE means what? What does it mean?
Personal protective equipment. That's things
Okay.
like helmet,
No, no, no,
overall,
no.
and all
I'm
of
in construction. I
it.
understand what it
Okay.
means. I just want to clear so that it's not what I'm thinking different from. So personal protective equipment. So it would be
Yes.
right to say that everyone, depending on their task, will have different personal protective. Um, so I want to find out, you know, in your own capacity, what kind of work do you do, and what would be your own personal protective equipment, you as an individual that you weren't given?
As long as you're working on site, which most engineers do, just a few work in control rooms. As long as you're working on site, you require things like coverall,
I
helmet,
understand that. I
and
understand
that's
that.
what I'm saying. Most
I'm,
engineers, almost
I
all.
understand. I
Please,
understand that, my
please,
sister. Sorry.
can I comment? Can I comment on this, please?
Wait,
So if you're working,
Professor,
if
just
you're
one
working,
second,
No,
please.
hold on. Let's Amu land. Then you can
Yeah.
maybe ask.
So I'll land real quick so that I'll be on the queue. I understand. I'm in construction. I'm a project manager. I've worked in one or two projects, but I just for clarity, I understand what you're saying about engineers. I just want to have an instance. So I want to use you as an instance. So for instance, you, in what capacity are you working in the refinery, and what would be your personal protective equipment that they didn't give you? That's all I'm saying. I
I'm
understand.
They did
Mm.
not give
She
me
answered
coverall.
now.
They did not give me safety boot. They did not give me helmets. I do not have even good nose masks. I was just given a helmet last month,
Yes,
which is an
I
extra helmet.
okay, beautiful, beautiful. That's one part of my question. What I'm saying is that now, in what capacity is your work?
We
As
work
in,
directly with this
no, no, no,
equipment. That's the
you.
capacity.
Where do you
Yes, that's what
work?
I'm saying. Oh, why do I don't think I need to state that, but
No, no,
I'm
I
just
don't
not
I don't
not
understand.
why.
No. I don't understand that question. As long as you work within that area, within the refinery, I don't feel like you should not have an helmet or safety boot or things that would require you from because
so
even
easy,
in construction
easy.
company,
That was why I wanted to come in. Please, not construction. If
I
you
don't
work
I,
in a refinery,
so
hold on. Easy, job.
I don't mean self. I don't know why you see the talk. As long as you work in any either construction company or anywhere you find yourself, as long as those places are in kind of areas where you would definitely be given an helmet, you would have something that would protect you from. But how do you say that someone who works within the
See,
refinery
if
would
you
not have?
work in that plant, anywhere, even in the control room, in the outside room, on the field, you are supposed to have protective gears, which include
exactly.
safety
Thank you.
boots, overall, and helmet. I have worked in a gantry, downstream
Professor, it's
sector.
not everybody
They
that
will,
will be required to
no,
wear an helmet.
my brother. They will not allow you enter the this thing. They should not allow you enter.
That's a
I'm telling
different.
you from
Hang,
experience.
hang. Wait,
So
Anywhere
hang
in
on.
so
I'm
that,
not
okay.
arguing with you.
Oh,
this is
Let's
not
move on.
construction.
Let's move on.
This is not
It's not
construction.
about construction.
If
What
you've
I'm
done
saying is that
If you've done
protective
HSC
equipment will
one
be
and HSC
different for
two,
the different departments.
you know that
I'm
the basic
certified.
is the helmet, the overall, and the safety boots. You cannot enter
It's
those
not everybody
facilities.
that
You
requires
should
helmet.
not
Helmet
enter
is
those
protecting
facilities
your head.
without them. No.
okay. Let's try and go back to the line. I don't know. She doesn't. She's not working within the office environment in Dangote. So why ask questions like, well, let's hear from Ugo. I don't know how. I think he dropped, but I'm trying to request back. Ugo, are you there? At least let's hear from
Are
Ugo
you
now.
calling me?
No, not you.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Ugo. Is it just me? I can't hear you. I think I.
Ugo is not up here. Oh. He's not up here. He's in
Dave
the.
is up.
He's
Oh,
down. Is he up?
he's
He's
up. I
up.
think he's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Ah,
up.
Hello,
okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Hello,
Yeah,
Please
we can hear
pause,
Ugo,
you.
we can
pause,
hear
hello,
you.
pause,
please,
pause.
can you hear
Easy,
me?
easy of Lagos. Hugo, hold on. Please, the new co-host, I think you are blood among, and that's why Amon was thrown
Hello,
out of the space. Listen, can you hear
hello,
that?
hello,
Okay,
can you
okay,
hear me?
okay, okay.
Ugo, please carry on. Ugo, carry on. Thank you.
Ugo, are
Okay,
you there?
okay. I have been very patient. You can see I didn't interfere when every other persons were speaking because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So I had to respect self and be patient, so that when I begin to speak, people will also listen to me.
Is it my
Uh,
network tracking a
yeah, please,
bit or la?
can you hear me? Please, can you hear me?
No, it's like
Hello.
someone is gagging you. You should go down and come back.
Do you have any headset or anything you are currently using? Can you disconnect those devices if you are using one? Okay, I think the network. I'll try and bring him up immediately. Let's hear from. Please, just try and stay in this space. We would need to hear more from you because you work within that sector. Uh, Malam.
Easy.
Yeah.
Madam has spoken before now. Beg. We just want to quickly say something.
Okay, okay, okay. Well, I can't even see you.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. I took the mic because of F. Then what I heard someone saying. See, like Professor Incredible said, I know I did several safety courses. I've also done some HNC courses and I did UX. See, by right, let's not, how do I put it? Let's not sugarcoat anything. Let's try to call what a spade a spade. As far as you're a worker in that place, she has the right to have all the required safety gadgets, the helmet, the coverall, the nose mask and everything that she needs. It's not something we should even say this thing about it. Then I also noticed something. What I noticed also is this thing that she's saying, if it's in the maritime sector, if you're boarding a vessel, it is mandated for the company you're working with to give it to you. Now you get them. In fact, if you're going on board, each time you're going on board, the vessel will provide it for you. That's it. Then the thing I noticed is some of these companies, I just want to speak on a general note. When I notice that when they bring people, they do this too in maritime sector. Probably the person, those people are from Indian, they're from other country. The way they treat them, I don't know why they give them preferential treatment more than Nigerians. So I kind of understand where she's coming from. And I feel that people should listen to her and hear her talk. Not, we shouldn't use our biased mind to listen to her. We should listen to her. But nobody should just come here to say that, which department is she? Kinikon. When it comes to safety, when you're in that kind of environment, it's safety first. So when it comes to your safety, it's very, very important. That thing she's, those things are even inhaling, number one, it's not even good. Let's now put that one aside, not to talk of the safety boot or our coverall. So please, that's what I want to say. But when it comes to those other aspects, yes, a lot of companies in Nigeria they does that. And you know the painful part, those working in Nigeria, not that they are not good, they are very good. At least there was one that I know that they brought some cadets on board. Now people wey dey Nigerian, na im dey train those people from Angola. You ask Nigerians to train them, and you're still paying them more than, you're paying them in dollars, and you're paying Nigerians in Naira. So please, when people come here to speak that are directly from that company, please, let's listen to them. Thank you.
okay, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Oscar. I think I honestly want to listen to
I'm
more
back,
of
please. I'm
those
back.
people that. Yeah. You go now. You go. I definitely want to like listen to many people as far as I'm concerned that work within that Dangote refinery, and I'm very sure some would definitely be on the space, either in the listener or anonymous. But for me, that those are the people I really want to hear their thoughts on this before we now start putting our own 2 cents on this conversation. I think we have like 20 requests. But Ugo, go ahead.
So, sorry, please. I'm an engineer in the company. Can I?
Okay,
Can I?
yeah. Thank you.
He's going to go
Engineer,
after Ugo.
you go after.
Okay.
We just want
Hello,
to
yeah.
listen to many people that.
Can I speak now? I think
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm back. I'm back online. So I have worked in 4 or 5 refineries professionally, and so I'm here to correct an impression before we proceed, so we'll be guided appropriately. You know, when you get a job in a refinery, you are congratulated, and you go for HSC orientation. That's the first thing. Orientation for about a week or two, and after that, the HSC department will offer you two, two pairs of PPEs, 2 pairs compulsory, 2 helmets, 2 safety shoes, 2 coveralls, 2 earmuffs. Everything is in 2 pairs. And so before you are qualified to begin to go to the plant, if you are a process engineer that works in the office, you must also have these coveralls and these PPEs, because you might go for plant inspection and you need these PPEs. You cannot go to the plant without PPEs. If you're in the control room and there is emergency shutdown, there's need for you to visit the plant to see some of this equipment, you must have to go with PPEs. All right. So these personal protective equipment are non-negotiable in the oil and gas industry. Very not. If it's a crime, a staff can be arrested for sabotage if it doesn't even have the PPE. So not providing the staff with PPE in itself is a crime. It's not just a wrong; it's a crime constitutionally. It's a crime against humanity for staff not to have PPE and they're working in such a facility. So this point is very important for everyone to take note of. I don't think, apart from some persons that say they worked in the refinery, I don't know if they have worked in other refineries before. But let me make something very clear, something that is fundamental here. You know, when an employer is creating room for employees to become susceptible as tools in the hand of those that seek her downfall, then it's a very big problem. The Dangote refinery workers have come across in recent times have passed through hell, in all honesty. I don't want to begin to recount the ordeals and the things they passed through, but I want to tell you that the labor law is against every single thing they are passing through, ranging from their remuneration, ranging from their welfare. How can you explain that a staff had an injury while working, a terminal injury while working, and there was no HMO to cover the treatment of the staff? Then the members of the staff then contributed some amount of money for the treatment of their own colleagues outside the facility. This is unheard of. There are cases where people die, people give their lives, they go. Compensation, I don't know if they were compensated adequately. So see, the thing is, Dangote refinery is a monument. We call it the 6th wonder of the world. I don't know if some of you know the capacity of the refinery: 650,000 barrels per day. 650. If you combine Port Harcourt refinery, which is around 225, you combine Warri, which is 125, you combine Kaduna, which is about 105 or 115,000 barrels. Dangote refinery is about 100,000 barrels per day bigger than the 3 refineries put together. How do you explain that refinery of this magnitude does not have PPE for their staff? PPE for the past 3 years, 4 years. But the staff seeing the employer buying over 4,500 brand new trucks, but you cannot give them PPE. The PPE, if you check the cost of the total PPE they need, is not more than 200,000 naira, everything. But you can give them, but you imported 4,000. How do you want the staff to feel? They will feel so depressed. They will not be happy seeing products. They are working in the refinery. Products are going out from the gate, over 1,500 trucks per day, and you are not providing them with the basic thing they need to help you to work. They are the ones helping you to work, but you are not giving them the tools they need to work. Some of them complain of drinking water. No drinking water. No lunch. There are so many things. I don't want to go to welfare. I don't want to go to the welfare when they're passing through. So it is not as if the workers are demanding for much. I heard also that there was a town hall meeting some time ago, about 2-3 months ago, where they interfaced with the management and made this complaint known to the management. And what happened? Nothing was done. The management were unable to win the staff to themselves. The town hall meeting was only.
Ugo, sorry, Ugo, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ugo?
Hello.
Okay, so you made mention of launch right now. Let me just ask you this question while you try and conclude your submission in a minute. Is
No.
launch part of the staff welfare that was
Yeah.
promised to the staff when they were employing them?
Hold on.
Is it part of it? I'm asking because it's
Hold on.
they should have an agreement that has been signed. Is it part of everything? Let
Hold
us
on.
look into that too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
hold on a bit. Thank you. I will answer the question at the end of my submission. Unfortunately, you interrupted my flow, but I will get back to this question. So, not as if the staff actually want the downfall of the company. The town hall meeting was an opportunity, only opportunity for the management to win the interest of the staff to themselves. They were not asking for much, but the reply from the management was very, very repugnant to natural justice. It was repugnant to good conscience, and it was repugnant to morality. So most of them were demoralized. And when PENGASSAN brought an option, because they needed an appropriate channel, they needed a lawful channel, a channel that is lawful. You can imagine if all the staff had come together, let's say 900 of them, and they started protesting, and they had to down tools that they are no longer working, then you can call that a sabotage. You can call that a sabotage. And so, but these workers continued working, even without the PPEs, for 2 years. That wasn't a sabotage. They continued working, discharging their jobs for the plants not to shut down. So things were going smoothly. Then when the PENGASSAN people came, they saw opportunity to legally associate with senior colleagues. Remember that the meaning of PENGASSAN is Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. Remember, it is an association, it's not a union. So when you are talking about union, don't call it a union. It's an association where senior engineers or senior professionals in the field, professor, you know what I'm talking about. Senior engineers come together to hobnob, to discuss common things that affect them and how to make the industry succeed at large. So not as if they are coming to fight the management to begin to cause an industrial. Nobody has gone on strike yet. Nobody has gone on any industrial action, because I was listening to a speaker who said that strike is not allowed in the free trade zone for 10 years. That is fine. Nobody has called for any industrial action. So what the engineers did was simply to associate with their colleagues legally. And what the management did was to throw the first shot, which was illegal. And that was a massive. So it is expected. What I expect from management is to apply caution. What they would have simply done is, oh, you guys have joined concern. Okay, let's call for a second town hall meeting. Let us discuss as
Honorable, is it just me?
employee. Please, we want you
He's having
to
net.
consider the areas.
His network is cracking.
Okay,
Okay, because Ugo,
can
just
you
hold
hear
on.
me? Can you hear
Just hold on.
me?
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you hear
yeah,
me?
yeah. Just hold on. Hold on, please. I feel like we have so many people in my DM that work. Yeah, I've got message from people that work within the Dangote sectors, refinery, and it will be definitely interesting to at least listen to many of these people as far as we are concerned, like on this issue, because so many people would have one or two to even talk about on this situation as well. Honorable, can you see authentic uh engineer banks,
Yeah, I can see
uh,
authentic. I can see.
Reka, Web
Um,
three? There are so many other guys that I think they work. They
I just brought
certain.
authentic up. Can you hear me easy?
Sorry, please. Can I?
Yeah, I can hear.
Please hold on. Casina, you will go next. But is Ugo done, or his network has yanked him off again?
Network,
Easy,
or
are you
let
there?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let's. Who do you want to?
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
I want to go to wrap up.
okay,
Then we'll.
let me bring him up. I hope he's unable to come up now because the stage is full now. That's another thing. Mm.
Yeah, I'm up.
No, authentic, please. One sec. Sorry. Okay, let Casina speak. Easy. Once Casina is done, we'll move him down. We'll bring Ugo up to conclude his submission. Then authentic would
Oh,
continue
no, no, no,
Honor-
speaking.
no.
Honorable,
Let's
I can drop now
let's drop.
because I just wanted to point out some things that when we join union all over the world, it doesn't make that your staff an activist. Please let us know that. I've seen a lot of people lay emphasis on that. That is wrong. It's highly unacceptable. People have the right, it's optional to join union, and the HR department has to just identify that fellow. And sometimes they even need to encourage them. It's just to protect your job. You understand? It doesn't mean that you become another activist. You understand? People see every employee that join union in Nigeria as another Oshiomole or another Omoyele Sowore. No, that is not the way it works. Please, it is important. Joining union is not is you are not an activist. You understand? And PPL, if you are working in an organization, there are some standard ones that need to be handed over to you. It doesn't mean if I'm to be in this situation now, that the safety officers, they need to be questioned because they will have something to say. You understand? Because these things, the pagans or what do they call them, are raising. They are supposed to be the one to raise that concern. And I'm still finding it difficult to believe that Dangote did not, hand over this thing to them. I'm being I don't want to believe that is the
Mr.
situation.
Folabi, Mr. Folabi,
Yeah,
apologies. But
yes.
these people that are speaking
No,
are also seeing themselves as
let
activists.
No, let me just land and drop. You understand? No, 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 no. I don't want to see it like that. I don't. You know what I mean by that, because that means we need to do more. I'm speaking like someone who really know a bit now. On both sides. I don't want to blame. That's another thing I want to say before I drop. Please, everyone, we've listened to people before now that come up to talk. Please, I want to advise us. This is a very sensitive matter. We need to, kind of see caution. Don't throw those people that are coming up to speak. You understand? Please mind, let us all, including myself, mind our language when it comes to addressing these people. I will be really upset if we are going to be dragging these people and be saying, why do they have no? Please, let's just listen to them and let them just say whatever they want to say and leave. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Like we'll be bringing a like number of people up as well. Because let me just read what Carbon said. He said, "Thank you, sir, for letting and leading your a voice. I'm a staff working in the refinery. I'm suffering from breathing shortage, my body vibrates, I fall sick constantly, and my body is weak. Lack
Ugo, hold on. The host is still
PPS.
Can
speaking.
I
Once it's
continue
done,
and round
Ugo,
off?
hold on. Oh, Ugo,
Hello.
hold on.
Let
This
me
post.
let me let me
Oh my goodness.
let me mute. I think he's having issue with his network, but let me just mute. He said, we lack PPES in the refinery. We lack structure. We lack welfare. No HMO. Harsh managerial condition. Well, that can we have low income. We can't treat ourselves if we are sick. Pegasan is our only voice. A lot is going inside the refinery. Please speak for us. We are in the pain.
Easy,
Okay,
easy.
that's
My
from
own question now is this. Because when you're going to be employed, right, you have the things, the contracts, you have the things you'll be provided, you have, you know the normal contract thing, you have the things you need to do, you know your own part, the employer's part of it right now. So my own thing is, maybe I don't know, because it's it's very, very confusing that PPEs are now the problem. Like, is it not part of what they are meant to provide for the employees? Are these people contract staffs? Even if they are contract staffs, what are the things that will be provided? The HMO thing too, is it part of the contract? These are things, these are questions we should ask. Or is it that people just after being employed, they now got to know that, oh, there are some people that are in the company that are enjoying these things, and so we need to, it's not maybe it's not part of our own contracts, we need to fight for it and all that. These are the things, we need to look into also, when people are actually, talking about all these things. These are questions, we need clarity, because this is a very sensitive conversation, honestly. And justice has dropped. You need to bring him back. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, honorable. Like I have numbers of DMs, like too many DMs from people that work within that Dangote refinery. And as I said earlier, that this issue is the way I see it is quite different from the way many people see it. And I'm looking at it from the worker's perspective. Like, how can you lay 800 work employee and people are not really concerned about what's really happened? What at least there will definitely be something, a kind of issues that the workers are fighting for. Some, I feel like the Dangote group can, okay, listen to them. Some they might not be able. Yeah, I understand, because but when you work within that kind of environment, I don't want to like say just blow a lot out, but I have seen a kind of experience like this, and I know what it is to work within
Easy.
many of those
Easy, can you hear
heavy
me?
environments. Yeah, I
Easy,
can hear
sorry,
you.
I came up to. Can I answer Honorable? I came up to respond to something that Honorable asked. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
Please,
ahead, go
please
ahead.
carry on. I want you to respond.
Oh, okay, Professor. Um, Honorable, you see those things you ask. Yes, truly, in a sector like that, those things are supposed to come with your letter, right? You see the HMO part. Some companies will offer you HMO, while some will tell you, okay, they are going to work on it, while some doesn't have it. You see, let me know the one that I know. You see the safety part is not negotiable. See, I don't in another side, I don't want to believe something like this. But because you see sector like this is supposed to be a very beautiful sector that you have to enjoy a lot of opportunities. Because aside the safety gadgets being given to you as a mariner, you have another thing like all this provision. You get to have all those I don't know. You get to have all those different food being given to you on board. You see sailors coming home with lots of bags of provision and all of that. Because, and like Mr. Ayodele said, we should try and listen. Still, I still do not want to accept that what is supposed to be the core objective of that sector will now be an issue. Because as a safety officer on let me not use on board, sorry. As a safety officer, you need to make sure that everybody working in that firm should be kitted with
Plus
all your safety.
visitors, anybody coming in,
Even yes,
plus visitors.
visitors coming, on board. Even okay, let me say it. If you're even going on a vessel on board as a visitor, you need to go with the right this thing, your helmet. You need to go with your safety boots. If you're not even putting your helmet while going, when you get there, you put it on. You need to go with your safety boots. You need to go with your coverall. See, we've had fatal accidents. We've seen people even going into tanks, losing their legs because they do not have the right safety wear. So safety is not even negotiable. That's why I'm concerned about the whole matter. And like I said earlier,
Okay.
sectors like this are supposed to be that they are very beautiful because of the other amenities that you enjoy in it. So thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Oscar. Let's hear is Ugo back? If Ugo is not back, let's hear and Casina. I want to bring up people. I've seen so many people requesting that work within that sector, uh, Dangote group. But also
All
Casina.
right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this privilege. I'll try to go straight. Please, I believe I'm audible and there's no glitch.
Yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
clearly.
I'm an engineer in the refinery. I've been there for close to 4 years now, and I'm part of the people that are affected. I believe I'm speaking to intelligence people. I've actually heard all kinds of perspectives that people have brought over time. Apparently, everyone is speaking from a bias. I will try to break some things down, and I will try not to be repetitive. Some of the people that spoke are engineers, they are my colleagues, actually. And I've noticed the way they've been trying to restrain themselves, not to give some details, which is good. I will try to be as as modest as possible also. You see, many people, please, I believe I'm still audible.
You are
Many
audible
people
clearly.
are speaking from an uninformed position and is understandable. So by the time I try to bring some clarification, let everybody be left to their conscience. Let everybody be left to their conscience to now judge. You see, the company we are working with is very good with propaganda. If they paint an image for you, you will need somebody that is involved to break things down for you. See, many of my colleagues have pieces of evidence with them. Pieces of evidence, I'm telling you. But you see, we are still being constrained because we are not fighting. See, please let me say this: we are not fighting Dangote. If there is anyone that is passionate about the stability and the progress of Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical, it's the engineers. I was part of this project from the pre-commissioning stage to the commissioning to the operations. I know the refinery as an engineer from in and out. If there is anything that can sabotage the refinery operationally and technically, I know it. I might not know the managerial part. I'm telling you that it will never be the engineers. You see those PPEs issue those things you are hearing is just a fragment. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. The marginalization of Nigerians in broad daylight. You see, people are making it look like we are greedy, and I understand. Like, okay, there's no job in Nigeria. You will now got a job that is paying you 318K, and you are now complaining. I just laugh because it's understandable. Many people are speaking from bitterness. Many people are speaking from the anger that they don't have the job. Many people have just idolized Dangote, or many people, maybe they are paid to speak. Like somebody is saying 50,000 people are working in the refinery. I just laughed. Who paid you to say that kind of thing? How did you get that kind of data? So let me start my breaking down. One, you see, this is the way it works in the refinery. There is DPRP. That's Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals. Those are the people that were dismissed. And let me tell you the category of people under this DPRP. The engineers, the fire, then, yes, the fire people, the engineers, and I wouldn't know, but I know it's mainly constituted of the engineers. Then we have the Dangote Projects Limited. Those ones, they were brought to the refinery for the sake of the project. They are not really the refinery staffs. Then we have the expatriates. Then we have the contractors. Most of the trainees that have been speaking here are Dangote Petroleum Refinery and petrochemicals. You see, in oil and gas, there are industry standards. I heard someone asking about the contract of employment. Why some things are not explicitly stated in our contract of employment? I can put it to you that we are aware that there are industry standards. And if there is anything our employer has hated over time, he does not want to hear that standard. He wants to run it the way he likes. I know PENGASSAN has not really have much of a good reputation in the country, but I put it to you that these people reaching out to us, I wouldn't know. Yes, everybody reach out, everybody tries to do things for the sake of their benefit, but I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. The reason engineers really craved to join PENGASSAN is not for activism, it's for our voices to be heard, not even primarily for money. It's for us to be treated like human beings there. It's for us to be treated like human beings there. So now, come to think of this thing. Come to think of what happened. I know some people have given the narrative here. After the same week that PENGASSAN sent them letter that they have members in the refinery, the management commanded the HR to distribute forms. They carried forms around the unit for people to ascertain if they joined voluntarily. On the day that we ascertained that thing, that evening, bosses were withdrawn. That evening, we received termination of appointment letter. Now, look at the gimmicks that were involved. Let me tell you the gimmicks. The mail that was sent to us, an average Nigerian does not pay attention to details. And I'm not saying this insultingly, it's just the truth. The mail that was sent to us is online. You can see it. Read the content of that mail. The mail says, all staff, DPRP. The expatriates too are under DPRP, sir. Why were they exonerated? It's even so funny that I heard they are now, as of today, they are going behind the back. You know the plan for this thing? They want to evacuate everybody that have. The funniest part is that the people that were sacked are not people that joined the union. That's why I'm saying people are speaking from an uninformed position. The mail evacuated all DPRP because this thing is voluntary. It's not all members of DPRP that even accepted to join the union. I hope you are getting my point. It's not all members. Whether you accepted to join the union or you didn't accept, they sent mail to everybody. All of us have been sacked like this. Now they are recruiting trainees now. It's just a way to tell us that you people, you want your voices to be heard, and you have now indicated to an external body, we need to teach you a lesson. I know it's difficult for people to see tyranny in these things. It's difficult for people to see power abuse. It's difficult for people to see oppression, but I'm telling you, this is what it is in broad daylight. And we really need a voice that can speak for us. We are not greedy people. This is the kind of job we got, and we felt like, oh my God, we have broken through in life. But sir, you see, I've heard people say, if they are not comfortable, let them resign. Those people that are saying that kind of thing, that's insensitive almost to the point of being malicious. I'm telling you the truth. In this country, sir, I've attended interview whereby the HR saw Dangote refinery on my CV. He told me that they can't employ me, they can't pay me. This thing that is supposed to be a blessing is becoming a curse. I'm telling you the truth. Now imagine that as a young person believing that you have started off your career in life, you are dismissed. If I am going to leave this company, it should not be on the basis of what I didn't do. It should not be on my record that I'm a saboteur. Dangote is not the end of my life. I'm telling you, by God's grace, I'm still a prospective young man. But this should not be my record. Imagine I put this thing this has been the basis of my engagement for the past 4 years. If I put it in my portfolio and I'm going for an interview now and I'm being asked, why did you leave where you are coming from? It's almost a question. They will find out. They will find out that you are part of the people that were laid off on account of sabotage. This is like destroying the future of young people. We didn't do activism against our employer. We didn't. You see, the Joint Consultative Committee, people are just trying to be diplomatic. It's not a union. We never had any internal union. We never. For the people that are saying we will kill the refinery, I'm telling you that I understand the operational and the technicality of the refinery. What the engineers are doing is what has even been stabilizing the refinery. Come to think of it, as of today, they are already reaching to some of our guys, asking them questions. How do you do this? How do you do this? I'm already getting that correspondence. And our guys have stopped. In fact, for you to know, there is a divide and rule principle that is going on. They're already reaching out to some people to come and accept letter that give them a different, that will put them on a different umbrella, so that they will no longer be under DPRP. They will be under Dangote Projects Limited. I hope you get my point. Once they're under that Dangote Project Limited, they are not under the umbrella of the refinery again. They can be transferred to anywhere. So you can't say you want to job PENGASSAN if you're under Dangote Project Limited. That's why the narrative you are seeing online that there are still 3,000 people working in the refinery, it's also a gimmick. It's a propaganda. It's the Dangote Project Limited people that are still there, those ones that are nationals. Those ones are transferable. They are not under the direct umbrella of the refinery. I hope you get my point. So my own main purpose of speaking is for the public to know. Please, I'm leaving everyone to their conscience. Young Nigerians, engineers working there, we are not there to sabotage national assets. If I tell you I've been accidented in that refinery, but I can't go into details because some people might be able to pick. If I begin to go into some details, I've been accidented in that refinery during pre-commissioning stage because of improper PP. The people that saw me when that thing happened told me that I could have died actually. I don't want to mention, because there were some people that were packed out the same way we are packed out. But because those guys were contractors, nobody heard their voice. They told me never to try that kind of thing again in my life, even if the entire company is burning down, because I was not equipped to do that kind of thing. So there's a lot of gimmicks going on. When see anything you see on social media that is Dangote, that is actually Dangote Group that is posting it, please investigate it. Let's not idolize Dangote. It's commendable. It's commendable that we have a national asset, but two truths can coexist. Our national assets can be stabilized, it can be maintained, and it doesn't mean that Nigerians still have to be dehumanized in their home country. Imagine you sent mail to all DPRP staff, you exonerated the expatriates. No, come to think of this thing. How could it be that all nationals decided to sabotage the refinery, for crying out loud, and the expatriate didn't decide to sabotage? And even among the nationals, you separated some people. And you are now coming to ask those people if they can relinquish their willingness to join union, you will call them. These are the things going on now. So, see, I'm telling you that most of us coming here, we are here because this is our last line of resort. We are here because this is really our last line of resort. We need a voice that can speak for us, that even if somebody say the employer can decide anytime to lay us off, quite all right, it's not by force, but let modalities be followed. I believe that there are legal terms and conditions that should be followed before you lay off people. If it say it doesn't want us again, our life will not end. Quite all right, our life will not end. Somebody say, what if Dangote never existed? Yes, we move on, but let the modalities be followed. Don't oppress us. Don't destroy the future of young people because you feel like you are unquestionable. So that's, in fact, I can't continue, because if I begin to continue, I will begin to go into certain details. That's the clarification I need to make. We are not greedy people. We are not saboteurs. Engineers are not saboteurs. We just needed our voice to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Christina. I would, let's just hear some other few speakers, then we would, for me, because I have my own observation, I have my own to say in regards to this issue, because in as much as I've listened to people talk about some other things like food, some other conditions, Nigerian, we cannot always have it all. I don't know if for every system where you work, you not have some issues here, issues there that management would not be, they might not respond to it faster. It might take a kind of process to achieve everything, like everything they are asking for. But I think the barest minimum is the safety kits, the boots, things like that. But I don't know if maybe when you guys were employed, you were being given things like that, like from the very onset when you got employed. I wanted to ask that question if Asina would do that. Did you get any of those kits when you got employed immediately?
Oh, I told you. See, this PPE's issue, I don't believe it can be overemphasized. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
You
I
know
can
the
hear you.
funniest part? It's just I didn't want to go into this. If you go to the warehouse of that refinery, you will see PPEs. They are exclusively reserved for expatriates. I didn't get any kits. All the helmet I've used is either a senior person that was resigning that boss dashed me, See, let me tell you something. If there are HRs, yes, they can confirm. There is no. See, the last NNPC recruitment that was done, sir. The last NNPC, Dangote staffs are the highest engineers that applied. There is no application in this country. Somebody is saying just resign, just resign. If you have a younger brother or you have a son, if that person speaking is a father, if that person is a father, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be insultive. That person needs to go and sit down and review his conscience. Very, very insensitive statement. If left to, you see, if our country is a functional country, I'm sorry to say, there is no young engineer, prospective one, that will be in Dangote, whether Dangote Cement or Dangote Refinery. I have friends working in Dangote Cement. I'm telling you the truth. Till today, I'm still applying for graduate training after almost 4 years. I'm still applying for graduate training. I still apply for Haradel. I still apply for NNNG graduate training. I'm still applying for Seplat. Do you know what it means? If I get bank job, like I'm still applying for
Hold on.
MTN. I'm
Hold
applying
on.
for MTN as an
I don't
engineer.
I don't want to
You get?
hold on. At the same
Do you
time,
know how worse it is?
yeah, 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 I get you. At the same time, when I started this conversation, I don't want us I see it from the angle of a whole lot of people are moving towards this direction. And I kind of feel I don't feel comfortable about it. It's definitely more to this issue, and I don't want to like toe that line. But at the same time, when we have many of you guys coming on space to also speak in regards to Dangote, I still don't want to see it like we need to like shut the whole heaven on Dangote
No, 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 no. See,
totally.
please, let me make a clarification. Honestly speaking, if I will be sincere, I came here as an inexperienced graduate, a young man. See, Dangote Refinery, Petroleum Refinery, and Petrochemical, maybe because of our emphasis, maybe that's what is making it look like we are just painting the bad narrative. It's not absolutely bad, though. It's not absolutely bad, though. I've gotten to interviews with.
That is that point. That is that point that I want to like
No,
draw
no,
out
no, no,
from
no.
people as
Please,
well,
please,
because
please, please.
this is
So
where
see, there has been the blessing side of it too. The experience I've had there is not completely useless. Come on. It exposed me to the industry. It has really been a blessing. I'm telling you the truth. Maybe because of our emphasis, it's making it look like we are demonizing the entire enterprise. No, I'm telling you.
Cassina, sorry. It cringed me when you made a statement that you applied for a job and the HR specifically told you that you won't be employed because you were once a Dangote employee.
Yes, yes. I'm
It
telling you.
cringed me. I'm kind of thinking that what kind of HR would say that outrightly that, hey, man, you won't be employed. We can't employ you because you've worked with
No, 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 no. Please, let me.
Dangote
It
before.
wasn't as if.
Or was that just an exaggeration or
No, no,
something?
the HR did not. Let me put it the way the HR put it. The HR first asked me, "Why do you want to leave Dangote? It's a big name." Can you hear me?
Yes, I
In all
can.
sincerity, what the HR told me is, "Why do you want to leave Dangote? It's a big name. You are leaving Dangote to come here." Like the HR diplomatically told me that where you are is prospective. You understand? So technically, she even cleared me that they can't pay that from what he's already observing. He knows Dangote is a big name, and the HR just automatically assumed that I'm being paid well, and they will not be able to pay because I was applying for entry level. I was a graduate training that time. So the HR just said that no,
so
they won't
you
be. They said they
you
will.
also don't know what you also don't know what they are paying there to now. So how she might be giving you a kind of head up where you work that where you work is still quite better than where you are coming
Sir, I
from.
have people that are
I don't know
I
if
have
it's
people that are working in that place that I applied to. They were being paid times two. They were being paid times two of what I'm being paid as at that time. And I heard that by now they've reviewed their payments.
Okay, so
Sorry.
okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the logic behind what you just said. So they pay more than Dangote, and the HR told you they can't pay you because Dangote is a big name. And the question I have is really, I really like to know why you think it's because you think you cannot get a job in the industry because you worked with Dangote.
Now, you see, I need to make a lot of clarifications. Now, I said some things that you think might be a blessing might eventually turn out to be a curse. You get my point? Now, I'm not saying that I will not get any other job. The experience is not completely useless. The experience is supposed to be a stepping stone. But I'm just saying that at times, for example, this situation that happened now, you get your appointment terminated because of sabotage. Now you're applying to another place now. They seeing it on your CV. Of course, if you resigned willingly, they seeing it on your CV is supposed to be a plus, which I believe it will be actually. All of
Yeah.
that things, it will be a plus. I'm not explicitly saying that yes, and if people see Dangote on your CV, they will not employ. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you see, there can be the other side of it, especially the way things are turning out now. Do you understand my point?
Okay. I think you've clarified because I requested the mic when you said that.
Yes.
I mean, as much as it's a lot clearer now because what you said then was you made it look like and even from the example you gave now, your appointment had not been terminated when you applied elsewhere, and you got the impression that you find it hard to get a job in the industry.
Yes, that's
So
one of
I mean, it looks
yes.
like you're retracing everything you said, which makes me feel a lot better because it was really troubling to hear that coming from. So
Yeah, thank you.
thank you for that clarification. All right. Um yeah.
Let's try and hear from other Dangote, like Dangote, let me say alleged workers there. So I will definitely not be sued on this space I'm hosting. Um, let's hear Q Love, yeah, Q Love, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Glove, and I also work with Dangote Refinery. I hope you can hear me clearly, Sha. Um,
Yeah, we
so
can.
first, I would like to clarify something. Honorable was asking that in our employment letter, why did we was this thing not clarified when we were accepting the job? See, I think you need to first understand the staff strength of the engineering part of this whole thing. We are young graduates. Dangote recruited us from schools almost immediately after we finished our school. So the industry part of it, the working part of it, were not something we were open to. So you can't expect me to negotiate what is in my contract when I don't know what is supposed to be expected to be in that contract. So when we got the job, like what Casina was saying, all of us were a lot, a lot of us were happy to get a job because we were going to work in the refinery. Having spent 5 years as an engineering student, I get the opportunity to work at the refinery, at one of the biggest refinery in the world. You don't think I'm looking at the employment letter before I sign? I'm not going to because I'm a young graduate with what I know. And you might fault us on this because of the privilege you have and the knowledge you currently have, but because of the situation of Nigeria in Nigeria today, the salary then when we got to the when we
Is
Is
it
it my
oh
network?
he's oh yeah, kill love, you're dipping in and out, so we can't hear you. Yeah, I think his network is bad.
hello, I got a call. Am I back
Okay.
on?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so um you can fault us and say it's because of our inexperience, whatever you want to say is fine, but then the point is this: we've gotten the job, we got to the refinery. I'll tell you a very good example with mine. But after our training, the HR told us that the only way we can get to the site is if we can take money from our own pockets without yet being paid anything, to go and buy our PPE ourselves. That unless we can buy our PPE ourselves, we won't be able to get to the site. Almost forcing us to use our money without yet being paid any salary at all to go and get PPE for ourselves. Is as bad as that. We got the PPE, got to site, only to realize PPEs are at warehouse, but they are reserved for only some specific nationals, which is not Nigerian nationals. I hope I'm communicating something to you. So this is these are the
Yeah, you
issues.
are. You
These
are.
are the issues we are facing right now. It's not as if, and let me say something Kasina also mentioned. We are proud of the work we've done at at Dangote Refinery. We are proud of what we are doing at Dangote Refinery. I am going to boastfully say it anytime in my CV that I worked as an engineer at Dangote Refinery when it was still at the commissioning stage. When nobody in Nigeria or in the world were relating to the Dangote as
I think he's receiving a
everybody right
call,
now.
but before he
We
comes
work
back,
to make this. So I'm back. Sorry, my mom keeps calling me because of this issue. But I'm sorry. We work to make this refinery. We bled tears and sweat to make sure this refinery worked. And all we are asking, all we've ever asked, is to be treated almost equally with like the expatriates. An expatriate will come to the refinery. He's earning about $2,000, and I am earning about 235,000 naira, and I'm the one training him. You'll be telling him, Baba, this is spanner, Baba, this is plier, Baba, this is this, and he's earning $2,000. These are the issues we are facing. So when Pegasus came, nobody for the past 3 years they've not been Pegasus. We've been working, everything has been going smoothly. We everybody have understood that this is the position we find ourselves. People are trying to leave. People are applying for graduate trainings in banks. People are applying for graduate trainings at anywhere just to leave Dangote. If you want to fact check me, try to release a employment opportunity out there for Nigerian graduates and see if Dangote staff will not be the highest number of applicants for that graduate training. You just fact check me. Ask NLNG, ask NNPC, ask any bank, ask any PwC, Deloitte, who are their highest numbers of applicants in Nigeria today. Dangote staffs are the ones. We go to interviews and we meet ourselves and we are shaking ourselves and for Dangote staff, you sef dey here, you sef dey here, you sef dey here. Omo, I do. All employment opportunities in Nigeria today, custom, FRSC, anywhere. I hope you can still hear me.
yes, we can
we
hear
are we are the
you.
one facing because we as much as we are proud of what we are doing in Dangote here, we still need to start thinking of our own future. Dangote starts working in oil and gas. We first have to ask his friends, how far I go marry next month or when I start the donate to. It got to a point where NNPC staffs were buying sewage water for us after they got the employment opportunity, they got the employment offer at NNPC. They were the one buying sewage water for Dangote staffs just to show that okay, Aba, me I don't come up for this place to me I help on that too small. And then you are telling us not to speak for ourselves. This is not an issue between saboteurs and Dangote. We just want to be given the dignity of the kind of work we are putting in. Just a little bit of dignity. Let's be able to show that okay, we are actually working at an oil and gas company. Our lives are saved. Our lives are saved with some little.
Okay, love,
Yeah,
Q love.
I can hear you.
You made mention of something that you guys worked 3 years before before Pegasus came,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I would want to assume that Pegasus came when the refinery started working, right?
No, say it finally has when we say finally has started working. I don't know what you mean by that. You probably mean when after the finally started like selling out products. If that's what you mean, then maybe the answer will probably be yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
But
Okay, so now did see then okay, before I ask this question, I just want to clarify something. No one is judging anyone here. We're all here to have a conversation to see where the problem is coming
yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
and to have a voice and all that. Yeah. So then again, um did the company outrightly tell its workers not to join a union?
Now
Was it
the
stated?
okay. The part I would like to, because there is a way to this. See, first off, if you ask from Pegasus point of view, if you ask them, because we also asked Pegasus this question that why is it just now that Pegasus is trying to get into the refinery staffs. Pegasus will tell you, according to what the zonal chairman of Pegasus said to us, he said he has spoken to our GED, has spoken to our COO, he has spoken to almost everybody apart from Dangote himself about the unionization of his workers. And it has always been met with almost dismissal. Now, when you say, has the company ever said, um, when you said, have the company ever said officially that we cannot join the union? Like I still keep on telling you, we are, what's it called? We are young graduates. We are not going to be the one to seek out the union. If we met the union, like what NMTC staffs met on ground when they got their job, they met the union on ground, and then the union approached them after during their training to join them. So there's no way we could have joined the union before now if the company did not allow them to have access to the to the new employees rather. I don't know if you get my point. So when
Um,
you say we don't like have the company, and then there has always been the rumor that because it's in the free trade zone, that is why we don't have unions. Because it has always been a rumor, like a informal kind of no,
So,
and because of
so,
what we,
so,
yeah,
Kilo, hold on. I want us to, as I said earlier, I want us to listen to many as we can speak on
yeah,
this
yeah,
case.
yeah.
So let's just try and hear from
No,
yeah.
she
Let's
asked a
just wrap
question. That
up,
was what I
then
was
we
trying
hear
to
from
answer. I
others.
was
Okay.
almost done. So I was almost done actually. She only asked the question. I'm trying to clarify. So there has never been an official statement that don't join.
Yeah, I know, I
Exactly.
know.
There has never been an official statement that don't join, but there has always
Yeah,
been
I
a
know.
backside of it that Dangote staffs are not allowed to unionize. So when he said online that we can actually join the union, and then Pegasus came and met us through somebody that okay, Alpha join. Then
um,
we
you
had no
look okay.
choice.
You
We
you
had,
have said this thing again. So it wasn't employees that approached Pengassan.
see, that's the thing. We
It was
cannot.
Pengassan that approached the employees.
Now this is the statement again I would like to tender again. When you say Pegasus approach employees or employees approach Pegasus, it's not necessarily outrightly correct like that. I get it because the way Pegasus came in was through Dangote himself. To be fair again, because what I'm saying this is he was one that actually said online that everybody could join the union. So irrespective of how anybody were able to get the union, is everybody individual's problem. How I go to be part of the union is my own problem. How anybody other person joined union is voluntary. There is no forced joining here. So how I joined is my own problem. How any other person joined is their own problem. I cannot speak to another person on this. I get it.
No, no, no. I just picked it up from what you said
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying
Honestly,
to
I'm
correct
just
something.
trying to understand. I'm trying to.
Zero. Usually, the unions approach the staff if you want to join, and you have the right to say no. Usually, even in all companies, all FMCG. But my only problem is that Pengas is external. That's where I'm
So
confused with
that's the
this.
question I'm asking
Okay,
too.
okay, Nigeria. Let's hear from who hear from so we can maybe put one or two together because uh, let's take balance here. I don't know if blessing is there, but let's hear. Yeah, Q love. You can always come back, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
All right. Good afternoon. Yes, even me too. I was a former staff of DPRP that was affected recently. So I wanted to speak on the PPE. I know it has been said several times, but I want to cite this incident that affected me directly. And specifically on the 29th of March this year, our unit was running for the very first time. we are bringing out product into Nigerian market, meaning that's the first time that our unit started running. So this is the first time we are taking sample for analysis. Sorry, already I'm getting emotional. I went to take this sample without the proper PPEs. I was not given any PPE. Right from our induction, the safety person told us and even offered we should bring our money so that he can help us to go and buy the right PPEs for us. When you talk some things, it does not make sense to the outside world. But we inside, it's not like it was ever making sense to us. But we turn to ourselves, and then the popular saying goes, this is Dangote. I don't think in a sane world we can face this and then if somebody out there will hear this and then think it's normal. It is never normal. So let me go back to my story. I was taking this sample. Unfortunately, I inhaled some of the powder. It was a night shift, so around 4 a.m. to be precise, that was when the incident happened. I was hit and I was sick. Now, coincidentally, it happened that that was my last night. After that, I'll be going off for 2 days. So I was down. I went to the clinic and I was treated. Now, if any medical personnel out there would know this medicine is used for treating cancer. I will call out the name. The people with the knowledge should go and check it out. Dexamethasone is the brand name is Dexacure. This is part of the medication that was used to be treated. As I am sharing this with you Nigerians, I have not even told my parents this. This is part of the things that we have suffered in that refinery, and we were never compensated enough for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Balancing, for keeping it short. Um, Blessing, are you there? Blessing, I want us to like move the mic to Mel. Okay, Mark,
Okay. Thank you.
Mark Ziegler,
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I'm also a staff in Dangote Refinery, and this person Casina and this other person Q Love, everything they said is actually true, right? So me, I'm going to speak on my own my own POV. Getting to the refinery, you hear it's the single largest training refinery in the world. You have a lot of expectations. But the first slap on the face I got in the refinery was because when you get there, you do a 2 weeks onboarding, where they do like a little bit of orientation. The first slap I got on the face was when the HR told us to use our money to buy PPE in order for us to enter the plant to do like a general inspection to show us around the refinery. We had to contribute about 20,000 naira. And mind you, we've not.
so Mark Zuckerberg, Mark,
Yeah.
Mark, sorry, my apology for cutting in
Okay.
before you dive too fast. A doctor just clarified my DM that that particular drug that balancing use is the medication is for inflammation, not cancer. So I just need to put that out there so it will not be misleading. So balancing. So I got a DM from a doctor now that that drug is for inflammation. It's for inflammation and not cancer. So I need to repeat that so we'll be clear on that. So go ahead, uh, Mark Zuckerberg.
So as I was saying, the first step was when the HR told us to contribute money to buy PPE, which is just safety boot and helmet that they will give us coverall later on. And mind you, this is like a year ago. That same safety boot and helmet that I bought is still what I'm using up till on Thursday before they sacked us on Friday. That is the same PPE that I have. And mind you, we have all these things in the warehouse, but they didn't give it to us. And we are working in the plants. That's why when this person was asking Feromi if asking her a destination in the refinery, like where exactly is she working, to know whether she needs PPE or not. It is very, I don't know, people are, he said he works in construction, but people are not educated enough. Because in a refinery is a working environment where fire outbreak can occur at any time. So even if you don't work directly with the machines, as long as you're in the refinery area, you should be on your PPE. Fire outbreak can start at any time. You need to be protected. So people that another person was saying that I think one Supreme was saying that because of if you say the working condition is not good, you should resign. So why don't you put it to the employers that if they cannot make a good working conditions according to the law of the land, they shouldn't set up their business in the country that they are in? Why not put it to the employers to make a good safety working conditions for the staffs in the refinery? So back to my own perspective, Dosha. So the company does not give us any PPE, and they don't give us many things that we are entitled to. They don't give it to us, and we've had lots of meetings with them, and they blatantly told us no. And I want to even say one more thing again to even shock you based on our remunerations. The difference between a graduate trainee and a confirmed staff in terms of salary, the difference after you've spent 2 years working, training, and mind you, Dangote employs the best. If you engage with any of Dangote staffs, you will know that they really went to school. They employ the best, only first class or two ones. Most of the job opportunity that comes out, Dangote are always the ones that are packing most of the job opportunities. As my colleague said, NNPC is mostly Dangote staff that they collected. It was not a coincidence because of we have one of the best brains in the refinery. After training yourself for 2 years in the refinery, the difference between you and a graduate training is not even more than 50,000 naira. After they paid the graduate trainee 318 and they paid the confirmed stand 300 and something thousand naira. It's not up to 50,000 naira difference. These are the things that we're fighting for. Right? If we're in a sector of maybe the banking sector or manufacturing sector, we understand. But we know we're in the oil and gas sector. There's standards. There's oil and gas standard that should be complied by. So we can't. So that's why we all want to join PENGASSAN. That's why most of us wanted to join PENGASSAN. And it's actually, and some people are also misinformed, thinking that joining PENGASSAN is the employers. If the employers does not want us to join PENGASSAN, we should not join PENGASSAN. No, it's also our fundamental right as a human being, as a worker in Nigeria. It's your right to voluntarily choose to join or not to join. Even the publication, that does not even need to publicize that it is free for us. That's why sometimes this issue has made me realize that we need proper education in this country. We need to know our rights as a human being, as a man, as a human, your normal human rights, your constitutional rights. Your employer doesn't even need to even give you go ahead. It is your right. It's Section 40 of the Nigerian Constitution. It's free as long as you're a worker. You can join the union associated to your sector. You don't need to ask for permission. So people coming up and saying that joining union is a bad thing, it's not. It's your right. And when some people start stamping on your rights, it means we are not. If we can even have rights in the country that we are in, so what are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to run to? If we to Japan is hard, then your country again, you don't even have rights. Then we are even slaves in our own country. We are slaves in our own country. I'm not saying Dangote is a bad person. Dangote he has done a very big one for us. You understand? The refinery it's actually this one of the eight wonders of the world. 650,000 barrels per day. But still, the people that are working there, the nationals that are working there, should benefit from it. This is our country. Where can we go to? So please, let's This is some things like this that 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 demoralize us as Nigerians. It's
Thank
these things like this.
um
Mark, just yeah, yeah, just stand, hold it there. Let's stand. Just mute your mic for now. I know how it is. I know how you feel right now, but at the same time, would just hear from others too. So my apology for cutting in. Just stand, youth. Let's stand. Pick. I don't know if engineer Sir J is there. So once we pick them, we'll now listen to others too that are not
All right,
vocal, right? Engineer.
all right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are. You are clearly.
All right, thank you. I don't work with Dangote, but I work with similar sector. This issue of employers not wanting an employee to join union has been a long time issue. And from research, most company who does that is either they are not interested in staff welfare. So that is the reason why they will always want to tell you. I remember my former company, they will tell us that any day we form union that they will sack us. The reason is because they know what they are doing and they don't want you people to have a voice. This can be narrowed down to Nigeria, where they will oppress you, but they don't want you to talk. Any day you decide to protest, they use police and tear gas and army, to chase you out. Workers will work. Workers are meant to benefit. Some certain benefit, they will cut it off to not pay you. The owners of the company who set up the company, they make all the money, forgetting that people are working for them. So for me, what Dangote Refinery did is very wrong. Every workers in Nigeria, it is their constitutional right to join a union. So if Dangote is even saying that people shouldn't join union, I think Nigeria government, if actually we have a government, Nigeria government need to tell them, no, this is against the law of the land. Joining a union does not mean that they will frustrate the company. No, it's just that everybody needs to protect their interests. Just the way the owners of the company wants to protect their interests, the people working there also wants to protect their interests. Without union, you wake up one morning, you hear that so people has been sacked just for nothing. You hear that they have been sacked, sometimes without no benefit. But with union, workers' interests are protected. I, for one, I support Pegasus stand. No Nigeria worker should be victimized because without the workers, the company cannot function. So people who work for you are entitled to a better working condition and a better wage pay. From time to time, they can demand for increase in salary. It is up to you to negotiate. If they are demanding 25%, you can negotiate with them even if it is 3%, and they will agree. Nobody will force you to say that it must be 25%. But people must have right to speak up, to call for negotiation. That is the essence of union. So any company who doesn't want union, they know that those companies have this mentality of the Indian people. There's a company which I will not want to call their name, but they are being run mostly by Indians. That is the mentality. They don't want you to talk. They feel they are doing you favor. They feel that you don't even worth the money they are paying you. So Nigeria shouldn't have that Indian and Lebanese mentality to bring it to Nigeria. Everybody, every worker needs to be protected. So I support Pengassi. But however, I believe that Dangote should dialogue with Pengassi to resolve this in quick time. Thank you.
Sergeant, I
Okay, yeah,
think
thank you,
it's
engineer.
necessary to. Easy, do you wanna? I mean, I think someone has said here that I don't. Someone has said here that part of those that were those appointments were terminated. Some of them are unionized and some are not unionized. So I don't think it's targeted at. I think there are broader issues other than membership of the union.
No, but PENGASSAN has issued a statement. So are you saying that PENGASSAN as an institution in Nigeria doesn't have the fact that the branch
So
PENGASSAN of Dangote members don't know what is going on, that they are putting up false statement? I don't think so.
So if you're not
Employ
listening, if you did not listen,
Okay, engineer,
if you did not listen to
just
what
hold on.
I said a staff here, one of who was whose appointment was terminated, came here and said some were unionized and some were not unionized. So I don't know why you want me to believe. Who do you want me to believe? Because I don't know why you're making it sound as if I just referred to what somebody said here. And I think that's more logical than saying I mean, a union would always want to, you know, defend its person.
Okay,
Uh,
it seems Zero.
Good afternoon.
Easy, can I take 2 minutes, please? Because I need to go down, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hold on, Rogers. Hold on. Cabo, hold on also. Let me ask F, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Let me
I'm
confirm
here.
this.
I'm here.
I need to ask her.
Is it F? No, that's Don Jazzy speaking.
No, not you, Don Jazzy.
Please,
F,
not you, Don Jazzy. I think it's F. Easy wants to.
yeah. I just want to ask one of the staff members a question. F, are you there?
I don't think she's there.
I think she's not here, but
I think he was. Who was this other person?
Don Jazzy, do you work?
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Isaac. Can you hear me?
No, hold on, Don Jazzy. Do you work with the? Are you a staff? Are you a staff of
Yes.
Dangote?
Yes, I'm Mr. Of.
Okay. Were you guys compensated or before you being laid off?
No, no,
Did you get any compensation or
no,
anything?
no.
No. Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the host too. Please. I actually appreciate what everybody have been saying since the beginning of this meeting. But my own point of view is, you need to be an insider before you can actually understand some of the things we are saying. I so much understand that it might be difficult for some people to actually believe that a very big company like Dangote refinery, to be precise, is having PPE issue. But I want everybody to realize something. We are talking about a refinery here. A refinery that is of a capacity of 650,000 barrels. A refinery that has an hydrogen generation unit with a steam reformer that if there's any actually a cause for pressure buildup, it's not actually going to affect only the refinery. It's actually going to affect the whole villages surrounding that refinery because it's just like a time bomb. So you can't joke with standard. You shouldn't joke with standard. Although I can't fault anybody, I would actually blame our government because I don't want to blame much emphasis about PPE. Because all of my colleagues have been saying PPE, and it seems as if it's difficult for people to believe that PPE. If you are talking of PPE in a refinery, everybody should actually even have a low explosive gas tester that you put on your coverall everywhere you go in case there is leakage of H2S or any hazardous gases. You need to leave that place immediately. But we don't have those kind of things. And I need to tell you for a fact, if you are working in Dangote refinery, you need to read every day of your life. Because you need to read different operating manual, different equipment manual, because you are dealing with big equipment. And we've been doing this with passion, but when the company released it overnight, we were just sacked and they said we sabotage. How will you sabotage a company that is paying your salary. I don't know how 800 people will sabotage all over just suddenly. Now, some people are saying some joined, some did not join. You have a company whereby more than 80% of the staff joined a union. That's a very good score to tell you that the entire staff are unionized. Do you think 900 to 1,000 staffs joining a union is a small percentage? That's almost like 80 to 85% of staffs that are being unionized. So why are you now asking that, is the entire staff unionized or they are not unionized, when you have
Hold
a
on, Don Jazzy,
percentage of 80 to 85%?
let me answer you. So I did not ask, I just stated, because somebody came up here and said staff were sacked for being members of a union. And I said, wow. But somebody just said, even some of those that were sacked are unionized. So I don't know why you're saying, why am I asking? I think it's a
No,
very
no,
logical question to ask. And you
I'm
know
sorry.
what? Yeah, it's very logical. Was it only unionized staff that, because I mean, you people have come out with these things, and a lot of us are confused, to be honest. Like you said, I'm wondering, oh, could this be? But when some of the things I'm hearing, I mean, as much as I feel so sorry, I'm hearing some things that I'm also wondering, just like the example, just like the answer you have given me now. I
Okay,
mean,
let me explain something what my other colleague
is
said
it
the other
correct?
time.
Is it correct that some of those who were sacked are unionized? Maybe we should just take that out first.
Yes,
That
Can I?
is not even
Can I?
everybody like that. When you know the previously, let me put a light. Let me throw a light to that. Previously, what my other colleague
Don
was saying
Jazzy,
was
Don Jazzy,
we
hold.
have
Don Jazzy, please hold on. Sorry, the way my brain works. Some of those that were sacked were unionized, and some are not unionized. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you can go on. I mean, I just needed to clear that up. Go
so.
on.
So it is not everyone that is unionized to be
Exactly. It's
that
not
what you
because of you
right?
it's not it whether I think what they are trying to say is, oh, the company made it look like, except that's what you're trying to say. But clearly it's not that those that were who joined the union were sacked because they joined the union.
I'm trying to put a light
Can I
to
add something? Can I
this.
add
I'm trying
something,
to
please?
put a light to this, please.
Yeah,
Go
Can
on.
I
Michael,
go?
Michael, please don't unmute your mic. Just allow Don Jazzy, please.
Let him finish, yeah. Go on,
Yeah,
Don.
and that's why I'm trying to explain what my other colleague said the other time. He told you guys that we have the DPL, the Dangote Project Limited, and we have the DPLP. Now, the Dangote projects are the staffs that have been before doing the construction phase and everything. So DPLP are the staffs operation, and most of those DPL staffs are the HR, ICT. But the engineers, people who are in control rooms, lab, plants, engineers generally, that the majority in what's it called in the DPLP. So everybody in the DPLP are gone because DPLP staff almost 85%. I don't know why they made that decision. Almost everybody actually uh, registered with PENGASSAN. They have the largest percentage, like 85 to 90% of us. Thank you.
Okay. Um, Don Jazzy.
Can I go ahead?
Okay. I wanted to ask you a question, but I just want us to like pick many of these speakers that work as an alleged staff of Dangote, and I would also want to hear Mr. Ayo Moses' point of view because he also worked within that Dangote refinery when it was being before it was commissioned also. But before him, let's take Michael. I think Michael is also part of the staff before him. So after him, we'll take Mr. Ayo Moses. Then we'll hear from the outside, those that work before it was commissioned also. Before him, let's take Michael.
Okay.
Lovely, please mute your mic.
Okay. Okay. I want to say something. Am I good to go?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. I've been following this space from the very beginning, and then
Seriously, I've been observing the trajectory and everything. One thing is clear: the whole information is outside there. Like there is no need to sensitize someone that will not believe. And then it's not as if I'm getting agitated or something, but the way the hosts are taking this whole issues, I like it's beginning to feel as if it's engineered in some kind of way. Because you are dealing with these are firsthand in the outside world. These are firsthand information that you are getting. But
No,
when
no,
you
no.
I'm
When
coming,
you
I'm coming,
say
I'm coming, I'm
engineer,
coming. Let me land, let me land, let me land, let me land.
hold on.
No, let me
When you
land.
say engineer, hold on. When you say, because I need to get that point clearly. When you say engineer, what are you trying to say? The whole
Okay.
conversation we are having.
Okay, please let me clarify myself. Yeah, like as I said, I've been following this space from the very beginning. I've been following this space for the very beginning. So the thing is that it's as if we are trying to like find a fault in the testimonies, trying to find a fault in all these things. Like you are not calling it allegedly. Yes, I won't fault you in that. But all these things, yes, all these things are actually claims, right? But now, like there is this I don't know, there is this feeling I'm getting that the way, especially the lady that is handling the host, like the way she's very slow in talking and then slow in picking up points. A colleague, somebody that actually work that was affected, Casino or so, he came here, he laid that point, he said so many things that were right, he said so
Mikey,
many. I am
Mikey,
coming, he said so
Oh,
many. I'm
easy, let
coming, sir.
him,
let,
easy, easy,
hold on.
easy.
let me Can you just hear me out? You don't cut
Let
me out.
him, oh
Michael,
God.
hold on.
No, just hear me out
No.
now.
I will definitely hear as much as possible stars that
Yes,
feel
yes,
yeah,
yes,
I'll definitely. But at the
let
same
me
time, I don't
complete.
want you to pick on. No, I don't want you to pick on uh, the co-host points or what
No,
she
no, no,
feels.
no, no, no,
I
no,
feel
no.
different.
I'm just trying to make a point here. I will land then, and then you can actually take over, please. So as I was
Yeah, go
saying,
ahead.
Go on,
like
go
this,
on, yeah.
I'm coming. So these guys have actually come out here. They've actually laid these have concerned information that are given out to you guys, and then it doesn't make sense when, like, in everything that they are saying, you are just pinpointing a lacuna. You're just trying to find a spot, a weak point. Like the question that you ask, it's not as if you are not cleared. You are cleared, but you're just trying to make an I don't know. You're just trying to make pinpoint that very like that very spot that you think that yes, this can actually come as can be flipped in the other way around. That's the question that has been asked. Like you are just trying to like trying to hold them on the neck, and then like this thing I've been here from the very beginning. It's not like I was beginning to get at what was actually happening. This thing engineered, and please, I know that you actually cut me off, but please, I will actually say this: if you're a staff of the refinery that you are affected, please, whatever it is that you have, please hold it to yourself. You people have someone. You people have association.
So I don't know what you mean by
I don't want him to feel
oh,
bad.
easy. Ah,
But at the same, no,
life.
I don't want him to feel bad.
Please,
No,
I'm
no,
the
no.
one that
Since you
muted.
said it should go ahead, I know. Since you said it should go ahead,
He has
let
already
him
said
go
what he
ahead.
wants to say. I mean, he was talking to me, and so the reason why I'm asking questions, as in, it's like I understand that you are, emotional. I mean, the only reason why I feel bad because I mean, 800 people, 800 households, they've lost their source of income, and that's the only reason. But I mean, you expect me to just jump on? We are all trying to find out. Otherwise, there won't be any reason for anybody to come up here. We didn't know. I don't know if Izzy knew about all of this before. Nobody knew any of this was happening. So because I mean, I've not even picked everything I've said has been based on what your colleagues have said here. I mean, I'm not a sheep and I'm not a goat. I would always like, the best thing to do is, if a Dangote representative was here, I'm sure I would put the same kind of questions to them, or anybody that is speaking for the other side. I will ask the same questions. So you don't expect me, if I'm not clear, if I don't understand something, can't I just ask the simple question? So I don't know why you're triggered saying, it's not engineered. I just happened on this conversation and I really would like to know. Somebody came up here and said, oh, some were unionized, some were unionized. Another person came up here and said only unionized were sacked. So what does that leave us with? So who should I believe? And that's why I asked the question. So it's not as if I'm picking on anybody. That's not it. I just want to know what the correct position of things is. Victor, do you understand?
So let me say
Please,
something before we.
now let him answer. I don't want it to look like. Please, Victor, are you there?
Okay, please. Let me answer, please. Just allow me to answer, please. Yeah, I understand your take. I understand the point you're trying to make. I understand where you are going to. You get, as I said, like this ought to
Are
be
you
very
going to
like,
answer?
yes, you ought
You
to
need to
play.
mute the mic.
You ought to play like the host ought to play
No,
neutral
what's
ground. I understand.
neutral?
You
That's
have been
not.
doing it. I commend you. I'm coming. I commend you. I commend you for that neutrality. You have been doing it. I commend you seriously. I commend
So
you
why
for
are
that
you
neutrality. But at a point, you are beginning to infringe on
please,
it. I
please,
and
I
I
asked a
will not. Please.
question.
Let's not continue on this
Please,
Okay.
now.
let's move the
Michael,
mic.
just hold on.
Let's move
Okay.
the next
Okay.
person.
Okay.
Let's
Let's
not
be
continue on this
attacking
now.
Okay.
everybody.
Please
At the same time, let me say
leave this
something.
space. Leave this space. Leave this space.
Let
Leave. If you are
everybody
from
else.
Dangote refinery,
Hold
leave
on,
this space.
Michael, hold on. No, no, no.
Leave this
Exactly.
speaking.
That's what
Leave.
he wants to
Michael,
do. Please
hold
drop him.
on
I'm trying to
now.
drop him.
Yeah, no, no, no,
What
no.
is,
Cicero, please don't drop him. Don't drop him.
there are so many
We are,
requests.
the issue is that I have a different view about this particular issue when the conversation started this morning, and I still see it that way. It still doesn't change my view. But thank God that we have many of you guys that work within that sector, and that's one of the reasons why I definitely want to listen to many of people that feel okay. And it is just my own major concern too. I've always support Dangote at every point, even on my. This is not my main account also, but my account I've always praised, talk about him, and what he has been able to achieve. But I have major concern about the laying off of 800 workers. When people see it like it is not much, I don't see that way. These are Nigerians, and if they have concern on how their voice is not being heard, or what they feel like it should be right that they need to do, I think they can come on the table, round table, to have this conversation with them. So having a union doesn't mean that they should not. I think these are things where unionism usually come in, to fight for the right of people when they are being silent. Or well, if Dangote is not trying to give them that hearsay to have that unionism, then there should be a way for us to also hear them out too, because that's just how I see it anyway.
I
But
mean, there's nothing to air out. You cannot tell people not to join a union. That's the truth.
but
You
Dangote is
cannot
not
ask
giving them
them.
that
You
opportunity.
cannot. You cannot ask them not to join a union. There's a freedom of association, especially being a part of a trade union. I mean, it's so that's why as in I'm shocked. I'm shocked, and that's why we need to let this. But he's already saying, "Oh, they should let it." I mean, there's more to it. So I mean, can we move the mic? Who is there? Is it Ayom or
Easy,
Mr. Dan?
easy. Sorry, please, easy. If it's possible, can you add any Pengassan person that you know at Nigeria Labour Congress? When I'm making my submission, I'll tell you why. Thank you.
In addition to what Michael said earlier, the way I perceive it, you see that my own position is quite different, might be a bit different from Cicero. So it shows that conversation doesn't need to go in a particular direction.
I have my own opinion. She has her own on how she sees it, and definitely every other people would also have that opinion on this particular conversation. So I don't want you to see it like you are being gagged or you don't. They don't want you to speak on the space. That's. I hope you understand. Anyway,
Easy, please. Can you give me
let
like 2 or 3 minutes
conclude? Can
so
I
that I
just
can just
conclude?
bring a different perspective, having worked with oil and gas, so if you don't mind, because I want to leave and I see a lot of people's on
okay,
this one.
just okay, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I think you have also been here a
Yeah,
long time.
yes, I've
Yeah,
been
go
here
ahead.
for some time. Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to say this. I've worked with one of the leading oil and gas industry in United States. As a matter of fact, number one in United States as an engineer. And I've heard different. I heard while I was working with them, I had different position from. Did different things from being a process engineer to working on control, PLC, DCS, to even be a project engineer where we also work on designs. So, and I'm just going to quickly touch on 3 different things that people have talked about here. So, first of all, I want to say this. If you have never worked in oil and gas, the standards are different. And I've listened to some people who have said, who were questioning some of these Dangote refinery guys, asking them, oh, yes, why do you need PP? Or because you work, the fact that you work in construction does not mean that you can equate what happened in construction industries to what happened in the oil and gas. So it's never the same. And I've listened to some people that have also said, talked about, oh, yeah, they provide food, this and that. I will talk about it, but I want to make sure I'm very, very quick about it. First of all, the one thing that is non-negotiable at all is the standard PPE. And I want to say this, I've been hearing some people saying cover up, cover up, cover up. As a matter of fact, it's not cover up that you need. What you need is called FRC. So it's fire resistant clothing. So it can come in form of coverall, it can come in form of jeans, clothes. As a matter of fact, I still have like 6 of them, right? Because since I left the company, I still have like 6 FRC in my house. So that is what you need, because anything can happen and you must wear the standard clothing. Then when you work in oil and gas, there are some places that you cannot go without having your ear protector and the eye pro, because there are some area, it's very, very noisy and it can actually, you can become deaf. So they measure the dB in those areas, the decibel or whatever it's called, and they will tell you when you are in this area, you must wear ear protector. And I doubt it if the moment you enter into the manufacturing area and the unit, you must, unless you are inside the building, you must wear your PPE, the proper PPE, which is your hard hat, your eye protector, your ear protector, those, and then your steel toe boots, and then your FRC. Those are the standard ones. And these are things that are never supposed to even be in when you collect your letter, whatever it's called. No, these are the standard, because, for example, United States, we have these are standard that must be. There is a federal agency and state agency that must make sure that this is always maintained, for especially in oil and gas company. For example, in the United States, we have OSHA, Operational Safety and Health Administrations. We have it for state, we have it for federal. And these are the people that will go around and make sure people are using their PPE. We also have the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. And we have the state one and we have the federal one, who make sure that, yes, everything, people, because number one thing that we say is safety is number one, your personal safety. Just so you have to make sure you are safe. So hearing things like they are asking me to buy my PP, I just couldn't believe it, because when we look at Dangote refinery today, we have to put Dangote refinery in the standard of Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron. That is the standard where we have to put this Dangote refinery. So if people are now saying, oh, they have to buy their PP, are we for real? So to me, that is even supposed to, I don't know the function of PENGASSAN that we're talking about, but this is something that the state government and the federal government should come in and make sure people get the proper PPE they're supposed to have. This is standard. So we should not even be talking about, oh yeah, where do you stay? For example, as an engineer,
I had an office, but the moment I stepped out of my office, get inside the refinery, I must wear my proper PPE. It is a standard. So everybody, as a matter of fact, if you are going into refinery or oil and gas place because as a visitor, if you need to go inside some places, they will have to make sure they provide one for you. You don't even need to bring your own as visitor. So these are the standards. So I don't think we need to debate that. So the second part that I want to talk about is the environmental part of things. I've listened to some people. Thank God a doctor came out to talk about when somebody said they gave him this medicine or not. You see, as engineer, I've been part of calculations of environmental stuffs, and you may not be able to determine safety unless you have an idea of what is in the system and how emission is calculated. Because one of the most important things that we do is complete combustion of those flue gas, especially. So if you don't have some information at your hand, you may not be able to tell, oh yeah, if I go into this area, oh, because there's some, you don't even know what is coming out. Oh yes, I'm exposed to this, I'm exposed to that. No, but it is the responsibility of the company to be able to put some signs. That is what we normally do. We put some signs there and tell you, if you are in this area, make sure you use nose mask. If there is an area where nose mask is not mandated, yes, you may even feel like you're exposed to some things, but perhaps you are not. So that is the second one. So lastly, so the reason why, and I've been in a situation whereby I came to work one day and I see paper flying around. And what happened? Because the unit that I worked at is not a union unit, but they have several units. And the other unit, they came to that unit and wanted to unionize them. Then the administrator or what have you, they started running here and there because they know the consequence. So that this is it, where Dangote refinery or Dangote may be scared of, if we allow something like this to start at this point, this is what may happen in the future based on, these are the things that we can actually go online and Google and see how it has happened. Because I can give you example of ExxonMobil, I can give you example of Chevron, I can give you an example of Shell, where the workers, because this is the most important part of the most important people in the refinery are the operators and the maintenance people. The engineers, you as engineer, you just do the designing or you just help them. You go inside the control room, look at the DCS. Oh yes, are you operating it right? But the operators are the ones that know the in and out of what is going on. So just imagine a situation where the operator, they were like, oh, we are not working today. That company will start losing millions of naira or dollars. Because for everything that gets outside, for every time that you are down, you are losing money. And some of these companies, they run 24/7. So it is from January to December, unless they want to do turnaround or maintenance. And when they do that, they only shut a small part. They only shut down a small part. So their calculation is based on, we have to run all the time. So this is one of the fear that I've seen with some of this manufacturing industry, where they feel like, because, for example, we've had a situation whereby workers, they went on strike for like 2 months and they had to brought in engineers to come and operate. But do you know what happened? Because more disaster than they expected. So I think at this point, there is need for Dangote refinery to find a kind of a balance, because these people are very, very, very important. These are the people that they understand what is going on in the pipe. When they understand the machines, when a pump is making some noise, they know they know the knob to go and turn. They know the valve to go and turn, they know the valve to open, they know the valve to close. These are the people that you have opened them to what is going on, in that industry, and they understand it in total. So sacking 800 people, to me, seems like it is a little bit harsh. But I think why Dangote seems to be protecting himself, protecting his industry, looking at, if we continue to allow something like this to happen, it will become something we cannot control in the future. But I think it is better for them to just have, because this is what I've seen. Like an example that I cited earlier, when my unit wanted to unionize, they call them to table. They were just flying, they bring them to the table. Okay, what is your problem? What is it? And they were able to solve it. And those guys were like, okay, we are not going to union again. Then lastly, Union is not a bad thing. I've had a friend whose job was saved as a result of being part of a union, because he was in a company, another company this time around, whereby he was facing a lot of resistance, he was facing a lot of of course, and as a black person. And the only way he was able to save his job was because he was part of union. And I told him, if he had worked in my company and he faced that kind of problem, there's nobody to save him. So let's not make it look like union is a bad thing and I believe, yes, like people have said here, unionism as an individual thing, you have the right to be part of a union. But lastly, I think Dangote need to find a solution. They need to come to a round table. They need to come to a round table, have this conversation instead of just taking the means of livelihood away from these people. I think it's actually uncalled for and unheard of. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
thank you, Cabo.
I agree with everything you said, except that I mean it's fundamental for a worker to join an association for to I mean, I don't even know, as in I would advise anybody, and if anybody is listening here and you work anywhere and you're not a member of it, you are doing yourself a huge disservice. If I have anything against any of these people, it's the fact that they waited this long. And I've heard some people say, oh, I just started, I just resumed, and the other co-host was trying to ask that, were you told from this, why won't you join a union? In fact, it seems so absurd to me. You went to university, you graduated, you got a job, and nobody prevented you. You waited until you had problems to join a union. I'm sorry for you. I'm really, really sorry for you, honestly. Honestly.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Ayo Moses. Then we'll take let's hear Mr. Ayo Moses. We'll take those that also observe from outside. So we'll take other people. Mr. Ayo, are you there?
Okay.
I want
Good afternoon.
to
I'd actually wanted all the people
consider you
affected.
as part of the
Easy,
Dangote.
why are you sounding so distant? Yo,
Myself or Easy?
Easy, as in, or is it just me?
Yeah, Easy
Easy.
sounding distant. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Mr. Ayo Moses in his submission if he can help me clarify some things. One of the things I wanted to clarify was the structure running of Dangote refinery itself, because I've heard like 4 different names. Who is the SPV? What are the roles of the different sub companies we've heard here?
Hello, please. Is somebody speaking?
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Ayo Moses can hear me.
I can hear you.
What are the different? Because I've heard like DRP, which is
Yeah. So,
Dangote
is there
project.
anybody on the floor now?
Then I've heard
Aminu, can you hear
Dangote,
me?
which one of them is the projects. Then I've heard the main company, which is the SPV, that's Dangote Refinery or Company, which was the SPV
Aminu, request back, I'll bring you back.
lent to. And I
Request,
know
I'll
that
bring you
each of
back.
the different companies have a different ending point in the project. So please, in your submission, please can you help me explain this so that I can further clarify if the structure I have in my head is a structure that was actually in place. Thank you.
So initially, I wanted all those affected to, air their grievances out. So I was in the other space, and so I had so much I wanted to say, but out of respect for the number of people that reached out to me on the space that knew me physically and were like, so and so, I decided to like hold back and, let them have their say. Because the truth of the matter is that you don't deny people their lived experience. Let me thank Mr. Kalbu first for trying to explain. And let me also join my voice with these engineers to say the way the refinery operates, we call that whole place a flammable environment, even if you are not directly working in some places. Once you come into that environment, you are supposed to be kitted one way or the other. Either you're fully kitted with your PPE, or you have your nose mask, guards, and all of that in place to ensure that. Because even for someone like me that just goes there, some areas you go to that there are gases that you have to ensure that you don't inhale, because of those environments and all of that. So they are right when they say in that environment you have to have PPE. And I'd also say, so when one of them said they want to leave, that would not be the right move. No, these people have this platform here. They don't really owe you, their platform to, showcase what your challenges are. It is you that will come here to convince people to say, these are what the challenges are, and all that. So you go to as many spaces and every opportunity you get to say, these are my challenges and all of that, So people don't understand the refinery environment. It is you that will convince them to say, oh, this is how it works, this is what it is, and these are the challenges and all of that. Having said that, I am not entirely on your side, but I understand your reality because I have like a broader knowledge of what is going on within that space. I have like what the bigger challenges are, and how it's unfortunate that this whole issue might just be an issue of collateral, because of the bigger warfare that is going on, at that place. So I would not say, you guys, so you shouldn't come and say PP. But at the same time, if you look at it, then it begins to sound like, so where the confusion is that, okay, are you being laid off because it's PENGASSAN, or are you being laid off because it's PPE? Because for me, really, the challenge is, are you guys actually projecting what the real issues are? Because if you are mixing up the issue of PPE to drive home your point, to get sentiments on your side, that is where dissonance is coming in from some people, or they're pushing back. So if it's a case like Cicero has pointed out, if it's a case of union, and it's like you have your right to join a union, then that's the agenda you should push and say, I have my right to join a union because union will protect me and all of that. And the reason why I'm also happy that this is happening is also will get to the Dangote management, and they begin to look at these issues and say, okay, if the people that work for us that we went to recruit out of schools and will spend all this amount of time to train, they've gained all this experience, and they're just going to live like that, so that is also some form of trade-off, that I don't think works well for the company in itself, to have like 800 people that now understands the system, because really the Dangote refinery is a peculiar environment, because it's a complete greenfield environment. It's not like your established Shell, Exxon, and all these ones that are already established, or the LLNGs where everything is so formal now. You just walk in there, general safety. Like I've been to LLNG, how you walk, where you would walk, and all those things are clearly marked, and all of that are there.
Isaiah Moses still speaking. I can't hear him again.
Him and Mr. Daniel dropped at the same
They
time.
dropped.
Okay. So what do we wait or
Okay,
should
let's just push the mic. I don't know how they
I
drop
think Mr. Daniel was
network
supposed
or I
to
don't know.
go. Um
Let's
Uh,
hear from
Good
let's hear
afternoon,
from Aminu. I
house.
think, yeah.
Okay.
Amino,
I
you have
am the
go on.
branch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Okay. My name is Aminu Mohammed Usman. I'm the branch PRO, PENGASSAN, DPRP chapter, that is Dangote Refinery chapter. Well, I've been keen and opportune to hear different opinions from different people. Well, it's acceptable. Some were correct, while some are totally out of view. Okay, I'm just here to educate everybody, each and every one of us here. First, you should hear from the horse's mouth and try not to be biased in your decisions. Look, each and every one of us, if that is none. Look,
Is it my network?
the management is it's toxic
No. It's
that
from him.
even if you
Amino, we can't.
try
I mean, it's like
to speak out
your mic is covered.
or you send
Your
a mail
okay.
in the sense that it's too
Aminu,
and
can you hear
can
us?
get sacked. Straight up.
Yeah, he can't hear us.
Your network was
PENGASSAN
a bit, we
claims
couldn't
that's
hear you
Dangote
for a
as
while.
I mean,
If you could go back a bit,
yeah, maybe.
we
I
couldn't hear
dropped
what you
him.
were saying.
I
Oh,
dropped him. I dropped him. Can you guys
Yeah, we
hear
can hear
me?
you clearly, bro.
Okay, I dropped him. He should request again because we couldn't hear him. I'm trying to bring Ayo Moses up. He has left again. Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Daniel is
requesting.
here though. He's come up.
Yeah, Ayo Moses is up now. Aminu, please
I didn't,
request again if you are
I
still
didn't
here.
even know I'd been cut off and I'd been talking to myself all along. Can you
Yourself and
imagine?
Mr. Daniel, both of you. I think you guys went to do a meeting and you
Can you
guys came
imagine?
back together at the same time.
When did I get cut off? What was I saying when I got cut off?
In fact, when you started,
I
when
was
They're talking
saying
you
of
Jesus
you being
Christ.
LNG.
Jesus Christ.
NLNG,
Anyway,
yeah.
you
I
said
think
Dangote is greenfield.
the issue is so safety is important. Just to clarify that those environments must be extremely safety conscious because for those people in that environment in petroleum environment usually say the main important task of refinery is 90% safety, then 10% operations. Because without safety, of course, you're playing with fire, you're playing with trouble. But outside that, I was trying to position the agenda to say, so is it about your PPE issues or about joining the union? If it's about joining the union, then you should focus on the issue of joining the union away from, safety standards and all of that. Although for someone like me, I'm glad that these issues are coming to the fore so that the management can begin to look at it and begin to take them seriously. Because I think I favor an environment where, as you are building, even though it's a greenfield environment, you must also ensure that you put these things in place to ensure that the people that work in those environments are secure. Beyond that, there's a bigger thing at play here. And unfortunately, I wish the information I know I can share it. That even if these people that are affected, that happen to be collateral, once they themselves hear it, then they can begin to understand where this is coming from, how the picture looks like, and begin to maybe feel like, okay, they themselves were also betrayed, to get to this outcome as well. Because at the management level, the way it is seen at the management level is different from the way you will see it at the regular staff level to say, okay, I go in and I put in my best and I do all of that. I also think that at some point they may have to recall them because you can't, have recruited 800 people, you have trained them, they have, worked hard. Like somebody said that they were at the beginning. The Dangote environment is a peculiar environment, It's not like your established environment where you just come in, plug and play. You have to really, really work hard. So you can't take a hard worker with all that experience, 800 of them, and say they should go away. I think it's going to be like a loss to the
Mr.
Dangote
Yosan,
company.
one of the workers said they've been calling them one by one to come to work for the other company, the other name.
Within the same
Not the
brand.
same DRP. It's the other one, the DRP C, the
So there's
company.
Dangote refinery, there's
And there's
Dangote
projects.
petro,
Yes, they're
so
different
there's
ones.
Dangote
Yes.
refinery, there's petrochemical, there's Dangote operations and refinery company doc, so they have all these, but all of them largely are still part of Dangote petroleum refinery and petrochemicals. All of them.
No, somebody
And all
said
of
there
them,
is one outside called Dangote Projects.
Yes, it's
So
called
that
the
those ones are
it's an
so
SPV.
transferable.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
that like it's an SPV. That so they are now offering some people jobs in the SPV.
yeah, but all of them,
So
whether you like it or not, still
are they
fall under this
still under
same
the
one
same
individual that is in charge of all the operations. That
Yes,
is
but
the
I can
VP,
choose to liquidate
Edwin.
the project and say it's no longer in a project phase. So I'm moving to a company phase now.
Exactly. So because Edwin Devakuma was in charge of projects and others and refinery projects and everything, but mostly projects because he handled all projects across the Dangote brand. So he's still under projects. So they handled it under projects, and now they're in the refinery phase. Now, but the point thereof is, so that they can to get their points properly articulated and don't get caught up with the broader issues, the broader warfare, because there's a huge war. Beyond what you see at the background, when once in a while Dangote will come and say, oh, this, or when an NPC will come and say, oh, this, or the supposed, in quotes, cabals come and say this, there is a constant war brewing in the background that they are battling. There are clandestine activities, there are espionage activities, and all of that going on in the background. Huge sabotage operations going on in the background. So on the surface, those that are affected can look at it and say, oh, so I think that they could have unionized at some point. I can only speak for myself and my perceptions and from conversations I have to say, look, this refinery operation wanted to stabilize. That's okay. When we begin to stabilize, then we can begin to look at all these other issues. Because even me myself, when I'm in that environment, I look at the stuff, I say, okay, why if I go to a Shell or an LNG, I go to these ones, the way those guys look is different from the way these guys look. This is a refinery now, and they're even making a lot more. They should be making a lot more money than these other guys. And all that. Even though I understand that there's amortization, there's debt, there's repayment, there's this and all of that. But I still expect some level of standard in terms of standard of living for the guys that come in there. So for me, it's also a constant battle and a balance between, okay, what the project is going through, the phase is going through, and the people working for the project, what's, level of enjoyment they should be getting because they work in that environment. However, it is neither here nor there. Against the backdrop of the many battles that is going on, maybe they were ill-advised at this point in time to say they want to go and join the union, to go and join PENGASSAN. I don't know what the outcome would have been if they could have tarried a lot longer, or if they felt the need now, we must join now. Because we must also understand, for some of you that are here, that Dangote train, you also leave the project and go and work for that project. So somebody also alluded that, oh, a lot of their staff were recruited by NNPC. It was not a mistake that they were recruited by NNPC. On the surface, it just looks like they were recruited from NNPC. But it is beyond mere recruitment from NNPC. That is on one side as well. So we can go on and on and on about these issues, but I think, like Cabo said, and like everybody have said, you have to find a common ground to sit down and negotiate to say, okay, moving forward, how do we do this? I strongly believe, at least from things I'm hearing, that some of these guys will be called back, because it will be a huge loss to the Dangote refinery to get 800 people. That's because I don't believe you can bring another person with the ruggedness of how these engineers have pushed that project through, for them to be able to fit in easily the way these guys have, fit in and have worked through the project and have delivered. Like someone said, that they are really proud of the work they've done in that place. So I think it's going to be a loss to Dangote. I think at some point they may need to call them back and sit down and begin to have proper negotiations. So I also think that, because if you intend to still go back, you also have to, tone down your narrative and channel your proper agenda to the point to say, okay, I want to unionize. What will it take to unionize? Because also companies, like Cabo said, they fear unionization. They also begin to look at those things we can put in place to ensure that, these things are not repeated, or can convince those that work for us not to unionize. So I'll leave it at that. But I want to let you guys know there's a broader picture at play, and certain things I cannot share. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Ayo Moses. Please, I think you said like what I feel it should be, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. And also, I believe that because I think I said it earlier that when the conversation started, the conversation was going towards a particular direction, which I felt like I'm looking at those people that are being laid off, how they are currently feeling right now, what really happened, what was their stand, or why were they laid off? And people were saying that Dangote can decide to wake up more money and just laid off staff because he felt like they need to do some. I just see that doesn't really work with me, and I see it like he can wake up another morning and laid off another 1,000 staff, and people will not be able to speak out for these issues or call out what they need to call out when it is necessary. So I don't want us to always see it like Dangote at every point that okay, because of what he has been able to build. Yeah, I am a supporter of what he has achieved in at least in a long time. But if I see something that is not quite okay, I think it's best for us to call it out the way it is. Not really. I don't feel like everything the stars are saying should be maybe all the taking proper care of, like maybe food, other things that can still wait, or things that can still go within the company can still maybe handle it with time. But things like safety and other things, I think it's quite
Easy.
something
Can I just ask
that should be looked
Ayo Moses one
Sorry,
question?
even one of the things I missed, because one of the recurring narrative from the other space was, oh, the preferential treatment with Indians, preferential treatment with the Chinese, yada 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 yada. So the other thing is that when these guys come, they come with their it's a full package they come with. So when the Chinese come or the Indians come, so for instance, they come with maybe their doctors, they come with their cooks, they come fully set up. So they come, they have their own canteens. It's not like it's the company that set up a canteen that will say, okay, oh, so because they're foreigners, where the staff will eat or where the Nigerians will eat are different from where the Chinese will eat or Indians. No, that is their package that they came with. Just like saying, okay, I'm going to work for maybe Nasarawa and my team is going, I say, okay,
but
with my
Mr. Yo,
team, yeah.
but Mr. Yo, I feel like Nigerians they have it in mind like but now we get this thing now. How are
So,
we being treated this way?
so that is the explanation I'm
Or you don't
making.
see
That's the explanation I'm making. So sometimes when I go to work, if I'm going to work in a remote environment, my condition would be if I'm going to this place, these are the condition, the accommodation, then feeding and this and all that. If you are not making those provision, so I'll put in my billing to say I'll come with my own cook. I'll make sure that in this environment where we are. So for instance, when we did the Calabar Carnival, we went with our whole full kitchen, which was budgeted for that we were paid for, we build for it. So more or less, I'm just giving an example. That's how they operate. So when they come across Dangote projects, whether it's Sinoma or any other one that comes, they come with their full team like that. Doctors, kitchen, canteen. So they come, they build the canteen where they eat at their canteen. Same thing with the Indians, but people that really do that are the Chinese. So it's not like the Nigerians said, oh, because I'm bringing Indians where the Indians will eat are different, where the Chinese will eat are different, because they also recognize that they may not be able to find what they eat here in Nigeria. So they make preparation for all of those things before they come down into the country. So that is why it appears sometimes that, oh, there's preferential treatment. Why are these guys eating differently? Why are they giving them everything they want, whereas we are not getting that? So the company that brings them in, whether it's EIL in the case of from India or Sinoma or whatever from China, they make those provisions already in the contracts before they come down to Nigeria. I just thought to make that clarification.
Ayo Moses, I'm kind of concerned. I just want to ask if these people they are just project staff only, and if their contract end after the Dangote project and they were supposed to be laid off and they leave it. Maybe there is lapses in that contract, maybe the written or the psychological
I'm
one.
looking at the financial documents, yes. On the
So
financing program, yes.
so they are staff project.
Yes.
No, but the appointment letter will state it
Yes, they
now. If
stated,
the
somebody said it here.
contract,
Staff came here and said they worked for that
So but
particular
why
one,
did
and
they still
all
keep them
companies
up till
were
now?
laid
Why?
off.
so
All staff of that company
if it was a
were laid off.
so if it was a contract, the duration of the contract would be in what they signed, and I'm very sure Dangote will have also come to say it was a contract. The contract has expired and we have laid them off. So, but Dangote has not actually come out to
No, it
say,
hasn't.
except I don't know.
No, it's a different type of structure.
No,
I know what
strategy.
no.
If
You
you
know what I'm
see,
saying is that if people are alleging that Dangote laid people off and it's a contract that expired, Dangote will come out and tell us that It
No.
is a contract. It has expired.
It's
But I
not
don't think Dangote
actually
has said
a
anything.
contract like that because there's an SPV. So in the terms of SPV and escrow, there were different portions of the time. The people that built the thing, which were the Chinese people, had their time which was phased out. Majority of the workers were employed under the Dangote oil refining project. So that's the Dangote petroleum refining project, which
No,
was
no,
to
no.
manage.
Hold on, hold on.
Yes.
Do we know if this contract
Somebody
actually
came
states
up
the?
and said
Hold on. Let me
that's
just say
okay.
this. Does it state the start and the ending? Because it must.
Exactly.
If I
It
am
must be
sending
stated.
you
The
a
staff will know
contract,
that. The management
Mr.
will know
Daniel,
that.
you are
The
congratulations.
management.
You have been employed within our firm. This contract will start
No,
on the 28th of
yes,
January
the staff will know
2026.
in what they will sign. The acceptance, it will be there that it is 2 years, it is 3 years, it is starting now, it is ending now. And when that contract elapses, it will not be that you have been laid
Just
off.
tell
No,
them
it
due
is
to
that
the
your
Maybe
contract
these
has
are
contract.
the
ended.
lacunas that
most
were
of those
in the
Uh-huh.
thing that we
contracts,
are seeing
Let me
now.
move.
Not that are
most of those
illegal.
contracts are renewed are yearly contracts. I'll
Yes,
give
they
you
are
an
really
example.
renewable.
Please,
Yeah.
Yes,
can
my
I don't know if you guys
organization.
can hear me.
Wait,
I
don't
want
let
to
us
talk. I don't know
assume.
if you guys
As
can hear.
Okay, please let's try and take it one at a time. Is Mr. Daniel that is supposed to go, so we can at least hear each other out without not having an should I call it echo chamber or market space. So uh, let's hear
So,
Mr.
I like to presume some of them work directly for Dangote Refinery. For those that have
Please, can
come
I?
out to
Please,
talk, so some of them, so those
clear
that
the
work
air?
in.
Mr. Val, hold on. Let Ayo Moses finish his submission here. And Mr. Daniel will go. Okay, go on.
Okay.
Go
Okay.
on, Ayo.
Can I go?
Mr. Val, hold on.
So I was going to say that I'd like to think that some of them work directly with Dangote Refinery. And it's for those that come out to say they worked at either SRU, worked at Alkaline, worked at Hydrogen, or worked at Control Room. So I would like to think that those are like direct staff of the refinery. So, but they can feel there. Some of them are here. They are free to come up and tell us what's in their contracts.
Okay. Can I talk?
Okay, let me just go very quick.
Can I talk?
Mr.
Can I
Val,
talk?
no,
Wait,
hold on,
Okay.
Mr. Val.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to clear all these issues that you guys
wait,
are having.
I think, hold
Mr.
on. I
Val,
think, wait,
Now,
who is
hold
this
on,
supposed
hold on. Let Mr. Daniel go. Then after Mr. Daniel, you will go.
I don't want to press the mute button, but I'm waiting for.
Okay,
okay.
thank
Can
you.
I go
Because I was
ahead?
hearing, Mr. It seems Mr. Val is not hearing me. I think
I'm
it's not.
hearing you. I'm hearing you. I want to talk. I don't know if I'm permitted.
Yeah, hold on. You go after.
Is
You
it
go
me
after
or it's
Mr. Daniel.
muted?
I just want
No,
to
no, no,
clear
no.
what you guys are saying.
Hold on, Mr.
Okay,
Val.
yeah.
Hold
Hold on,
on.
hold on.
Val, can you hear the host and the two co-hosts?
Honorable, can we just let him say it? Maybe it seems like he wants to clear something. Maybe he's
Okay.
part of the
All
staff
right.
as well.
As the
Let's just
host wishes, yeah.
let, no, let's just what do you want to say, Mr. Val? I believe the issue can be emotional for many of these guys, and I just want to like see it from their side also.
Let him talk now.
Mr. Val, are you there? We can't give you my finish now.
Mr. Val, are you there?
Okay, wait, let me just go. Let me just go very quickly
I'm
because my
here.
network
Can you hear
self.
me? I'm here.
What's happening? Okay, go. They've been calling you since. Okay,
Yeah.
so speak.
So what I'm saying, I just want to differentiate between the Dangote project and Dangote petroleum refinery and petrochemicals. Now, the Dangote project, they are the guys that initially started the work, and they are on contract. And it's not specific, like it's not specified that okay, after a period of time they are going to be terminated. They are just contracts based on they can be switched to any of the subsidiaries, like maybe Mint. In fact, any place that they have there is projects, so they can be switched there. And they were there from onset, from doing the project phase and all that. So now after the project, doing pre-commissioning, they started employing new employees. So now that's DPROP. So now these guys are the main staff of Dangote. They are the main staff of Dangote. So this is the pure engineers that are working there. Now again, is I wanted to let me clear the co-host Cicero when you were trying to make a point, trying to understand if they sacked everybody or they did not. All this, there was a point that you wanted to make, and I was expecting one of us to at least throw more lights on that. The thing is that 95% of us actually signed in for this union, Pengassan. So now it just remained just only 5% or thereabout that did not sign. So because of that, you don't expect a capitalist to say that he's sacking us because of the whole 95% and leaving some people. So he decided to just victimize everybody. You understand? But it's just everybody, both whether you signed or you not sign. And there is nothing, like no tangible reason for just sacking us. So now this is what happened. I'm just clearing the air. Thank you. God bless.
Please, what do you
So,
have on your contract? What sort
are
of
you in
contract
control?
do you have?
Sorry?
What sort of contract do you have? Is it a
No,
yearly contract or 2 years
there's
or a
no,
permanent or a
Hold on.
fixed term or something?
see
Wait,
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think. I don't.
Hold on.
See what I'm
Mr. Val, Mr.
see what
Val,
I'm saying.
Mr. Val,
See what
hold
I'm
on. Sorry,
saying.
Mr. Val, hold on. Sorry. You see, I don't want us to bring this contract angle in to complicate the discussion.
Exactly.
If they were on contract, Dangote will come and say these people were on contract, their contract don't finish. We have not heard anything like that. These people were laid, from what we heard, they were laid off. And if they were laid off, they must have gotten certain letters that will spell that they've been laid off. So if we don't have some of these facts and we are trying to speculate, it's going to make the discussion complicated, and we will leave the meat of the discussion and be
They
going
said
on to
they got letters
different
that they
things.
were laid off. They got letters. They got
Exactly. So,
emails.
so if they were laid off, they were laid off.
No, but
Because
he
if
said
it,
somebody came and said the entire staff of that particular
See,
DR whatever P were laid off. All of them, the entire staff,
you
they were
see,
the ones affected.
So
you
to
see,
put it
the
in
thing is
context,
this.
so sorry, Daniel, why I wanted to ask, that's what I was asking him. Where was it laid off from? So is it control room? Is it as SRU? Is it hydrogen? You should give us his unit so we'll begin to distinguish who is in the person like me. I'll know who's in project,
Wait.
who is
Let me
here, or
ask,
who is there.
Ayo,
But like you said, Daniel,
let me ask.
let's not
If we
complicate it.
exactly, it's not going to add anything to the matter. I don't see what is going to add to the matter. So that's why I'm thinking that there's no reason for us to dwell on that. If it was a contract that was not renewed, Dangote will come and say it was a contract that was not renewed. Yeah. So you see, for me, you see, I've been listening. I was on
Jairus.
Sajay space. Yes, space, and I'm on this space and I've been listening, If you heard me, you see, if you were on Sajay space, you will say that that space sounded like a pro Pengassan space. If you listen to this space as a neutral person, it is sounding like a pro Dangote space as a neutral person, if you are listening. And, when I was on Sajay space, when Sajay was first talking,
Daniel, this space
no,
is
wait now,
for
wait. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying if you are listening, I'm putting myself as if I don't know you, I don't know anybody, I'm just listening, right? Oh, if I'm listening, how does it sound? That other one, how does it sound? I'm not saying that is what you are doing, because Cicero was asking people particular questions because she wanted to drill down, right? But if somebody just listening, say, oh, these people, like say these people, they support Dangote, like say this one, they support PENGASSAN. And, like I always say, our discussions on Twitter is always like that. It is black, white, hero, villain. We rarely find in-betweens. And some of these discussions are not always black and white. When I was on Sajay's space, after I spoke, there was a kind of balance that I wanted to strike. That
after my submission, Sir James himself now started seeing some things and I started saying certain things that, okay, I cannot really blame Dangote, this one, that one, you know. You see, because we need to see things from both perspectives. And, okay, let me first correct some things. The person that said that drug is a cancer drug, thank God it was corrected. It's not a cancer drug. It is dexamethasone. It's a steroid. It is used to manage inflation. Though it is part of the cocktail for management of cancer because of certain side effects that some cancer drugs come with. But it itself, it is not a cancer drug. In fact, the dexamethasone tablets, if you know one drug that is called Mawu, that people used to take to get fat, that you be eat, as they call it Mawu, that is dexamethasone for you. It is the tablet. Though when they want to, I'm very sure in his treatment, it might be for injection that they gave him. So it's good that we that was clarified. Also, if Dangote wants to lay people off because they joined union, it's not going to tell them directly. It's not going to write it down anywhere. And I can tell you, he's still going to add some people that are not part of the union. He's not a kid. He's not going to say, yeah, everybody union. He will add some other people so that it will be as if it is not union. But if you are in that company, you know, if you are in an organization, there are certain things that everybody knows, but nobody is saying it. You will see body language. You will not. But
people who don't they misbehave, they go gather them join.
They'll just gather them put. There are some things you will know that this is the reason for this thing, but you cannot pinpoint it. You will not see any memo. Your guy will not tell you. No, but you will know with the body language and with the atmosphere. You will know that this is the reason. So that some other people were there does not invalidate some of those that are saying it might be this reason. You see, let me start by, let us lay a foundation. And I tried laying that foundation too in Sajid's space. What started unions? Unions started because of the need of workers to have a voice in 18th and 19th century when it started. You know, it got very strong during the Industrial Revolution, where workplace safety, welfare, and everything became a very hot topic. And workers started forming unions. In fact, it got to a point in time it was illegal, right? But they succeeded and it was passed into law where it became a right. You can actually join the unions. Employers don't like unions. Employers don't like unions because sometimes they could be troublesome. So I can tell you, if you put 10 employers here and ask them, do you want union? They will tell you no. So sometimes they're like necessary evil. There are some things that everybody have not agreed that this is part of the evil that we'll deal with. Oh yeah, let us work together. Sometimes it's just like, oh, husband and wife, they say, oh yeah, let us manage this marriage as they go. But if employers are their way, they will throw union out. If employers are their way, they will want people to work for them for free and maximize profit. You see, the reason why you set up organization as a capitalist is to maximize profit. It's not to defend Nigeria. It's not to pay workers. It's not to make people. It is to maximize profit. So if they have a way where they will pay you 1 naira for something, and there's no law, there's no anything that can stop them, and you accept it, they will pay you. So unions generally are there to give workers a voice, and they've played a very beautiful role. They are meant to check excesses of employers. But sometimes in checking those excesses, they've also become excessive and extreme in trying to press home that right. And there are certain industries beyond Nigeria that have slowed down or sometimes have collapsed because of the excesses of unions. You know, one of the case studies there, you know, when I was in business school was the slowdown, and they never recovered anyway, of the Britain's car industry. You know, there was a race then. Unions slowed them down and they've never recovered. That was one of the reasons for the slowdown. And when you read most of case studies, they will mention unionism was part of it. So they were fighting for something, but it was getting excessive and they hurt that industry at the end of the day. So what I'm also trying to say here is that employers can have their excesses. Unions can also have their excesses. Government is always in the middle to strike a balance. Moving forward, you see, there's something that I'm seeing now, and I've been laughing. This thing that is affecting Dangote, if it was 3 to 4 years ago, I'm very sure nobody would give Dangote a chance. Everybody would have been on the side of PENGASSAN today. When Dangote was a villain, when Dangote was a monopolist, people will say he's a monopolist, he's not paying tax, he's this, he's that. You know, as at that time, negative press almost swallowed him up. Now, Dangote is Nigeria's baby, is media's baby. And if you notice, people are suddenly, for different agendas, protecting Dangote. Because whether I like it or not, Dangote has come to do what even Nigeria government cannot do. To the extent that at a point, they even said Tinubu and government wanted to kill Dangote because Dangote was. You see, it seems Dangote has now known how to manage media. So he will cry, he will say this, he will say different things before you know everybody's on his side. And I remember some of us here at that point were the one defending government that this thing that people are saying, it don't make sense. Now everybody has seen that it's not as if government wanted to kill him. But if you remember, he played that card even against government. And it is because he understands that this media wave is on my side, sentiment is on my side. So let me play everything to get what I want. If I were him, I would do the same thing. Especially if I'm somebody that have suffered in the past from negative press and what I did not do. So that must also be considered. And that is also playing out in this argument of Dangote against PENGASSAN. Unfortunately for PENGASSAN and our labor unions, they've also not been very responsible. There are people that they will slap somebody somewhere, they'll go and block airports. Somebody will have boil on his armpit, they will turn off national grid. The unions have presented themselves to be gidigbo people. Just come and make noise, run agenda and all that. So people have not seen unions as protectors of workers' rights in quotes. So that is also playing out here. So that is why some people do not want to listen to PENGASSAN at all. And some people are also not also listening to Dangote very well because they don't believe that Dangote is a savior. No. You see, I love Dangote. If you check my pin tweets, it is me praising Dangote. It gathered about 200,000 or 300,000 impression. It's my pin tweet. People know when people were even campaigning, when people did not like Dangote, I was running spaces explaining Dangote to people. So it is not because I don't like Dangote, but I also know that Dangote is a businessman, is a capitalist. If Dangote can capture all the market and shut everybody down, if they will allow him, he will do it. So when I'm seeing certain things that is happening, I'm also cautious to not allow or to not encourage something that will make Dangote be a monster that will grow to be a monster that nobody cannot check, nobody cannot manage, including the government. So I am very circumspect and I'm watching everything. I'm watching the move everybody is making.
Mr. Daniel.
Yeah. So, okay, quickly, Daniel, to buttress your point, see the thing again. PENGASSAN has issued a communique to say they should not supply feedstock to
No. I will get there. I will get there.
Okay, and I thought you had done your submission. All right.
No. I'm not even done. It's because of easy. Yeah.
Earlier this morning, like people were the kind of phrases
being given to Dangote is just like someone said, if I can quote him verbatim, where he said that Dangote can never do any wrong. And I'm like,
Yes, yes.
how did he get there?
No,
How
no,
did like
you can't blame me. You see, you can't blame person that said that. Easy. You can't blame person that said that. Your government no fit build refinery. The one with them build self, you don't kaput again. You see, you see, that's why you see those things. Dangote understands these things and is playing it out. But the government and people that have insights, they are watching, and we have to be very careful so that we don't deify Dangote and make him a god, a demigod. Because when he has certain power, he go touch you. He go touch. Because when you look at Dangote himself and look at his ancestors, he's not a saint. He's not a saint. So don't let us come here and Dangote. Anything anybody says against Dangote, everybody. There are certain things that we need to carefully observe. Now, Dangote is now operating in the oil and gas industry. If there's something about oil and gas industry, they will tell you they are in the business of safety. They will tell you we are in the business of safety. Why? They will tell you that safety is the main thing. Every other thing is secondary because without safety, we can collapse. So they don't joke with safety. You see, if you enter some of their yards and some of all these things like this, some of all these people, they go give you go where? Because they take that safety as if it is a creed. In fact, it is a creed. So when I'm hearing certain things about Dangote refinery as regards to safety, and I can tell you for a fact, some of those things, some of those people are telling you is real. Because I've heard people that have come to my DM that have also said certain things like that, and they are actually on the side of Dangote. They are saying, "Oh boy, this thing are true." Now, in oil and gas industry that makes safety a creed, and basics like that are not well managed, it's a cause of concern for anybody. In fact, and this is another layer to this argument that we are not looking at. There are government agencies that are supposed to ensure that these things are in place. This one is not even PENGASSAN work. All these things, there are government agencies that will ensure that all these things, you must tick all these boxes. They come to monitor, they come to check. If people are complaining that Indians are coming to do the work of cleaner that Nigeria can do, all those things, there's national content something, the NCCMB, what they call them, that is their work. There are government agencies that are meant to check all these things. That this thing has been on for so long is a failure of government. PENGASSAN, they have branches in almost all the IOCs. Shell, Mobile, LNG, almost everywhere. And they have members. So if they are so bad, I don't think they'll be existing in all these places, and they'll have members that are part of them in all these places. And the reason why I'm highlighting that is that when you are looking at PENGASSAN, don't appraise them just from the eye of what is happening in Dangote. They cut across the industry. They are in all those IOCs, and when you see most of what they do there is about compensation, retirement benefits, and all those things. You see, if you have an association that is not doing its work, nobody will be part of you, because workers have the right to join or not to join. Employers do not have the right to say you cannot join. But I can also tell you, there are certain employers that don't want you to join. They will not write it down, they will not tell you. But you will understand that they frown against these things in this place. But in certain instances, these associations or these unions have prevailed over time. They've gone up, there's been a lot of back and forth where the management now sees that these people are part of us. They are boil in our armpit or our scrotum, anywhere you want to put it, that these people, they are mosquitoes that are perched in the particular place on our body. If you eat it anyhow, it is going to hurt you. So everybody, let us manage ourselves together. Dangote is emerging. And Dangote, as a private individual, the place that he is in the industry is a place that is unique. He is the only one that is managing as a private individual a refinery of that magnitude that the government has failed to manage the ones that are even smaller than that. Dangote is disrupting an industry, whether you like it or not. You are bringing a 20 billion naira refinery. You are going to end some people's business career. You are going to close down certain shops, whether I like it or not. That you now brought trucks or tankers to go retail. You are entering territories. And let me tell you, those people will not back down without giving a fight. If I was there too, I will fight. It is interest. So, if Dangote on his own is very apprehensive, there's a way he's seeing union or he's seeing juju, he's seeing ghosts and masquerades everywhere. If something happens, you cannot also blame Dangote because Dangote knows that people are after him. Can I rule out the fact that some people are not also trying to use PENGASSAN? I cannot rule it out because our labor unions have not shown themselves very, very neutral like that in the past. So we must look at both sides very, very well. But, like I tweeted, Dangote must thrive. And the right of workers in Dangote refinery must also thrive. Government must ensure that those things are both done. Now, and I will end with this. To PENGASSAN, if there's anybody that is in PENGASSAN that is hearing me here or any of their workers in Dangote, why is it that all these things about PPE, about all these things, we are hearing it on Spaces? How come PENGASSAN has not come out with a position to say this is what the workers are suffering? This is why they don't want these workers to join us. Why is PENGASSAN making this about, join PENGASSAN, not join PENGASSAN, and not about the interest and the rights of the workers that are in court have been violated in that place? We are hearing some of all these things on Spaces for the first time. PENGASSAN has not done anything. They've not issued any statement. PENGASSAN is doing like all the unions that we know where they want to flex muscle. I will show you, you will show me, Gidigbo me, Gidigbo you, I tackle you, I makataka me, and we scatter everything, yam pepper scatter. That is what PENGASSAN is making everything seem like. And let me tell you, if PENGASSAN goes that way, PENGASSAN will lose. And I will tell you why they will lose. Dangote, as of today, is the favorite of an average Nigerian because of what he has come to do today. Tomorrow he can change, but today, as I'm telling you, Dangote is Dangote is too big to fail with the role he's occupying even in our economy now. Dangote is somebody that government will protect. And that's why I say it's too big to fail. He's somebody that government will protect. You know why? When you look at our monetary policy and our trade balance, it's playing a role. Fiscal side, making fuel available, is playing a role. Any reasonable government will not fold his hands and just let you trample on somebody like that, whether I like it or not. Whether, if you like, be a worker from anywhere. America protected their car industry. Come and do anything. Politics will make benye. So, when PENGASSAN wants to fight, You must know all these things. You must put it in your back pocket and ensure that when you want to fight, people are seeing what you are actually fighting for. People will see that these people are actually fighting for workers' rights. And don't play into that narrative that you want to sabotage. And let me tell you, you're already playing into that narrative. Discussion is going on. You're already saying you want to go and shut down. Shut this down, shut that down. Now, let me tell you, as an average Nigerian, if you shut things down and I am queuing for fuel, I can never be happy with you. The bad PR that you have carried on your head, you are making it bigger by doing what you normally do. Block airports, block turbine, switch on natural grid, without looking at the broader picture. If it comes to this thing, and government steps in, Dangote will say, you see, I told you people they want to sabotage me. It is my enemies that are after me. And this so-called workers' rights that I am just hearing on the space, that is not part of the broader conversation. Nobody will hear it. It's just be Dangote and PENGASSAN, and PENGASSAN will appear as the villain, Dangote will appear as the hero, and war continue, and those workers will continue to suffer. So PENGASSAN should be more emotionally intelligent. They should be more socially intelligent. You see, what you can do is to embarrass Dangote with some of all these stories. So that people will say, hey, as big as this thing is this what is happening there? But you are not saying any of those things.
Mr.
You are saying you want to go and shut down gas.
Mr. Daniel, already it is even very embarrassing that people are saying that they don't have PPEs, they don't have anything safety, they don't have, even when they have issues with their health, they can't go to the hospital. You know, it's even embarrassing, which I feel that that is where PENGASSAN should even have even come out.
Unfortunately,
That was what I
honorable,
wanted, that was what my submission wanted to be based upon before I
you
was
see,
given. So I just had to just keep quiet,
honorable,
honestly.
unfortunately for them, we're only hearing those things on spaces.
Exactly. After
I've not
3
seen
years.
any, I've not seen any communique from PENGASSAN saying all these things. So it is we that we are privileged to hear them on spaces that we are knowing that they are even suffering. PENGASSAN is making this thing about unionization alone, that the right of people to join union or not join union. And that discussion is still going on. They're already issuing statements that go and shut down gas, go and shut down. So how will you now convince me that you're not a saboteur? Tell me, if I'm not on a space, if I'm just a normal Nigerian that has seen Dangote as my hero that is giving me fuel. Dangote, all Dangote needs to do is to remove 20 Naira again. 20 Naira on top fuel. Put it again. We are removing 20 Naira for you. Nigeria will say, if you do this PENGASSAN, you want to kill this man for us, we will kill you. We
Mr.
will kill
Daniel,
you before you kill
that
Dangote.
is where Mr. Daniel, that is where I have problem with, because I see it like we are just following that momentum of Dangote, the praises and all that. And we don't need to look at it from the
Easy, it
other
is
side. That
normal. Nobody is going to do this analysis
But
that we are doing on the space. Nobody is going to
no,
do it.
Mr. Daniel, do you know why I don't want us to reduce this thing to union? It's not just about union, and that's why a lot of them got a bit triggered with my line of questioning. Okay, because at the end of the day, if they make this thing, they know if they make it about unionization, they will not win it. And
But
forget
that is
that we
what
are
the broader
saying
conversation is about.
5% of them. Wait, Mr. Daniel, wait.
Mm.
That's why I kept asking. I'm telling you this, Mr. Daniel. Why are we saying 5% of them? Somebody said 80%, somebody said 90%, somebody said 95%. It is not about, and that's why I want you to have that conversation about what did their contract say? Were some
You
of
see,
them
no, you
employed,
see,
Mr. Daniel,
no,
wait, were some
no,
of
no,
them
no, you see.
employed to construct the refinery? And this is not about Dangote being the darling of Nigerians, or I'm talking
No,
this is the
But
position of the
Cicero,
Cicero,
it
we are
governor.
doesn't
not the
still
one that will say
matter
The
that.
if
contract,
Cicero,
their
we are not the
welfare is
one. You see,
not
we are not
being,
the one that will say
if
that.
their welfare is not
If
being
Dangote,
catered
eh,
wait,
for. I
wait,
feel
wait, 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 sorry.
why
If
did it
Dangote,
take this
if
long? That's the
no, you
question.
see,
And
wait, you
honorable,
see,
you
wait,
asked that question earlier from one of
no,
them. I think that's
Cicero,
why they started
wait,
getting triggered.
Cicero.
Oh, when
Cicero,
I
I heard you
joined.
also asking that.
Why
You see,
did
I
it
also
take
wait,
so long?
Cicero, I also heard you answering that question. Now, let me tell you, like I said, Dangote is a new player in that particular sector. A young graduates or people that are joining, when you are joining a company, the first thing on your mind is not to go and join union. Let us tell ourselves the truth. The only reason why all the IOCs is because they have those unions there. They have branches that have had 10 presidents, 15 presidents. So you know that as you are entering this place, this thing is already there. Now, let me also tell you, Dangote himself will not open his door to union to come to stroll in like that. Dangote will not allow it like that.
Mr. Daniel, hold on, hold on. I
Mr.
don't. When
Dan,
you say,
let me ask one question.
hold on, easy. Let me engage Mr. Daniel a bit. When you say the unions are already there, I mean, I hope you know that it's members of staff that are members of the union. So
Yes,
it's
but you
not as
must set
if
up a branch.
PENGASSAN. Hold on. No,
No, but you must
exactly
set
that
up a
branch.
branch in
Hold
the
on, Mr.
company.
Daniel. That branch will be members of staff. It's not going to be outsiders.
Set
It's
up
going to
by
be
the
people. Oh,
no,
Mr.
wait now.
Daniel, wait.
Wait,
It's going
no,
to be
wait. It
people
seems you don't
who work.
understand how this thing works. Let me tell you how it works. PENGASSAN is a national body. It's a
Exactly.
national body.
Mm-hmm.
PENGASSAN will set up a branch in collaboration with the
Made of
workers of that
who?
place.
Made up of exactly. Made up of the
Yes,
workers.
but it must come from outside with collaboration with the
So,
people
Mr.
there.
Daniel, Mr. Daniel, Big Four, they don't have right to join any community, union.
Who said that?
Big Four.
Who
No,
said
I'm
that?
asking. I'm asking.
No, we've been asking
No,
them
I'm
since
just.
now. We've been asking them here, and they've said nobody stopped them. Nobody
Nobody
stopped
will
them.
stop you. You see, nobody stops you. See, let me
There's
give
a
you an
body
example.
language.
Let me give an
Oh,
example.
oh
Don't you
dear
see,
Lord.
don't let us talk as if this thing is only in Nigeria. Amazon, it was just 2022 that they had their right to unionize. You see, these things, nobody will come and tell you that you don't join. But when you enter that place, you know that they are frowning at this thing inside this place. There are other companies in
I agree with
Nigeria.
you.
There are other companies in Nigeria. There are some factories, there are other companies in Nigeria where their staff too, where they do. It's because Dangote is big. That's why everybody's talking about it. You see, you will know when you are there.
Mr. Daniel, even in schools, they don't want the
Yes, now.
VC, many of them don't
So,
want.
so, so some of these things are
Sorry,
there.
I have an observation, Mr. Daniel. So maybe by the position they are being trained for, these guys are actually management trainee. Don't you think it is why they might not want them to join union?
No,
Because
But it's not
management
all
staffs
of
don't join
them.
union.
It's
no,
not
not
all
all
of.
of them.
It's
They are graduate trainees
everybody.
now. They are graduate. They are GTs now.
Okay.
They are GTs now. Are we saying that they are management staff? They are not
No,
management
no,
staff
no,
now.
no,
They
no.
are
You're not
So,
getting me,
so
Mr.
Mr.
Daniel.
I'm
Daniel,
going into a
All
meeting.
GTs are managed.
Oh, Prof. I don't want you. I don't want to
Mr.
use the name.
Daniel, can we say
Oh, okay, the news just catch up, please.
You never
Let's
catch me. I
stand.
just keep quiet.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, let's just hear Anticity go, but let's allow Mr. Daniel to wrap up. Then we'll allow
but
Anticity.
easy. I
Then
wanted to actually, actually ask a question because some of them also, aside from the PPEs, also they were also talking about their remuneration. Their salary, that they can't do anything, and these are things we need to also talk about honestly. If
That one is on
you see,
seriousness. That
no,
one
no,
is
you
on
see, that
seriousness.
one, when you collect a job and you sign, and that's your salary, it's your salary. Yeah, it's your salary. If you want to press for a better salary, PENGASSAN can help you come in and make the argument. Safety is basic. Safety, that this is what as you are working in a place, that one is basic. And like I said, for safety, I don't even know why it is PENGASSAN that is fighting for those things. There are government agencies that are supposed to ensure that when you set up a place, safety is abide as it's a responsibility. There are government agencies, there are all these people that do that. If you bring in workers as expatriates to be doing what Nigerians can do, there are agencies that also do that. But PENGASSAN can decide to come in and fight for those things. I agree. But when we look at the broader conversation, and I'm asking everybody here, if you were not on this space, will you know about PPE? Will you know about all these things? If you were just listening to what Dangote is saying, dude, it would be as if right to join union, right not to join union. That is what I'm saying. It is because we are here. That's why we are discussing PPP, the PPP, abi PDP, abi PPE, or whatever they are calling it. And if you look at that in the mainstream media, right, there's no way PENGASSAN will be fighting for right of unionization with Dangote and you will win public sentiment. Ojo, you can never win it. Because people will say that, what has the man done wrong? You want to come and sabotage the man. The next thing, you are coming to say you want to shut down something. So how can you convince people that you are not actually trying to sabotage? So if it is about workers' right, about safety, can you also put that in the conversation? That is why all this one about contract staff or no contract staff, if I don't have the details, if Dangote has not come to say it, I don't even want to make it complex. So let me just end because I've spoken for a very long time. But for me, PENGASSAN should get smarter. People don't like unions for very good reason. Dangote presently has public sentiment on his side for also very, very good reason. Don't go and be shouting as if you want to shut a $20 billion refinery down because workers did not join union or because of these things. Workers, if there are certain things that those workers have told us today, that if you write a statement on, if you go on TV talking here and there, people will say, so this is what PENGASSAN is actually fighting for. And gradually, you will have some sentiment on your side. You don't have any sentiment. Any union that I see today, I see them from the lenses of Joe Ajero, that man where they punch for face for Owori, where they go they block our airports. If I see any union today, what I see are the people that went to switch off national grid. That is what I'm saying. I am not saying PENGASSAN. I don't know all these things. And let me tell you, the government will also pander to the public sentiment when they look at certain things. So if you want to win this fight, you also have to be very, very smart. So let me leave it there. It's not about Gidigo. Thank you.
Let's
Madam
let's
Hello,
Titi.
can
just
you hear me?
Yes, Madam Titi, I think you're next.
Okay, this is the third time and hopefully the last I'll speak. When I came home earlier in this space, I was really going for Dangote and all. So now I will, after listening, there was one person that did not speak from a place of emotionalism. That's one of their staff, which actually said, look, a lot of people are doing propaganda, including the people that are going space by space complaining, and he will give you the full picture. And he's one of the people that was let go of. And what he did was to break down the structure. And for the first time, everything made sense. So, contracts is very important. What Dangote has done is that Dangote has played the labor law. And the only way it can be fought is through the way he broke the labor law. It's really sad and disheartening to hear that um, things are not being provided. It shows the general rot in not just in the oil and gas industry, but in the total Nigerian space, where even when you see people that are working in construction sites, you see them carrying all their concrete and everything, nothing else, and they're climbing up to different floors. So this is a huge failing on the sectors that are supposed to monitor these things, because Nigerians' lives are being endangered. And the reason, from everything I'm hearing now, when they keep on saying the expatriates, the reason why the expatriates are giving all these things is that they come in with such contracts. And if you see expatriate contracts, they will tell you that the law that prevails is the law of England, blah, 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 not Nigeria. So that company can be sued internationally. And if they can be sued internationally, the damages they would pay and the repercussions are so huge to them that they would actually do everything for that expatriate staff, which is why one of the things I first said is our labor laws are weak and our unions have not come together to actually change our laws in so long, and the Nigerian workers suffer for it. So no matter how you try to strike against this expatriate staff, they are covered by law. And it is only by law that you can prevail. So instead of using it to slap Dangote in the face, we should use it to slap the federal government in the face and put up bills that will change and protect Nigerian workers, because we're not protected enough. And there are agencies that should be asked questions, and the workers themselves can actually sue those agencies on why, because what you must see is you must see the audit trail. Those agencies must have gone to go and supervise this place and given them a clearance. How was that clearance given? Sorry, I'm telling you how to go. How was that clearance given? Who gave it? And I'm hearing that people have evidence. If you have your evidence, you take it to industrial court and you sue for damages and you get the federal government to pay you, because they must explain and they will retrieve their money from Dangote. Those are those for that thing, because it is really, and it should not even be allowed to continue. But I will now go to the case of law. If you look at the contractual terms, if you look at the contractual terms of how the company was set up, right? And when you heard what the guy said when he came here, the structure, there is a Dangote oil refinery company. That is the company that legally owns the refinery, holds all the licenses, and raised all the financing. Its core staff are the core staff of Dangote Limited. Dangote Industry Limited are the core staff of these oil companies. They are permanent staff. Now, it had another company, Dangote Petroleum Refining Project, DPRP. It was a project company that was created to manage the engineering, the procurement, and the construction contracts. That's the EPC. Then there were contractors, which included EIL, Saipem, all those other Chinese companies, and Avon. DPRP, on the books of the contractual documents, was a temporary organization whose mandate was supposed to finish after the commissioning and operations were transited to DORC. That is the company that owns the refinery. However, the workforce of D actually taking the management from the group entity, which is DIL. Now, under casualization law, what has happened is that they had said we are training, and they've been downsizing on DRPR as time has gone by, but they've also been recruiting. And where these mistakes have been made is that because a number of those staff have been there for 5 to 7 years, as against the industry standard, which was taken to court, and there's a Supreme Court ruling on it, including the oil companies and the banks, that there must not be casualization or contractual of any company or SPV for more than 3 years. Once you've kept it for more than 3 years, the people are expected to become permanent staff. The lacuna in this law is that DRPR is a project, not a company. It is an SPV. It is not a registered like entity. So that is where the thing. So basically, they were working for an outsourced company, project company. However, given that Dangote, there is nothing in doubt that Dangote has stake in this project, they should go to industrial court. It will not affect the new people. Anybody below 2 years, sorry, unfortunately, this will not be for you. But anybody above, because there was an indication and an industry secret that because they are training, they will be moved to the main company. And a thinking that you'll be moved is not a certainty that you will be moved. Therefore, because what they did is they took in young people that were not knowledgeable about the industrial law. He played a game. He is not innocent. He's not innocent. He played a game, but he did it in a legal way in which a lot of Nigerian companies go through, and which our labor laws do
No, but
not protect us from,
Auntie Titi, I
unfortunately.
bet you disagree that our labor law do not protect us. So our
They
labor
do
law
not
do protect
protect
us,
us.
because if you check the case of Uzo and Blue Arrow, if you check that case, if you check that, that was even a private firm
Was
also.
Blue
If they
Arrow
were
a
taken
legal
to the
entity or
they
a
were taken
project
to the
organ?
National
You are not
Industrial
listening.
Court also. Do you get?
Sorry, maybe you
Okay.
explain. A project company is a temporary set up by law is an escrow
Titi,
company.
let
It
me
is
let
a
me help you.
safe house
Titi, let me
company.
help you.
So,
If
Maybe I should finish.
please, I don't want her to take that longer time because we have a whole lot of people that have not speak, people like Common Niger and some other few speakers that I want them to go. So let's just allow and
Sorry, I have a wedding. Now they must
yeah, that's a double mute. That's a double mute.
go back to
Niger,
their contract. Please,
yeah,
I'm
Mrs.
actually
Titi
dressed
Layo,
for a
Mrs.
wedding.
I just hold that because I want us
There's
to
a
I
lot
be
of
want to
ignorance
advise
that
you
is
on the way
spilling here.
forward, honestly.
There's a lot of
yeah, yeah,
ignorance
yeah.
that is
I want
spilling, and we need to
I
ask
want
some
to
questions.
advise you on the way.
Hold on,
Niger
Niger
business, please
business. You,
hold on. Hold on. Request, but I don't know what happened. Why you dropped, please. Just hold
well,
on. Once she's done,
Don't say
Hello.
ignorance. If you want
I
to
think
correct people, don't say
of the things
ignorance.
that
But
the
Just
guy said,
correct.
why
if
are
Make
I
you
people know.
listened to their
allowing?
colleague,
Why are
One
you?
after the other.
I listened to their colleague
Uh-uh.
before I went to go and do more research. Honestly, Cicero and all this, we were here when their colleague came, the colleague, and he was fired. And
so
I'm not here to blame you. I'm here to say that this is the way you can move, and Dangote has done you wrong. Please don't think that earlier on, this was my position that go to this. Now, I want to advise you by the law on the way to go forward. Not that I'm blaming you. I hope you understand, please. I have gone through it and seen where the lacunas are and where you have a breathing space. So please just try and listen. You must go back to your contract. If it says renewable every year, it is an issue. Now, but if they kept you for more than 3 years and you take them to court, they might not be able to absorb you in, but they will pay you damned well. That is number one. Compensation, different things they will pay you, it will be hefty. If you are less than those number of years, what you can pull is the PPE. You will go to court, you will sue the government, you go to industrial court, you will put your health first, you will get your evidence, you will tender it, and they will pay you down here everything you deserve. That is the fighting way. But if you say unionization, no unionization, and the reason, after reading, I've seen the reasons why the union were pushing to come in. The unions were pushing to come in to defend this nonsense that was done to you. Honestly, that was why they were insisting quickly to join, because it is obvious that people have heard that they were winding down and on the commissioning of that
Thank
project
you.
company. So it was really urgent for them to quickly join. And Dangote, seeing the writing on the wall, read it as sabotage, which it would have been since you did not unionize earlier. It means that
Thank
people are telling you what
you.
to do. Wound down the company immediately, which was his right. You cannot fight this the way you are
Ah,
fighting by
so,
picketing. You should gather your money and go
so,
to court. Thank you.
thank you, Madam Titi.
so
Thank you
that makes
so
sense.
much for. Okay, go on, easy.
No, there. Hello, right.
I mean, at the
Please,
end of the day,
my network is kind of bad, so I don't know if I can speak quickly and
okay,
so
but
that I can.
you will not see, Niger, please, we all
Mm.
understand. If you're a Dangote staff, we all understand the
Would ask
position you are
permission from
in
Common
right now.
Niger.
Okay, you want Omar Niger to
Yes,
go first? No, no, but
I understand.
his network
My
is bad.
network
So
is very
please
bad.
just,
I've been coming and
yeah,
off.
just say what
Okay,
you have to
so
say. Nobody
I'm
is
not. First
against
of
you
all,
here. Hold
I
on, no,
understand
nobody
everything.
is fighting against you. So don't say somebody is ignorant. As in, please,
Mm.
nobody has
Yeah,
insulted
no
you. So
issue.
please
I'm going
don't
to.
insult anybody.
Okay, no
Yeah,
issue.
please.
I understand.
Thank you.
First of all, I appreciate everyone that has spoken well, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm not going to be saying a lot, but first, I'm not a Dangote staff, neither am I a DPRP staff. But I have a lot of facts and a lot of people around me who have worked there, a lot of them. And why I said the word ignorance, I'm sorry I used that word, is because I hate it when people speak like they know what they are saying. So it's really, it's one thing to say, okay, I don't know, and another thing to say, oh, I know. And what you're actually saying you know is maybe paid. Somebody paid you to say that. And you can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Sorry, who muted?
I don't
I
know
don't
who
even know.
muted.
No, sorry,
So
carry
I don't
on.
know.
Niger business, carry on.
okay. So it's like somebody paid, to say some things that are not right. That is really, really provocating, and
I
even as a
mean,
normal
how do
Nigerian.
you know somebody? Wait.
Mm.
Somebody paid. I mean,
No, I'm not.
what do you mean
Listen,
by?
listen. Let me come back with my statement again. I said when somebody is speaking
Mm.
like he knows what he's saying, and what he's actually saying is a total lie. It means, or it depicts like as if that person is paid to say that thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Good. So
But Niger business, you
yeah,
can also be
yeah.
wrong. That is one of the reasons
Let
why
him land. I
Shebi
think
you
he's
want
That
going
to
let me
talk.
somewhere.
let me
Shebi
let me
you want.
land, sir. Let me land, sir.
Please let him
Please,
speak. Yeah,
please.
thank you.
Okay. Some things have been made obvious via this space. First of all, the sacked engineers did not sabotage anything. They did not spoil any equipment. It has been made clear via this space that they did not spoil any equipment. They did not make any move to sell any idea to any company. They did not make any move to cause any fire incidents. There have not been any move for any engineer that I know of that on the public space, even in this space, that have said that, oh, this is what happened. Nobody has even said it. The word sabotage has constantly been used without precision. Another thing has been.
Okay, so I muted you, and the only time, please, and I want you to listen. So the last speaker that referred to the act of sabotage did not talk about equipment, did not talk about machinery. I believe the person explained what they meant, the context of what they meant by saying they sense sabotage. So I don't think it's nice of you to want to construe it as meaning. Oh, dear.
but I feel like also before Niger business will go, that he's not being honest um with the fact that maybe he works there. He's speaking as okay, I don't work with Dangote, because if you want to make opinion, you not don't say that
So
people lied or
categorical, yeah.
so I don't it doesn't sit well with me honestly,
But can I chip
because
I
you
in
are
mean,
also
something
speaking
before
it
for
you
doesn't
carry
even
on?
matter.
But can I
I
chip in
think what
something?
see,
Can I?
also, honorable, let me quickly say this. I think we need to we need to listen to ourselves, honestly. We need to listen very, very well. Some of us, we hold biases. Some of us, we don't want to, some of us are emotional at this point, and some of us are confused. Well, unfortunately, the people who are emotional have, turned all of us that are confused to enemies. All right. And, I've heard somebody is paid, somebody is doing it. So, let me just say this before Honorable goes on. Niger business, I think you should just try and be objective. If you don't work there, I don't even know why you're this upset, honestly. But try and be
that is
objective
just
and
my own concern.
pay attention to what's being said. And also, if you're not working there, if you didn't work there, I don't think we should give you that opportunity then, because I think Easy was just allowing people who have worked there to speak kind of like. So if you didn't work there, I think you should wait your turn, to be honest.
And
Oh,
Sister,
hello, sorry,
Yeah,
can
Niger
I
because
business
come
I
is
in?
can
here.
sense,
I work there.
yeah, hold on, lovely. Yeah, you work there.
Hold on. Niger
Please,
business,
can
you
I
are talking
speak,
like,
please?
hold on
Please,
now.
can I speak?
Who is there?
Oh dear.
Hold on. You are speaking like you work there, but like I don't know how you tend to like make your submission, but it is obvious that you kind of maybe work there. You don't want to speak out that okay, I work there, but you are trying to use it like okay, I have friends that work there. So it shows that you are not honestly
No,
being
no,
honest.
easy. Let me just say something. If he has started speaking, can we allow him
That is
speak
what I
and
want to
correct things
say. They
later?
should let us.
Absolutely.
Oh, Otisumi
I
Absolutely.
spoke
Jare.
for a
Ah,
very long time. Nobody interjected me, so that it won't be as if this space is
Mr.
set up in
Daniel,
a particular
you
way.
did not accuse any one of us of being paid here now. You did not
But
accuse
the
Mr.
thing
anyone of
is
doing
Cicero,
that
me, I
this
anything
still
to
feel
correction,
that at the
see,
end of
this
his
correction can be
submission,
made.
everything will
Yes,
be
you can now come
corrected.
and say this thing that you said is
Ah,
wrong.
Okay.
Yes,
because
Yeah.
so that it
already
won't be as
it's
if
looking as if that
Ada
there
Okay.
is
input.
a
That's
gang
all
Ada
up
right.
or
input. He has
something.
a
Let
point.
let
Ada
them
input.
Ugo, please hold
He has a
on.
point. Let him speak.
Okay,
Ugo,
that's
please
all right.
hold on. Ugo, please hold on. Please, that is just what I wanted to point out. Let him speak. Then after his submission, whoever wants to correct out of the host, the co-host, and people listening, they can actually do that.
Atigbo. Let him speak. There's no
Okay,
problem with that now.
okay. Sorry for using those words if I had used it. I'm so sorry. My question goes to I want this can we make this a debate so it will be more objective and understanding? It's just a question. I don't have to answer or give too much explanation. When did the Dangote refinery start production? My question particularly is to Mr. Ayo and Mr. Cicero. Do I have the permission to do that? Hello, sir. Hello. Do I have the permission to do that?
just go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay, when did the Dangote, what do you think the Dangote refinery started production?
No, no, just go ahead. You don't ask me. You don't ask
No,
me when I thought
there's a reason I'm
you
asking
started
because
production.
the reason I'm asking is because I've listened to you and you said that they needed to do some stability.
Need to do some what? That's why I say if you talk.
Yes,
So
because
whatever
it
you
seems you
attribute
know
to
a
me,
lot, you understand.
hold on. If I
I'm
say if
not
you attribute
attributing
it to
anything
me,
to you, sir.
hold on. It's not
It's what you
quarrel.
said.
Hold on.
Mm,
I think you guys always come with a debate as if you're quarreling with the person. I said go on. So in the
mm,
part of your conversation that you attribute to me, I will respond, to it. So
mm.
don't ask me when I
Okay.
think. So Dangote project, I was there from groundbreaking, from fertilizer
Mm,
all the way, and I'm still there till now to tomorrow.
mm,
I've said it tomorrow. So you don't ask me obvious
mm.
questions. So whatever you say, and I'm not against you
Yeah,
guys, all for. I'm just trying
nobody,
to say, look,
sir,
hold
you
on,
said
Niger Button. I want to create a level playing ground. So if you create your submission, when you guys came and said PP, did I come and support and say it's a favorable environment and PP? Where you are correct, I'll say this is okay, you're correct. Where the things need clarity, I'll say, oh, this is where the management is thinking. I'll come with that correction and all of that, at least from what I know. So that's why I say make your submission. Where I need to come in, if you think, where I think you're correct. I always admit when if things are not the way they seem from my point of view. So it's not a quarrel. Just go on and make your submission.
okay. So I'm going to correct a lot of things here. So first of all, the Dangote project is not in project. The Dangote refinery is not in project phase. Did you get that? It is not in a project phase. They are not constructing anything now, and I'm sure Mr. Ayo know of that. One, two. The company is very much stable, and it has started making a large extreme volume of revenue. Mr. Ayo did not point that out. Also, the company has started running far beyond the time that Mr. Ayo stated. Okay? And the union sacking happened, this thing of sacking people that wants to join union, it has always been happening in other SBUs of the Dangote group. Refinery is not the first. If you bring out an investigative journalism into this thing, they will tell you, go to cement, go to senior truck. They will tell you it has been happening. Mr. Ayo said that foreigners come with their package, blah, 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 blah. I want to ask, is vulcanizers also part of the package? Or people holding spanner and tools, are they also part of the package? Mr. Ayo, I want to ask that does it take somebody to be that profitable to provide boots for workers, or do you think it is a matter of character an individual on an individual other than a matter of profit making? People say union is coming to sabotage Dangote refinery, People are mentioning Shell, Chevron, that PENGASSAN has no sabotage. I want to ask, is Dangote the only Nigerian private-owned refinery or the only private-owned refinery in Nigeria? There are several private refineries in Nigeria that are owned, that are
Sorry, is it just me? I can't hear
have you ever
Moses.
had that they stopped production one day because one union or another union say block gates, close? Let's listen together. Has the union ever met with Dangote to say, these your workers that are here, it's good that they have started production, now that you have started production for a long time. Can we talk about union? Joining union. Mr. Ayo, did you know the procedure and process at which PENGASSAN have to take before they can even enter into your company? When I mean enter, I'm talking about the national PENGASSAN executives or so. Before they can enter into your company, do you know the process and procedure it will take? These are questions I want us to answer. Because when we're talking about sabotage, sometimes we just feel like, oh, 1 minute, the workers or the national executive of PENGASSAN will just walk into any establishment and say, oh, please, workers, drop your tools and go home. It doesn't happen that way. So the idea of sabotage only peculiar to Dangote because of the scale of refinery that he has built, or because it is his own personality, his own personal nature, not to allow unionism, even in all other SBUs that he has. Now, Mr. Everybody, from all these questions I have asked, please answer yourself. There is nobody that has been sacked by the Dangote refinery that is under project. Nobody. Don't let anybody in this Twitter space deceive you. Nobody. All of them, they were given full-time contracts. The people that I think that were actually giving projects contracts, whose contract has even expired beyond measure, are the Indians. There are a lot of things I've listened to this space for money that I've gathered research from that is very, very clear from. Because one guy came, he was giving the statistics of the number of Indians. You know, we have a lot of jobless technicians, people that went to OND and HND to do mechanic work that are jobless in Nigeria. In short, as a matter of fact, Dangote does not have those people in the place in this refinery, from what that guy has said. But what we are seeing now is that people in this Twitter space are misleading others by saying that the refinery, they come with their own package and all of that. That is not true. Do you know the salary remuneration that they give to Indians that are not educated, that don't go to school? From what that guy has said, ask these questions and answer them. You have worked there before. Mr. Ayo specifically, you have worked there before and you said you will continue to work there. So I don't have any issue with you to be fighting with you and arguing with you about. But just to be open-minded, but from what it seems, all you have been saying is practically biased and untrue, because the facts that are before the public now says otherwise. I rest my case.
So thank you very much,
Please, can I
Naija. Oh, hold
contribute?
on, please.
If
So thank you very
can,
much,
can I
Naija.
contribute,
Ugo,
please?
Thank you
hold
very much.
on.
Who is that
Ugo,
now?
hold on. Let Ayo Moses, let him, let him have his submission because his name was called. Then we will go back to the line. Okay? Yeah.
Thank, thank you very much. Thank you, Naija Boss. So you see, so I think this was the point Cicero was trying to make when she said, people should try and listen, before making their conversation. So nothing you have accused me of here that I said. I was, for all the things you said, I was on that your side for all the things you said. When I opened my submission, I could never have said that the refinery is in project. How can I say it's in project when I was part of, construction all the way to, commissioning, all the way to when they started the production in December, I think December 2023. I was there when they switched on the flame and all of that. So I wouldn't come and be a part of the people to say it's in project because that is one. Two, when I opened my statement, I concur with everybody. I even came and I explained your positions as people, as engineers that were talking about PPE in the environment. I was the one that called the refinery environment a flammable environment. Therefore, you don't have to be like in the like a CGU or an EFCC before you can wear your PPE. That even just being within that environment, you must wear your PPE. I said this when paying attention, right? For all the things you accuse me of, I also spoke about your safety and all of that, and also compared Dangote to Shell to say sometimes when I come into your environment, I look at the way you guys are, and I try to look at when I go to LNG and the way they are dressed and the way they're comfortable. Even somebody entered my DM to say, why am I even comparing Dangote to Shell? Shell is bigger because I made that comparison to say that I believe that you guys should be paid, should be paid something almost equal, or at least you should look good. I said all of that. You weren't paying attention. But I was also saying that I also understand from management point of view what the objectives are and what the greater issues are beyond what your agitations are. And I also said that you guys might just be collateral in the bigger battle, of what is going on between clandestine and sabotage warfare. Not sabotage of you guys sabotaging Dangote, but a greater battle, a greater picture of clandestine and sabotage warfare going on within Dangote and the people on the other side. So if you are paying attention, you will hear all of these things I'm saying. But because you already have a mindset and you feel bad already and you feel people in this space are against you, that is why you came and made that submission. Again, like I said, people that own these platforms don't owe you to give you their platforms for you to, promote your agitations. It is you that will come and convince people to say, these are the challenges. Okay, this is what operates in this environment. These are the contracts I have with our staff and all that. At least I was the one that even said that we shouldn't talk about your package because for the people that spoke, once you tell me you're an SRE or control room and all that, I know you're not under any casualization code. I know that. I said that here, you were not paying attention. So you will go to platform to, because you don't have one. You are beginning to speak out on your challenges, and why you feel you were, laid off. So you go to all these platforms, you have to be patient enough to explain to people to understand where you're coming from. Otherwise, it just sounds like you are just sensationalizing, your situation so that you can win sympathy. These people don't understand refinery environment. They don't know how refinery works. Some of them may never ever go to a refinery in their lifetime. You have to be patient to explain things to people, and so that you can carry them along to paint a picture of what it's like working in those environments, so that they can have an idea of where you're coming from. And that's what I said right from the beginning. So I don't know why you feel that I attacked you or I said all these things, that you thought I said, which I did not say. So please, Nanja Bossing, we're all on the same side here, whether it's for Dangote or for you guys. People that don't know want a clearer picture, so that they can make an informed opinion. It is you that will be patient enough to take that time out to explain it out to them so that they can get that picture. I hope you understand.
Yeah, I think he has dropped. Thank you, Mr. Ayo Moses, for the insights. I don't know if he's still on the space, but I hope he's here to listen to that. So would take
Please, can I speak? It's important. It's
okay.
important.
Oh, you
Please.
met
Yeah,
people
yeah.
on the
Please. Yes.
space now.
No, no,
People
no, no,
raising
no.
up
He
their
was
hand
speaking.
before you came up.
Oh,
It will
hold
help.
on
It will help to
now.
clarify some points. Please, it will help everybody. Please, just listen first.
Okay, you just hold on. It will help everybody. Just hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. Would take you. It's supposed to be your Naija that is supposed to go. I don't know if you speak earlier before the network yankee or, but if you want to correct any narrative, maybe we would allow you go after that. Okay, but Naija.
Uh, okay, thank you very much, Easy. Easy, God bless you. And see me, Honorable, and see Mrs. Harry, I greet you now. I greet everybody in the house, Uncle
Naija,
Daniel.
I beg, no vex. So sorry, Omonaja. So
Yes, sir.
please, what people are, I would appreciate if they can also support by joining the Nigerian newspaper stars, follow the host, the co-host, and just for many of these conversations that would come, that would always have like this. So would appreciate that. So Omonaja, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so make una join our community. It is a community for all of us. Uh, I don't know, is anybody an employee of the company still on the speaker section? Because me, I did not really come up with a question.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. I came up with multiple questions. I didn't really come with a submission. I've been waiting just so that I can try and get some perspective. Um, is it all the engineers working within the refinery that were sacked, or like a specific unit or department, or like, or it was random, like half of them, or like what was it?
Let me respond. Let me let me respond to that so that you have a very good
No,
stand
I think
to
Uncle
speak.
Lovely was the one that said, or do you work in the refinery as well?
Hello, can I go? Yes.
Yeah, if Uncle Lovely works in the refinery, let's hear the answer from him. I don't know, Uncle Go, if you work in the refinery as well, then yeah, I can take your answer as well.
Yeah, Okay, can I? Yeah, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Let's hear Uncle Lovely first, then we'll hear your own too, Uncle Go.
Yeah, I think I work there, so I'm part of the people being laid off. So, but most of the people you've been dealing with, most of them are new. Yeah, I've been there long enough to know, and most of them, even people on this space, are talking about things they don't fully understand. So for the refinery, we have different companies there. So all the people that are laid off, majority of them are engineers. There are some lab guys too. Now, how the refinery runs, there is a fertilizer site and it has a different company, Dangote Fertilizer Limited. It was incorporated around 2010. That was the first company. Then there is DORC, Dangote Oil Refinery Company Limited. That is the refinery. So those were the two companies before. I think there was a time, sometimes in 2017, there were some issues. There were rumors that the issues were around unionization, and so as a way of the company just trying to, because they have a lot of tactics, they created Dangote Project Limited in 2017. There were already people on site, so most of the staff around there were moved to Dangote Project Limited. And then from then on, their excuse has always been it is a project. So sometimes around 2019, towards the end of 2019, fertilizer was to come on stream. So they started employing people, like people in sales, people in marketing. So they started putting people back as the company, started pulling some people that are on projects back to fertilizer, and then some people back to the refinery. Now the refinery name change sometimes around 2020 from Dangote Oil Refinery Company Limited to DPRP, which is Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical, FCE. So people should not get things confused. So after then,
Okay. So Uncle Lovely, you've not yet answered my question. My
so
question is,
now
the engineers that were laid off,
I will get
were
to your
they all
question
in
now.
a single department?
Someone and guys building it up
Not
to answer your
not in a
question.
single not in a single department.
Allow him now. Allow people
The
talk. He will get
the
there. Allow him
engineers
to talk.
the engineers laid off. They were not only engineers. That's what there were QC, QA people. There were people in product gantry and loading, but majority, let's say like 80 something percent, are engineers. So now a lady that came on, I think Titila Lokwe, was saying DPRP is Dangote project. It is wrong. The only project company there is Dangote Project Limited. Dangote, whether you call it DORC or DPRP, just take it as Dangote refinery. So now you have when we came in, we're like the first set of people that came in. So the company has a way of just misrepresenting facts. What they told us then was that they decided to be taking people as graduate trainee because the Nigerian workforce is bastardized. They don't want all those people that are working in Nigerian oil company, they are corrupt, they are this, they don't like to work, they don't blah, 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 blah. They want to train people in the Dangote way and don't bother about payment, don't bother about whatever. So, and people laid off are not on contract. Let's get that fact. Most of them came in 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Some have even spent 9 years. So, and most of them, when they came in, before the company spent a dime in training them, they signed a bond, 5 years bond. So they are not on contract. It was a permanent employment, and they are Dangote refinery staff. So what happened was everybody know there is no official communication that Dangote is against union, that he doesn't want union. But everybody knows from their body language and from other SBUs. Once they see people trying to come together to demand for things, they will accuse them of unionization. Before you know, technically, they will be laying them off one by one. So that's why most people don't bother to join. So I think what people will ask is what changed. So before they will tell you, I don't care about things will get better, things will get, that's the same story for the past 9 years, 8 years, whatever. Keep faith with the company. Now they have not started production. Then people will raise their hope up. Okay, when we start, when we commission, we do this. See, people work with all their hearts to deliver the project, thinking that, okay, when they started producing, things will change, condition of work will change. And most people are part of people that advise people that whatever, if you cannot manage, just get out. But how many people can just leave? So people have spent most part of their life laboring, toiling for this company. So at the end of the day, production started. Nothing changed. In fact, if not for anything, it's getting worse. So at the end of the day, people have met with management so many times, but the body language is the same. They don't even listen to what you want to say. Before the meeting, they will just tell you, just get this thing off your mind, this one, and the ones they can lie about. So how can people believe that you work in Dangote oil refinery, which is oil and gas, you don't even have HMO, which is the basic thing. If you have family, your family falls sick, you can only attend one company, one hospital, which is owned by an Indian. They just rented a flat around Aoyaya. That's the only place you can go. Majority of people came from the north, from the east, from the south. Even most of the staff cannot even rent house. So they will just beg maybe their old colleagues to accommodate them. You have people, 4 or 5 people renting a house. I think the new wave of people that came, most of them did not know what they were getting into because most of them came around the commissioning time. And then there are accommodations inside the site. We have 22K, which was for the contractors, onshore, oil, most of the Indian contractors, Sinoma, 67, and likes of them. So then they rushed. There is one accommodation they call 10K. They rush it to put the Nigerian engineers, most of the people that have been laid off now. before commissioning, because they know if you work in the refinery, you work 12 hours. You have to get to work latest 30 minutes before resumption. You work 7 to 7. It is not an option. If you are an operator, you are an engineer, you work on site, they won't even give you that option. So you work 7 to 7, whether you are on day or night. And everybody that is familiar with oil and gas knows that for people that work 12 hours, the number of days you work is the exact number of days you will get off. People that are familiar with oil and gas. If you work 1 month in, 12 hours, you get 1 month off. If you want to work 1 week in, you get 1 week off. If you work 4 days in, you get 4 days off. But here people work, some people work 4 days in, 2 days off. Some people work 6 days in, 3 days off. Those are the two shift patterns that we have here. You have to work 7 to 7. And for you to get to work, the whole place around the refinery, the Akodo, the Dasho, the Okunraye, they don't have lights. You cannot even see a decent house there. Most of the houses there don't even have toilets. So if you have any form of human decency, you have to stay far from the refinery, maybe from
Okay.
Eleko to
Uncle
Awoyaya.
Lovely,
Now,
I don't mean to interrupt, but I
so
have my own questions that I came and I've waited so long. I want to
yeah,
ask them. I know
you
you
can ask
also have
whatever.
your stuff that you want to say.
So
I'm just going to,
you can ask
yeah,
whatever you want to ask.
okay,
Yeah,
good.
I'll answer you.
So the people who, like, obviously from what we've been hearing, some people agreed to join a union recently from among the Dangote refinery staff. Was it everybody who joined the union that was affected by this layoff?
Um, that's not a very easy question to answer, but let me just try to answer it the best way I can. Now, when people started showing their interest to join the union, when they know that there is nothing, these people don't rate us. So that was why, because the first question people should ask is, why will a union come and almost 90% of the staff will want to join? Because that is the only voice people think they have. So then people that join union, the company has, just as I've explained, everybody, almost everybody around all the 3 companies that exist around that place, the fertilizer, the refinery, and the project, almost everybody indicated intention to join. But the core of the people that joined are the people that operate the plant, the engineer, the QA, QC, and the people in gantry, which are the bulk of the refinery staff. So when PENGASSAN wrote them to notify them that we have this your set of workers that joined. So they saw the list, they got the idea. They know that it is only the engineers that normally complain because they face most of the hazard. So that was why the company printed all the list of the staff under refinery. They gave it to the HR to go into site because they didn't believe, to confirm. And they were shocked because people were willingly saying yes, I joined voluntarily, yes, 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 yes. I think when they did that survey and saw that more than 90% of the Dangote refinery staff, the engineers and the QA, QC guys, have already shown their intention to join PENGASSAN. So that same day, right there, within 2 hours, they sent a mail the same day. They first prevented people on night shift from getting access to the facility. They said they should go back home. Then around 9:50 something PM, because I was already asleep. So the following day I saw the mail. They didn't even bother to send individual mail because they saw there's no point when 90 something percent of people have shown interest to join. So they sent mail. The mail was directed to all staff. There's a mailing list for all the Dangote refinery staff. They just send the mail out to all staff. They didn't even personalize it. So you will have seen a copy of the mail online. So it's not an issue of whether they sack all Dangote refinery engineers and some QA QC guys, the people that are direct staff of Dangote refinery that has business with operating the plant. So the only people left there now, although they
Oh,
didn't touch
okay.
fertilizer
Okay,
people, the only
sorry.
people left there now are the project people, because they know they have excuse against those ones, because you are projects, they will tell you are not oil and gas, so you don't have any
Oh,
business
okay.
with
Okay.
PENGASSAN.
So they sacked everybody, like all the engineers. It's not like some are still left that are
Yes,
under that particular company.
Dangote refinery.
Okay, okay. I'm understanding now. So, okay, so okay. It makes sense. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear Prof.
Yeah, thank you. So let me also reiterate what some people had said, that as an employer, you have
So I
the
wanted
right
to
to hire and sack.
Prof,
Yes, I
Prof,
believe.
Prof,
Yeah.
Prof, are you please let me hear Ugo. He said he wants to correct
Okay.
something you
Okay.
mentioned.
Yeah, you go. No problem. I'll go.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. Please, in line with what Lovely 01 has said, I want to correct an impression that what Titi, one lady about that spoke a few before two persons spoke, Titi Lai, I don't know her full name, said was entirely wrong, and it is very, very sad. If you don't know how the company is structured, why not ask questions? Even if you were, I don't want to go the other way, but you ask questions so you can get clarified. Now, Dangote is a big brand. Dangote is a big brand that has a lot of subsidiaries. And so every subsidiary of Dangote belongs to the mother company called DIL, Dangote Industries Limited. So under Dangote Industries Limited, you have Dangote Sinotruck, you have Dangote Sugar, you have Dangote Cement, you have Dangote Agrosac, you have now Dangote Fertilizers Limited, and you have Dangote now Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals FZE Free Zone Enterprise, which is a new name that is now taking the place of DORC, as I has mentioned. So it is not true for her to say that it is only those that are in Dangote Industries Limited that they are direct staff of Dangote. No, she's printing it wrongly. Every other staff belonging to these subsidiaries I have mentioned to you are direct staff of Dangote, not contractual. It is only those that are in Dangote Project Limited, DPL, that are project staff. Why are they project staff? Because Dangote is establishing some projects around the four corners of Nigeria and beyond. So you can easily move them from refinery to Ogun State, move them from Ogun State to Senegal. So those are project staff, permanently on project staff. And those ones, because they are not in the oil and gas industry as per se, although they are presently resident in the refinery because of some ongoing projects, they are not almost 100% eligible to join PENGASSAN. So that was why the target is for the legal staff of Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited that have all the right to join PENGASSAN were targeted. So she painted it as if those that joined the PENGASSAN are under contract. And it was when they saw that the contract was about to expire that they all joined into PENGASSAN so that they can get protected. You can see the narrative a human being is painting. So we are lucky that some of us are in this platform to make this clarification. Else, the entire 200 and something presidency will go with a different perception. So that is very, very wrong of a human being to say something he or she is not sure of. So exactly how Lovely has described what happened is exactly. So when the verification was ongoing and they discovered that majority 9% had not gone further because once you remember PENGASSAN, it will be very difficult. It might take up a week. So let us ask everybody. Let
Please, this
them
is
just go.
fantastic.
Since we
Cicero,
cannot
you
even
were here.
if it is
Cicero,
two
you were
persons
here when their
so far
colleague.
that
Their
is not a member
colleague
of PENGASSAN. So
came and
that is why
said
the
it.
mail was directed to all staff. Let them thank you.
Okay.
Please, two people have called my name. Let me just answer the query. Number one, I did not think up the names. Your colleague, this somebody they sacked, came here and listed all those names for me. I didn't know them before. I did not call subsidiary before. I did not know anything about the breakdown before. I took those names and went to go and read. God gave me brain. For the person that said that there's nothing like something projects, easy, please. There's an article from the NGX. That's the people that used to list people, list shareholdings with the breakdown of all the subsidiaries, other refinery, everything they go to. I posted it on the timeline. God knows that there's documents out there, and I thank God. Number two, this person that said that me, I came here to come and lie, something. It was your colleague. You're not even there. You are speaking on behalf of people that came here and said it was one set of people that were fired. All the people in that place. And I went to research the name. Don't put Titi's name in your mouth as the person you'll be going from space to space to space to talk about. And what I came here to tell you people, if you like, continue to make noise on all the spaces without listening properly, you're lost. Nobody here can help you, no matter how you shout, no matter how you talk, no matter how you pull people down, no matter what your contract is. Only
No,
the
I don't.
law can help you. No, they should stop calling my name and lying against me. I don't like it. I was
In
on
as
this
much
space when their colleague said certain
I
words,
think we
and
are
I
here for
went
No,
to
solutions.
but
research.
Madam Titi,
So,
yes, you
gentlemen,
are. I mean, somebody
I went
called it.
to
No,
research,
Oh,
so
and then they
but
are
gentlemen,
you
now
know,
saying there's no such.
I believe that many of our government officials do usually join our spaces anonymously, and there are things that they can push in one way or the other. I don't know. I just definitely believe that they can maybe take one or two, and maybe from there also they can get, because me, I'm of their own points from onset, and I don't see that changing at any point. I have support Dangote from the very beginning of what he has been able to build. But at the same time, I don't want to see him like that moral, that angel that cannot do no wrong. I've seen people say
Easy,
that,
I
no,
agree with you. And I also said he was wrong and he is playing. Cicero is here. She has listened to the legal terms. And maybe because I also banked the majors and the IOCs, and I've had associations with Pengassan and Lupeng. And also, when I was the bank, was when they sued the banks for the casualization of workers. So I know the legal terms. And I came here and I said he played the labor laws. I blamed him for it. At first, when they came up and they were saying, my stance from this morning has changed, because it was odd. All the while we were trying to find out information. What they are putting out there cannot indict Dangote in any way. Until we started hearing it, but it was still emotional. Until this person came, listed the breakdown, listed the people that were sacked from a particular company, mentioned all the names, and I took every name he mentioned and I went to research on them and found documentation. Documents speak, words are emotion. We can come here, they are pushing their own propaganda. Dangote is a propagandist. Dangote is pushing his own propaganda. What will save us is the evidence and the words on ground. And I said, based on what I have researched and what their own colleague came here to say, this is the way forward. And then one person says the company doesn't exist, ever exist, the project company. Really? It's written in law. Another person says, I'm giving the wrong information. Then your colleague that was fired gave us the wrong information. So maybe you should all go and have a meeting, come together on one page of what you are going to say to the public. Because in public, awareness and PR. If you want to sell your story, you must sell your story as one. One person should not be saying a different story, because then it looks as if you people are trying to play on people's emotions, lie to people, knock people's head together. And when people feel that way, they will back away and leave you to yourselves. So for you to even attack the person that has listened to the contractual terms and listen and is telling you of a way to go about it, it seems odd to me. It seems odd, very odd to me. Because other people are saying there's nothing you can do, and I have come here and say this is what you can do. But it seems you want to play on emotions and not take the legal route. Labor must, union must, you must go to the Ministry of Labor. You must fight it through the systems that are available to you, not through emotionalism. And you must use documentation and evidence. That's the only win. And that's what I've said here. So don't put words in my mouth, please. I listen very well.
So,
And I
so,
know the
uh,
law.
so, Madam Susan, this is the thing. I'm glad that this issue happened, and that's why I was telling them that this issue of them being over emotional over the issue is not the way I would move if I were to move on it. They need to stay on these spaces and explain so that people will get the picture. So now that they've come to explain it, I don't think it's even much. I think it's much ado about nothing. If you didn't get it right, it was just
It's
come
actually very
and
easy. It's
correct.
actually clear what he has
Yeah,
done, that he has played the system. It's
no.
very clear.
Now we're talking about them. They've come to correct to say Dangote project
No,
is one,
but
DORC, and hold on, hold on,
Don't
Prof.
let us do this.
Hold
Okay,
on, Prof.
carry on.
Hold on, Prof. They've come to make the clarification to say DPL, this, that, and all that are separate. And it's as good as that. No need to say somebody's lying, but it is you elucidating to clear the picture to say this is what it is, and you move on from there. There was no need for them. So they need to stay on these spaces and engage with people so that people would understand what is going on. But for them, because the mindset they are coming into these spaces is, oh, these people are paid to run propaganda against us. And that will be a wrong mindset, because you're talking to people, they have no idea of your setup, what is going on with you guys, and what exactly the issues are. So it is for you to continue to engage and explain what the situation is so that people can get the clear picture. So when they want to talk on your behalf, they'll be saying the proper things. So nobody should really get agitated. Let's just move on the conversation.
Okay, Prof. I think
Hello, I want to ask
No, sorry,
question.
before the question. It was me that interjected. Sorry, sir. So, AY, thank you. Madam Titi Kusha, thank you. So you see, when they were talking about the project part of the company, it was sounding like this project is time-based, and after the project is over, they sack everybody in charge, as a part of the project, and they move on. No, it's not that way. The company is a project company. It's a company that does all Dangote projects. They have engineers that do all these their projects, building refineries, road business, and all of those things. And they are a full-time engineer employed by Dangote. They just need to finish a project, close a project, move them on to another project. No, they have full-time contract that needs to be. Probably that's what these guys are trying to change. That's the mindset. That's the mindset they are trying to change. So, and they are not going well about it. But again, you won't blame them. And this thing can be very emotional. And why me, I slightly relate with the way they feel. I will tell you, this is the personal story. Someone like CBO, we know. I worked for a company that, because the head of that department resigned, and the company was not happy this guy resigned. They asked him to stay, did their best to stay. It was a difficult department. So, but the man got a hold of it. When this guy resigned, the company got angry. They closed that department. I'm saying department is not a small department, though. This is a department that is scattered across Nigeria. But, they closed down that unit and retrenched everybody, telling us that we are now dormant. Everybody. But see, is why I sent a message to Easy that they should ask these guys, were they retrenched, like, laid off, or they were sacked, the word sacked? See, there are different compensations for these two. So when people say it doesn't matter, Saka, I just laugh. It means you are not trying to look for you are just trying to model the whole thing. It actually matters. The way I will be paid off if I am laid off can be compensating enough that will not make me feel so bad that you will feel bad that you're out of a job, but you will be paid off very well. Thanks for your service. We have to close this department. We don't, you're now redundant. You'll be paid off very well, which is different from sack. The way you will be paid when you are sacked. So now, why did I bring this up? AY, I said after they closed down this department, the company needed my expertise, the job I was doing in that unit. Another unit needed somebody that could do that job. And they approached me after 1 month. Do you know, with the emotions and everything, I was so angry. I said, no. It took my mom and the HR business partner to speak sense into me, then told the hiring manager that he should please call me on a separate day, conversation of the work. Then we spoke. It took these 3 people for me to remove emotions and actually think logically. These things happen. And it would be unfair when we just shrug it off that they should know better. Some people were saying they're employing graduate trainee. Nobody will put PPEs in your employment letter. Is when you enter, they will give you something like maybe the handbook, and tell you that okay, PPEs are necessary in the facility. You will be provided by your this, that. And you would obviously, and I'm saying something, it's just painful that Dangote's name is called, it should be the Dangote company. Is the management of that department, of that's refinery, that has, to me, done something very wrong. And it's just, this company I'm talking about, the names of the company and the owner is not linked. So nobody will call the owner as done something evil. They will just say management as management decision. In this case, anytime you want to say management, that name will come, Dangote company. I don't know if anybody understands me. So you see, initially people were trying so hard to defend Dangote as a person. No, this is not a Dangote as a person problem. This is the management of the refineries problem. And I know that government will sit Dangote down and say, okay, you need to revisit this decision that has been taken by your management of a part of your company. A part of your company. So, in the aim to try to protect Dangote, the investor, people have actually thrown away the emotions, the rights, anything about those 800 staff that were that were sacked because they naively joined PENGASSAN. I've been telling some people in their DMs that PENGASSAN just used them as pawn. They knew they were not happy. In the real power tussle, power play, they saw them as the weakest link. We can use these boys, come and sign. And and if you look, you say yes, they are senior staffs. But if you look at the demography of these guys, these are basically people fresh from school. Basically, majority of them are fresh from school. So these things will happen. But what we should not say it is right is that you can just wake up and sack 800 people. If you want to do that as management, then you must pay proper compensation. I work with an Indian company, so I will not speak about the Indian management anyhow, but I know what I'm saying. Now, to the staff also, you cannot say because you and your colleague doing the same job but from different countries, he signed to come in for $2,000, you signed to come in for $500, and you get to the job and you say, we are doing the same job, why should he is an expatriate for a reason. He's left his family, he's left his country, he's left his culture, he's left everything to come and contribute to your what's it called? If this guy is going to buy food, his food is going to be more expensive than yours, except he is Nigerian food. So it's not going to be as straightforward, or the way you guys just say it. And they pay the Indian expats this $2,000. They pay me 500,000 naira. It's not going to be that straightforward. you will lose when you start adding that to your argument, you will lose the essence of your fight. But yes, you can't speak less of HSC. The HSC practices, even with people that have spoken for Dangote, said it needs to be upgraded. So please, it's Dangote refinery. If you still want to protect Dangote the investor, it's not about Dangote the investor. The management of the refineries have done something not totally right. And this should not continue. Some people have left because they cannot continue in that, what's it called, in that environment. Is it until you see that 10 people die because of a condition subjected to them by their work? No, we should do better than this. I mean, in my own, and yes, for the staff, please calm down. We here, we are not against you. We want to feel your pains and we want to speak to it. And at the same time, we want to be sure that you are not saying the part that is sweet to you and you are leaving the main crux of the problem and you're making Dangote look like he's a villain. We need to be sure. And that's why you are getting people asking you all these questions and, scrutinizing your truths. And when there is inconsistency, people will call it out. But please, guys, this man will be national. It's just Friday. How can you get sacked letter Friday night? No decency to even call them one after the other to give them their letter. No, if the staff has, resigned unnecessary, in a very unprofessional way, we call it out. Then if the company also does anything that is unprofessional, I think it should be called out, and it is wrong. Yes, I was also giving them my letter on a Friday. It was December, the last day of normal work, Friday. It was funny, but it was what it is. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Prof. Incredible. I don't know if Big Daddy is here, but let's take Awodi, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, everybody has made a wonderful submission. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, everybody has made a wonderful submissions, and I really appreciate everybody. I'm not working in Dangote refinery, but I've worked. I worked at Ajib. I worked with Ajib before. So what these guys are facing, I understand it very well. Let us be real. Dangote invested a lot in that project. On the other hand, the money Dangote used to invest on that project, no matter how you see it, is output. The workers there cannot take even 10 or 5% or 1% as salaries. Do you understand? I worked with Aji before, and this same thing that happens to them happened to me. Though I'm working with another contractor now. As a union member, first, whenever you make an intention that you want to join the union, the management frowns. Then they'll start playing their politics, divide and rule. So by doing that, the management did not want you to sabotage them, because the first thing they used to attack you is you want to sabotage them. There's no way those workers can sabotage Dangote. And as a normal person, you that you are working in that refinery, that place is your farm. You have to protect it, guard it with all you have. Because if you sabotage the refinery, there's no place all of you are going. But what the management is going to say is that these people that are joining this union and they want to sabotage them, but which is a lie. Because why people are angry with Dangote is, if the management did it right, Dangote gets the praise. But the management are not trying at all. Irrespective of this, the mother company, the subsidiaries, the subcontract, the contract, there's a standard. It is when I left my former company, when I worked outside, then I loved oil and gas. It has standard. There's no way you are working in a refinery that everybody can get the same pay. Even the the logistic of those expatriates can, if Dangote say, okay, you guys wait, let me just stabilize for like 5 years. After these 5 years, this is the amount I'll be paying you guys. But what they are saying is very logical. To a modern logician, it doesn't make sense. Your PPE starts with standard safety boots, fire retardant coverall, eye goggle, nose mask, earmuff, helmets. That the safety officer in charge of Dangote needs to see. This thing is just a management problem, and no matter how you are seeing it, all the bus stop in Dangote's desk is a management problem. And I don't know, there are a lot of atakpata the day that whenever they get to the position of power, instead of them to do something right, they will just keep let us cut costs. Let us cut costs. You don't cut costs in oil and gas. They invest more on safety. That is what is keeping every oil and gas function. There are a lot of offshore companies in Niger Delta, Warri, Bayelsa. If I tell you what they are paying them, you will weep. They work 28 days, they will pay them 700,000. Is that work? And it is not the salary you are giving these guys. Whosoever that is working in an oil and gas, you are paying them for their life. Because any mistake like this, boom, everybody's gone. So there are a lot of other companies too in Lagos like that. And all these things Dangote is doing, is just doing it because he saw that people in Lagos are naive. Because if he has situated the company in Niger Delta, he won't go scot-free. Because the community people will hold his boss. Dangote needs to ask questions. Sit with them that, okay, this is what is obtainable at the moment. Okay, just give me some more time. And there's no way the PENGASSAN can even sabotage the refinery. And there's no even way the PENGASSAN or the union can even, there's no assurance that they are going to fight for you guys that are experiencing this layoff. Because let me give you a real life experience. I'm not saying yes, it happened to me. Ministry of Labor, PENGASSAN, like 5 union body in Port Harcourt, we contacted them then. They couldn't do anything till now. The GM of our company bribed all of them. Bribe them. So Dangote has the president, he has the governors. So I don't just know, the management staff are just, they are no. They are nothing to write home about. They are just giving Dangote a bad PR. See, Dangote can just say, okay, you guys, okay, I want to increase your salary. Let me increase your salary to 600,000. But if I should increase your salary to 600,000, I cannot continue. I will start dropping some workers. He can do it. He is going to drop you guys stylishly. But the management staff are not even doing the best. I don't know, maybe they are knowledgeable about the oil and gas sector, or they just find themselves, they just say they have a certificate, they have this, they study in England, they do this, they just come and let us cut costs. It's not done that way. Whosoever is working in an oil and gas facility, you are being paid your life. They are paying your life that if anything happens, because Dangote will not be on site. Most of those guys will not be on site. The machines are there, they are running. Because every oil and gas, you don't just shut it down, they don't shut down the equipment anyhow. There must be a tangible reason before you shut them down. And no matter how they strike, there's no time the union will say they're going to shut down. No, they are essential duties that are going to, just like health, they are going to be on site. The control guys, those that will monitor the process area, they will be there. Only that the major junior workers or the major senior guys will not be there. But the refinery will keep on moving. But it's going to be affecting the production will not be as, but it's not that they will end the production. So what's the management, because don't let me go to Dangote, what the management are doing to Dangote is not correct. Why will somebody be working in oil and gas? There's no good PPE, there's no food, maybe they are not giving them food, or no, you don't discriminate. Nobody that is going to be working, I'm working with my counterpart on my back to back. I'm earning 250,000, and my back to back is only earning $2,000. That is a potential hazard. It is not done. It is a potential hazard. Dangote should not go and borrow money and be that kind of, and just be making silly mistakes, because some people will say, don't worry, we will handle them. Because that is how they ended this is my former company. We will handle them, they are my brothers. That is how the guy just went. The guy is an Italian guy. The guy just crippled the company, and I heard he will be ending his contract this month or next month. He will be sent back to Italy. Don't let people give you bad advice. Any investment you are going, you have bigger knowledge. Forget Ajero has just painted the union bad, and those guys just want to have a share of Dangote. They just want job slots, have a share. That's just what they want. Forget all this, they are mesmerizing noise. There's nothing. See, Dangote can buy those guys. He can buy them over within, and you guys, you are just gone. They will not do anything. I'm having a first-hand experience on that. They did that to me. We are 32. Igbo, Yoruba. This is not just even the community people. If you don't have mouth, Dangote can hire and fire. But if no company that can hire you and fire you should follow the due process. If the sack you is different from maybe they place you on redundancy, and those two ask, okay, take your compensation. Maybe they'll pay you like five years stop gap, they pay you ahead. Then you go home, you can start business with that. But it's not that you just go sack them, even the money you are not paying them with. Those things are potential hazard. Look at the gases these guys inhale. All those people living in Beju, all those people, they should not be happy because most of them, their lifespan is reducing. And the governor of Lagos State is not even doing well. The king there is not even doing well. It's just a matter of fact. The governor is not, anything that happens to that place will affect the entire Lagos.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting in. You see, that is one of the reasons why I feel a bit concerned when I hear that, okay, this is a whole Dangote paying 300K for, even for, is it, they are not even contract staff. So I just look at it I don't want to be that kind of person that is looking at the money is still better now, they can take, but I'm looking at it from the structural setting of Dangote refinery and how big it is
My
outside.
brother, it is downstream sector. We are doing the service, equating into Shell, ExxonMobil. It is downstream sector. Equating with mobile downstream, if they are still there. Equating with people in that sector. But yes, it should pay well, but don't equate that you are expecting 5 million naira that they pay the Shell people. It's two different sectors.
No, nobody is expecting that much. Nobody's expecting that much.
No,
but at least
I've heard submission on the space. I've heard submission on the space.
No, I am not looking at it from that point, but I'm looking at it from the point of people that put themselves through a kind of hazard. I just, because we have many companies that even do all this, that would even pay this kind of amount to their worker, to their staff. So I just see it like maybe they might be asking for too much, but at the same time, I don't honestly see it like they are also asking for too much. But I just see it like, is it because maybe the company, like, people should see it like it is a homegrown company and they should.
So let me also answer you. Dangote just started. So there is some in economies of scales. These things take time. When Dangote gets to, he's still paying debt now, which is going to be taking a large chunk of his profits. Give Dangote time. These things always happen. You will not hear that the people that were there before suffered for the new people. These things normally happen.
Yes, we understand. That's why he himself needs to come out, explain to them. You understand? Explain to them that this is what is happening. But irrespective of what he's saying, their HMO is very sacrosanct. Their health. They might not start earning big from the beginning, but their health, their family needs to be taken good care of. If anything happens to them now, Dangote will move on.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
So it's not because an Indian guy that has no technical know-how is earning $2,000. Because you are in Nigeria, no. They are in every organization. That's why they used to tell you to keep your pay slip private, not to cause all those potential hazard. Because there's no how. Even you are a saint, Then I hear Mr. Toby is earning $2,000. Then Mr. Joseph is earning 300,000. I can cause danger to the equipment and burn the whole facility. It takes me nothing. Just open a useless valve, then everything just go haywire. But you should think, the management should think of that. They are causing a potential hazard.
I don't know if you can hear me. I also see it like maybe the reaction might also come from Dangote buying is it 40,000 trailer for I don't know. I just see like maybe the worker, the staff can also, the reaction can also come from that angle that why are we being paid this low? We are asking for health, safety, and all that, and they are not even looking at that, and the man just buy trailer 40,000.
You have a point. You have a point.
So
But
these
those
are
trailers,
things
don't
that,
let me lie to you. Dangote has not paid fully for all those trailers. Dangote is credit worthy. He has not paid for those trailers.
but are we going to say that their safety is not also valid? No,
That is where I'm getting the issue. I'm very extremely angry. They are safe. You see, in any oil and gas, even not as big as Dangote, safety is their priority. You don't economize, you don't manipulate safety. Because when you are safe, then your colleague is safe, the equipment will work friendly. But when this one is keeping grudge, this one is doing this one is doing, how much will Dangote even increase? When no matter how the union, if it is Ajero, how much will they even include? And it's not that so the increments can be done maybe 3 years. No matter how they sit, it is any union agreement is give and take. They negotiate it. Union cannot force out of maybe 10 demands. Union can go take 3, 4. Then the management tell them that you cannot take everything. You can come in the next 3 years. The next 3 years they give them one. That's how they will keep there's no organization in the world that can get everything. But your safety, the welfare should not be manipulated. I don't know the right English to use. So their safety is not even being taken to taken to heart. And
Please, Mr.
we are all
Wu.
humans. We are just saying
Please,
if you are working in an oil and gas facility, you will understand those people pain. It
please, Mr. Wu,
is very
let me
bad.
say something objectively. Please, quickly, let me just say something for all our learning, everybody that is here, so that we can all learn. Because we are here to learn. You understand? Give or take. When you want to open a business, like Mr. Wu has said, when you want to open a business, you employ people that already have cognitive experience. There's a reason why that thing is called cognitive experience. You don't employ bankers to become managers in a refinery. It is very bad. Two, the perspective that Mr. Professor Increment, I don't know his full name, but he was making something like, okay, management. I agree with you. You know, people don't see, in short, many of the people here, they see it initially from the perspective of, oh, it is management, it's not it is not Dangote. But from what has happened yesterday, before all the engineers, ask yourself this question, before all the engineers are saying, PENGASSAN come, we are here. Before the engineers are saying this, it was Dangote, these decisions and everything, it was Dangote himself that did it. The Indians don't have the capacity. There's nobody that has the capacity to say, withdraw all engineers. Nobody, except the order must come from him directly. Two, the same way Mr. Ayo said he comes into the refinery and see workers this way, see workers that way. Alaji himself comes with a shopper and sees everybody that way. The perspective I see this thing from is not a perspective of money or profits. It's a perspective of individual thinking. How does the person as an individual thinks? If you are somebody that is very indifferent when it comes to safety, you cannot build a company that is safe. We have other individuals who are billionaires that have built other companies before. We have individuals like Tony Elumelu. Have you heard anybody complain about unionism, about welfareism in his company to the media before? Have you heard of people complaining about Bois? Have you heard? That's three. Lastly, there's a speaker here that said that people are comparing their salary with total and share. Please compare the 380,000 with the salary, because Dangote is not the only midstream refinery in Nigeria. Please let us get it to our head. There are other refineries in Nigeria, but their scale are not as much. It's not as much as Dangote. Compare their salary. You say economies of scale that it needs to recoup. As little profit as they are making, go and see how much that they are paying their staffs. Go and see how much. Compare it. You all have
So
Goku. We have people
you
around.
answered your question. You answered your question. You said compare. So even though their scale is not as big as Dangote, so it means they don't have as much overhead as Dangote. You have
They
answered
don't
your
make
question.
and sir, they don't
They
make as
also
much
don't
profit as
have
that.
overhead as much as Dangote.
They
Overhead is
don't
a
ask
big
profits.
problem
They don't make
in
as much profit.
finance. So don't worry. You will, with time,
Profit. What
you
about
will know.
profit? What about revenue?
That's why I said
But
What
over
about
you're
the
talking
time.
about
revenue?
overhead and scale.
What is overtime?
Okay, let's take it one at a time. Even while we know that Dangote is even like currently operating at full capacity, I don't know how true is that, but I still feel like uh, we are a bit still trying to think towards Dangote when we say he has loans that he needs to pay, he has this and that, that is still. I don't get the reason for that logic, but I believe he can still do quite better. Even if we need, there are different companies that will start earlier and they will definitely pay like far better than that. Like fresh people that they employed in their company. So I don't want to like take that as a kind of excuse for Dangote
Easy,
to.
easy. This is not an MBA class, so I won't say it twice. It affects the company big time. For him, see, over time, again, and Nigeria boss, all of you, you know that when this man reaches economies of scales, he is going to be able to, he knows that any additional whatever he does will not increase his cost. He will be able to do a lot of things. He will be able to, he
Okay,
will
sir.
be able
I
to
agree with
play
you.
along with, around with profits freely
Yes,
and easily.
I want to
Now,
assume.
wait,
I want
these
to assume with you.
smaller
I want to agree
modular
with you,
companies you are talking about, did they start yesterday?
sir. I want to agree with you. Let's leave this refinery aside. Let's put about cement industry. Let's assume that cement industry was in this phase of a construction phase for long. Did he increase their welfare up to the standard of other cement industry in Nigeria?
Okay,
I'm
the
telling you
answer
people
is
that
no.
this is a matter of personality. It's not a matter of profits
Carry on.
or matter of a loan. It's a matter of personality.
Hold make I take 2 minutes so I could come down, please.
Is it from my end? I can't hear anybody.
Okay, let me go.
Nobody's
Yeah,
talking.
I was begging for 2 minutes. Yeah, so that I can go down. Yeah, if you permit.
Okay. No, Ramsey, hold on.
Okay.
Karim, yeah. Oh, Karim. Oh, Karim, are you there? Let me. Uh, Enocho, Enochojo.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, everyone. You see, the issue of welfare, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Welfare and safety in standard organizations are not things you consider after you've made profit. There are things you consider even before you produce. You have to ensure that these guys that are working are using this equipment are they in a good state of mind? So when you check engineering safety, these are the things you learn. First of all, your staff will be first taken care of. Those are the first things you consider. Those are the first costs that you should put in mind. Then after that, you can talk of maybe setting up the business, in fact. Because if your engineers are not okay, how then will your plant be okay? But coming to say, okay, this we've not made gain, as a result, we would make your own welfare a secondary thing. Doesn't make sense. In an oil and gas industry, there are lots of incidents that are possible to happen. So you make sure that all these guys are okay even before you start production. So, and then another thing I want to clear is, I've noticed that some people are saying maybe to get solution to the problem. Most of them came just to observe, but when you see ideas are totally wrong, you tend to want to make clarity. So it's not like they are here to beg for people to help them. As you can see, they already have a union. If they can get help from here also, very good. But they are just trying, their main aim here is to clear some things that are wrong, because people will come out with propaganda just to tarnish their image, which they cannot already see from posts. People don't understand what's going on, they post anyhow. And also, for someone to say they are still in business stage, it means you don't understand the design behind how engineering designs are done. In engineering designs, the first things you consider are the safety. In fact, safety is the core value of any engineering company. They are the most intrinsic things they consider, as well as welfare. Then every other thing is secondary. So that's my contribution. Was I audible enough?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you are. Let's go with Omoluabi. Then we take Ramsey.
Sorry, it's Omoluabi talking.
Ramsey, go ahead. Ramsey, go ahead. I don't know if he's
Okay.
Ramsey.
All right. Thank you very much. First of all, Dangote is doing a great thing for the country, not just for himself, although the profit is coming to him, but that's a great fit for the whole Nigeria. I might not benefit, we might not benefit directly, but it's good for the nation. We've had several complaints from the construction period, how Nigerians were not treated the way should be treated. We know, of course, that there are Nigerians who are not really, do not know how companies, ethics, some ethics, work ethics. But there are a lot of Nigerians who also are committed to wherever they're employed, they give their best. It seemed to me that, first of all, that Nigerian employees are not respected and treated well. And I've heard that that the expatriates they are being given utmost privileges, which is a good thing. If they came with experience, it comes with privileges. Yeah, sure. But for that guy that I've heard him, he said he has worked there for 4 years. That guy can be considered an expert in that field, as not a top expert, but 4 years is good enough experience for him to be respected. And just know that in oil and gas, the technicians and the engineers are the core of that facility, any facility, and should be treated, with courtesy and respect. And that involve their safety, other welfare packages, including health benefit, including workers' compensation. If they have injury on the job, that should be a separate insurance covering them. Now, when they are taking time off to be treated, the company is paying through that insurance. When they are at home or in the hospital receiving treatment, they are paid through that insurance. And lastly, you see the part that guy is worked for 4 years and is still there earning below 400,000. That is just less than $300. Tell me which refinery in the world is paying people that? No, Nigerian engineers deserve to be paid well, to be paid international rate that we hear people say, oh, international standard, international this. There is international rate. It might not be at the same, at least 20 to 20%, up and down with the average. Those people should be paid well. None of them should be paid anything less than, maybe if they're just coming out of school, they could be paid 1 million to 1.5 million. But 4 years, that person should be earning in the region of 2.5 million and above. And that is still on the lower end of industry standard, very low end. Those should be technicians, but that is an engineer that should be well paid. I think Nigerian employees, Nigerian labor deserved to be treated, according to how their colleagues from other countries are treated. Because they're not going to tell me that the Indian engineers that are there are being paid, even $1,000. If you pay a Nigerian engineer less than 300 a month, so tell me what exactly the other person is doing that should get paid so much. I'm not talking about the guys with no experience. Once you're there 2 years, you are proficient. 3-4 years, if you know what you're doing, if you're taking extra steps in your profession, then you are at the top, most close to the top. You should earn a lot more than what Dangote is paying them. I don't think Dangote really respect Nigerian workers. And this goes for many other industries. Nigerian workers are not treated and respected, and it doesn't show in their pay. No matter how much they work, Nigerians should be respected. If you put in time to understand what you're doing, I believe you should be rewarded. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, thank
Please, let me just chip
It's
in
my
a
turn.
little thing.
It's my turn, please. I've been waiting forever. It's my turn. I've
okay.
been waiting forever.
Yeah,
Ah,
let's
all
hear
right.
Sika.
Thank you very much, everyone that has spoken on this space, except one person. You see, the oil and gas sector, the mining sector, which also include the cement, this thing, they are the most regulated industry in the world, and they are also the most highest paid industry in the world, apart from all those tech guys. What am I saying? And they are also the most highly polluted industry in the world. And people that work there, their welfare must be taken into account. And I'm speaking as somebody who has worked in these three industries. Now, if you work in this industry, you also have the highest risk of developing most of the dangerous health issues, from cancer to lung problem to eye infection to hair infection to air problem. So if people who are, if you are working in oil and gas industry, it's like you are sacrificing your life for that industry, because you don't know how many the concentration of dangerous or poisonous gases that you are inhaling. Okay, so therefore workers compensation, workers welfare should be a priority. Workers health and safety should be a priority to those industry. Now, having worked in the mining industry and that same oil and gas in Nigeria, Atax Petroleum, when I work in here, they will tell me every year like this, we do air tests, we do what's it called? What they call it audiometric test. From there, they say you go and do eye test. For there, you go and do lung test, respiratory this thing. So that they will check that okay, you are working safely, or there's anything, they will take care of you. They also have a dedicated hospital for their employees to treat them. They have the file. Immediately you are joining, and every year you do those tests. So I don't know why there are some very, 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 very dangerous Nigerians will come on up here because of one filial relationship, will come here and be denigrating those workers. They deserve the best because they are inhaling a lot of poisonous gas working in that industry. And let me tell you, it is not only Dangote petroleum this thing that is doing this. So in Ibeshe, where the cement this thing is, a lot of workers they also complain of this man company not taking care of their health and safety. He doesn't provide them the PPEs. It's mandatory for you you as a company to provide it. Because it is this employee that who are working and providing the money. It's not just concentrating on becoming the African richest man. Also take care of your workers. And let me tell you, as a company, public image matters. The public perception of your company matters. So whether I don't know what has happened. The employees of oil and gas should join a union to demand for their rights. They are the one that can advocate for themselves, not the company. Company does not care about workers. So as a union, they advocate for their members. If you have not worked in
Thank
the
you,
oil and
bros.
gas industry, you cannot know some of these things. If you have not worked in the mining industry, you cannot know all of these things. It's not everything politics. And being
Bros, thank
sentimental.
you.
I've listened to a
Thank
lot
you.
of dangerous narrative on this place today, and I felt very, very awkward. You must not support every evil thing. You must not. It is not by
Can
force.
you
All
can
this.
you cite one dangerous narrative that you've listened to? Cite
Let me
one.
let me land, please. Let me land. My
No,
point is
just
that
make land with citing the dangerous narrative, please.
is it not somebody that came here and said, I want the employer they are not full-time worker, they are killing, whether they are full-time worker or they are this thing, they work in that company, their welfare, their safety is very, very important.
Someone also said they
Let's
are
stop
not
all this
making
thing.
profits.
Defend every
So people,
because of filial relationship. Thank you very much.
No one said they are not making profits. Don't
I
be.
had that.
You heard
Someone
what
said
you
so
wanted
that
to hear,
the
Mr. Wan
company.
Chonjo. You heard what you wanted
I'm
to hear.
coming back.
Do you understand? You heard what you wanted to hear, and this is how you people do. You
Bros,
go
thank you. The
about
other guy,
twisting people's
you
words.
have the experience of these industries,
Nobody
and you
said they're
have
not
spoken
making profits.
perfectly.
Wan Chonjo.
Much
Nobody.
respect to you.
Please,
Thank you.
co-host.
I mean, I like how the conversation is now going towards welfare and all of that. And for someone like me, I'm just getting even more confused, quite honestly. And I mean, I've said some things to some people in the DM, and I mean, I've not even. I'd rather just keep my. I mean, just for out of respect for the people who are affected in all of this. Because I don't get why we're unnecessarily trying to polarize issues. I mean, no doubt, if you're working what I will call, I'm doing the air quotes now, some jobs that require more manual effort, you know, I think is generally expected that there would be some, things like PPE, things like all of that. And I want to believe that because it's so hard for somebody like me to wrap my head around why these issues are there in the first place. I mean, why a Dangote refinery would not provide PPE for staff. And the second one is why these issues are coming out now. I mean, at this time. So it's still hard for. I've not said anything more than that on this space. I have not said. That's the only. It might sound like, oh, I'm asking a silly question. Why am I wondering? But I've been, so a lot of things has been said about me today. Just for that, just for saying that things don't add up. And for those people who are affected, I mean, I can't give you more. I can't give you money. I can't give you your jobs back. As in, all I can do is just, I mean, say sorry, reassure you, and I mean, please go to court. A lot of people don't like this thing about go to court, as in it sounds like, oh, I mean, I don't mean it in that way at all. And the reason why I keep asking these questions is because that looks like the only way out.
So, Cecile,
Well,
do
not
you
one of
really
the way
think that
out.
individual have money to
Please
challenge
don't
Dangote?
No,
interject
no,
me.
no.
Please
Sorry.
don't interject me. Don't interject me, please. I'm still speaking. So the only other thing is, I mean, let us reason together. I mean, like Izzy has said, some people are probably, of course, some people are certainly listening, and let them listen to us when we are having these kind of conversations. But the things I'm hearing on this space, even me that I'm for you, even a lot of people who are spoken in support, as in solidarity with, the staff. A lot of people who are spoken here have found one way or the other. Just because you're not listening, you've triggered a lot of people. I mean, I've already said I'm not going to say anything on this issue anymore, to be honest, because no matter what we say, you people will find a way to twist it and turn it and, to accuse, or you are collecting money, you are insensitive, you are stupid, you are ignorant. And I'm like, what's my own? What's my own? Let's have these conversations devoid of emotion, especially if somebody who worked there has been like, literally complaining, I understand. But for somebody like you, because you know about the industry, because you feel I think we should just be careful. A lot of people are listening, and if you want solution to issues, I don't think it
Madam Cicero,
will work for us
Madam
to just
Cicero,
keep polarizing,
Madam Cicero,
and
To
stirring up
avoid
the
this
waters.
go to court, that is why
Madam
the
Cicero,
government
Madam Cicero. I
have
mean,
made
some people are
provision.
just
I know you will pick on my go to court
overly.
now. I know you will pick
No,
on voice.
I'm not.
See, that's the problem with you people. You will pick on that go to court I've
Ignore
said
the
now.
man.
See,
Ignore
that's
the
the
man.
problem with you
Ignore the
people.
man. Ignore the man.
You will pick on
And I
it.
will tell
I've
you
said
why I said
so
ignore
many
him.
things.
I know why
Do
I'm
you
saying
want
ignore him.
solution, or do you want to keep? I mean, I don't get it.
On this
I don't
space,
get it. Because I keep Prof, hold on. I was asking this question, as in my lawyer mind is thinking that, okay, is it because of union? And in my head, I'm like, oh, if it's because of union, how can they, okay, if they were to go to court, what will happen? Can they prove it? That it's because of, and I was asking the question. Somebody went on the timeline and started abusing me. I don't get it. I don't get it. Prof, go
yeah.
on.
So on this space, I spoke twice, and I was clear that the management of that refineries was wrong to just sack 800 people. And I believe that if these 800 people do a class action against Dangote, they will be well compensated. And you see,
100%.
that
But
that
if they are saying it's because it's
that
union now,
yeah,
100%.
that's on the side. That's on the side. I also believe that that management also, now this is my belief, it does not mean it's what really happened, also sacked all these people because they are what they joined union. I believe I said all of these things.
Okay, so how would they prove it? How would they see that's where me I'm
Yeah.
coming in? How would you say, please, do you know what? Let them just forget about this union. There are many other
But
things. Forget about this union. It will not work.
technicalities can win cases.
It is not even technicality, Prof. It is not even technical. The first and foremost, you cannot sack 800 people without
Exactly.
consultation with
You
the
did
ministry,
not
for
Please let me
retrench,
instance.
just
Those are
you
the
sacked.
issues.
It's not possible.
You need to consult
please
with the
let me
ministry,
just chip in a little
with the
things,
labor
please.
ministry.
No, before you
Those
chip
are
in, sorry,
issues.
one
All this
second.
one, union, all this. Please, can you please hold on? I don't want to mute again. I don't want to mute, and I don't want to be. I'm already getting animated myself for no reason. But I think a lot of people have said a lot of things on here, and I think that a lot of us should listen with our heads and not with our emotions. Please, and nobody should attack me or accuse me of collecting money. I was in a party throughout yesterday. I was sleeping. I just woke up now to join the space. I don't know anything about it. That's why I've been asking questions. There was a space earlier from one Mr. Daniel. I wasn't on any of those spaces. I'm just here. Asking simple questions, putting my hat on, like, okay, is there a way out for these people? But you people are attacking me because I'm asking you questions. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Please, who was that? Professor
So
Incredible,
yeah,
please.
people like Won Chan Jion are the people I feel should stop being disingenuous. If you listened well on this space, especially for someone like me, I don't agree with what is being done. But yeah, the mention of money came in when people were expecting that they will pay the way they pay shell upstream people. And I said it's not like that. Oh, this is downstream. And if you claim to have worked in the downstream sector in this country, you will know the way they pay. Starting from, don't let me call names of companies. If you've worked in the downstream sector, the way you are claiming, thinking you are a defender of the universe, you will know the way they pay. And it will be wrong for you to just say, okay, yes, because Dangote is Dangote. He must do above, way above industry standard. I know, yes, Dangote looks at the range and picks somewhere just slightly above the lower range. That's his model that has kept him in business. Do you understand? But I will not speak to salary when you signed to come in with that salary. As a graduate trainee, you could be paid that much, 310,000. After graduate trainee, your money should go up. And the level again will be industry standard. I'm referring to industry standard. What you have in your mind that you expect it to be $2,000, $1,000 like they pay in America. We not work in Nigeria. It's going to be industry standard. So no
America
matter
doesn't pay.
how,
Oil and gas, they earn from region of 8,000
my
up.
brother, have you worked
Yes.
in Mobi downstream? When Mobi downstream was Mobi downstream, did you work with Mobi downstream? Did you work with the Hobart of this world? Don't let us do this. They are downstream sector. Yes, I understand they should be paid well. Don't get me wrong. I believe they should
You
be
are
paid
right.
well. But to change that is not, you are not going to look at Dangote as a company. You will look at Nigerian ecosystem as a whole and cry for this salary reform. But when you target it on
I don't
Dangote
even
and you expect
understand.
me
Prof, hold on.
in my
I
objective mind
even
to
want to say
not
something
talk,
again, Prof.
you are just you're
Prof,
clowning.
can you hear me?
That's the way I see it.
Please, Prof, can I
Prof,
talk?
can you hear me? As in talking about the landscape generally and payment of staff, as in payment of the Nigerian worker. So please, what do you want a graduate? Somebody said I graduated with 2-1, started working with Dangote and they're paying you 300 and something. Or please, do you want a lawyer to tell you, a fresh graduate, a lawyer first class to tell you how much they earn? These are general issues. I understand that, okay, maybe that industry pays more, or maybe because, like I said earlier, there are more physical demands of you on that job, which definitely you should get compensated for. But let's not make it look as if, oh, it's just, it's a general labor thing in Nigeria that needs to be addressed.
So exactly.
General
Don't make
thing.
it a Dangote problem and use it to flog this. There are other issues. The safety is one which people have been like, no, Dangote cannot. And let me tell you what I feel about this safety problem. I think we should ask the safety officer or safety manager, where you bought these things and you are making people, because now somebody came in, F that spoke, and I picked that, I forgot, I don't know why I forgot to mention it, that they will want to collect money from them to go and buy for them. Why? It means the stuff is probably somewhere and some people are trying to cash out. I'm assuming again. Because I don't know why. I'm talking all these other companies I say pay less. You will pick helmet. You will first wear shower cap because somebody else have used that your helmet. You will wear shower cap. When I'm saying shower cap, you guys know what I'm saying. It's not shower cap, it's the protective air cap. You will wear that one. You will now wear your helmet on it, and you will go inside most of this facility. They won't allow you in without protective gears. And when you're coming back, you will submit everything you have taken because they are not yours Talk less the staff. I cannot understand why Dangote refinery will not have PPE for people working in that place. I don't understand. And that's one thing I will bash the business for if they are not doing. Again, I said if they are not doing. Because everybody that said it said they did not give me, they did not give me. So if they did not give truly, then I will bash the management for it. It should be given. Do you
Prof, can
understand?
I
There were
quickly say
things
something,
we all
please?
mentioned. Yeah, please, I will rest my case now. But one Chan John, respect yourself, please. Don't do that. It's wrong.
Yeah,
Madam Toby,
sorry
please, you can.
if you picked
Sorry,
offense. Sorry
good
about
morning,
it.
good afternoon, everybody. Please let me quickly say something, Prof. I mean the okay, so insider information. Graduate trainee was earning 310,000 gross, right? So that means they would deduct pensions and taxes and all of that from the money and then pay them the remaining. So I think that explains why somebody was saying that his own was 200 and something. Anyway, just one advice that I have, that was why I came up. For if there is still anyone here, if you've been affected by this, layoff or whatever we want to call it, please make sure that you check with HR to make sure that your pension is remitted up to date and the taxes are remitted up to date, and press for your TCC, your tax clearance certificate. Make sure your pensions are remitted and your taxes are remitted, because if you're silent on it and then after some years you now find out that your pensions were not remitted, you will lose on all fronts, because I mean it's your money. So make sure you pursue it. You cannot lose your job and come and lose your sweat again. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Have you given up on them? We
No,
I
with
mean,
the
good
things
advice,
that
but
have been
I
said
don't
here
want
and
us to believe
the
this
way things have turned, I don't know if they would be
there's
asked to
any
come
way
back.
out.
I mean, it all depends on the terms of of their contract and all that. But whether they recall them or they don't recall them, please make sure your pensions are remitted. I mean, I know people who lost out on that one big time. I don't want to sweat for anybody. You take out pensions and you don't remit it. No, that is cheating. So, I mean, that's the only advice on, it's sad this has happened to them. I don't know. I hope somehow things will turn out right for them and everything will be okay. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Toby. Thank you. Um, so Omoluabi, yeah, you go now. Then emo truth. Ethical. I thought you went. Do you want to finish your submission the other time, or this is something else you want to say? I see your hand up. Okay, it's not there. So Omoluabi, then emo truth.
Good evening, everybody. So nice. How's the weekend going? And I've listened to all parties, and please, you see this whole thing that is happening. It just shows you right from the beginning that it's the failure of our labor system, and I will tell you why. In the banking system in Nigeria, you cannot join a labor union. I'm sure you all. I don't think Nigerian Labour Congress had made it a point of to fight for those people. My sister-in-law and her colleague, about 800 of them, or even about 1,000 of them, were laid off by Oceanic Bank back in the days. And they got a lawyer. They invited Nigerian Labour Congress. Nigerian Labour Congress never showed up for them. The reason I'm saying this thing is that whether no pengo, whether down pengo, whether left pengo, whether whatever pengo, if the labor system, if the labor union are responsible system, this guy did not even need to come to the Twitter space to come and be shouting. All these guys need to do is to put in an application to Nigerian Labour Congress. And Nigerian Labour Congress lawyers will fight this thing on their behalf, negotiate and do everything. The second part is this. The second part is this. Like everybody has rightly said here, you're taking an employment, you're giving a letter. And like I said, I also work in a system where we do a lot of projects. And in that your contract, some are renewed every year, some are renewed every 2 years. And if the project, and for me, and that's one other thing, everything is spelled out. And I have been honest with you. If you are in that same organization, and because they have so many projects, so if you finish from one project and we have one other project running, so what they do is that they moved you from that project to another project. But even though in that same system, the law says that once you are in a certain position for 3 years, no, for 2 years, consistently 2 years, you are to be made a fixed term staff. But guess what? You can also not be on on a project and be fighting that you want to be a fixed term. So what is going to happen is that if there is a fixed term job that is open, you will now apply like every other person. But you could actually be on project for 10 years. Some have been on project for 10 years. Some have been there for 15 years. Only when there is opening of a fixed term that they will apply and become a fixed term. And even you on fixed term is renewed every 2 years, subject to your supervisors, whoever is your supervisor, subject to his confirmation of your performance. Even though you are on a fixed term, it's 2 years, they will renew it for you. And another thing I wanted to point out, he mentioned also about the foreign staff they have. And I don't know who gave that response to the person regarding the expense of that person. Let me give you an example. The person renews his papers every year. For you to renew your visa to resident in Nigeria is about $2,000 or $3,000, and it is for 1 year. It's for 1 year. They're gonna give you a separate renewal 1 year. So it means that every other year, and this has nothing to do with your employee, it is you that will pay that money. In some instance, they will even ask the person to deposit a certain amount of about $10,000, even though sometimes they said the organization should pay that on your behalf. But I think the new system now is saying even the person himself had to pay that 10,000, right? And also, you are also limited to certain things. But you see, my own concern is that because our labor law in this part of the world is not well structured, because what I would have expected is that as you're joining that sector, as a fresher in that sector, you need to have joined your association even before getting that job. Because it's an association that is your sector's association. I think it shouldn't be only when you are employed that you will join it. You should have joined it. So meaning that as you are being employed by any of these organizations, it means that you're already a member before joining. And also, your projection in that organization. For me, just like Madam Titi said here, rather than you coming, I expect that at every point these things were happening to you, you were not given all these safety gears. I think for me, it's a right way to have gathered enough evidence for yourself, putting that evidence into safe. Because I have seen people in my own sector that even though it's not of the federal government, but people keep evidence to themselves. The day the organization did otherwise to them of this kind of a thing, all they need to do is to present those things and say that these were the reasons that we were being pushed out. And like Titi said, you will be paid compensation. And if it is health wise, you will be paid. And rather than you coming to shout here, I think the first point of call with whatever injustice you think have been done for you is to go to Nigerian the labor courts. For me, I think the first thing all of you should do is to come together, get a lawyer, go to labor courts. Because if you continue to do this, coming to spaces and saying these things, you allow them to actually prepare against what you people are bringing on. And let me be honest with you, NOPEG is not going to fight on your behalf. I'm sorry. NOPEG will not, all what NOPEG is doing is not to fight for you. NOPEG wants to sit on the table with Dangote, get their own court, and they move on. The same thing Nigerian Labour Congress will do. So for me, I pity you guys. You went through those things without kits. I cannot understand why you will not be giving kits, especially for safety. Because if that place got burnt off, the first point of call are you guys. And like I don't know if it's Cicero that said it. The day I was giving employment letter where I'm working, I was given certain kits that will aid my work. And every 4 years, I get brand new laptop, I get brand new monitor, I get brand new phone, I get certain things on a monthly basis. Data, even though I have data to use in the office, I get data every month. I get airtime every month. These are things like the instrument I'm going to use for my work. And if any of these things do not allow me to perform my work, forget about how much I've been paid. My first complaint is that because it's going to show up in my delivery report, the reason I could not deliver, whoever is supposed to give me that thing. And that's why I think if this whole thing were happening, did you guys at any point in time write to the management, to the HR, whether you write they didn't respond to you? Did you send them to make this complaint to them and have a copy to yourself? Because if you write to them and they did not respond to you, it means that that thing you wrote to them, you have a copy to show that you have complained about what you're going through pertaining your work. You have written to them. Did they respond? You do the first written, the second, you do the third one. That's a good evidence for you. If they did not respond to all that, as you're going to, in fact, as you're going, if you have done written to them and you didn't get response 3 times, I am very, very sure. You see this letter they give you to ask you to leave. One of the things they will first remember is the fact that you have complained about certain things and they didn't do it for you. They will probably call you to table and had a discussion with you. But you see, as it is now, do you have evidence? Again, this is a question to all the people that are in this thing. Please, do you have evidence to show that these things you complain about, you have evidence to prove them? That's one question. The second question is, did you at any point in time send in a complaint, like a letter, like an email to HR, to whoever is your supervisor, to whoever is your coordinator, or whoever is the project manager, or whoever is the manager, or whoever is the as low as supervisor? Do you at any point in time make this complaint? The reason I'm asking this is that if you don't have a couple of these things, if you don't have these things, even if you go to court, my brother, court is not emotional. Court deals with evidence and facts. It's not even going to be by words of mouth. Even if all of you come together and say that this is what was done to us, at a point, court will still need something to justify, to show that this actually happened to you. These are things I think you guys should work on and go to labor courts. And so you might say, no, the court, because I'm sure also some of you will also be saying to yourself, usually doesn't work. But I will expect that, please, always give it a trial. Defend, fight for your rights. Regarding salary, also in your letter of employment, did they say to you in your letter of employment, do you have, like Toby said, do you have pension? Do you have health insurance coverage? Is there a payment? Is there something regarding housing? These three things, when you are giving letter of employment, they will list there. This percentage X is for this percentage Y is for this percentage D is for this. Some will tell you that they will list everything in it, but they will say that everything will be paid to you depending on what kind of contract you have. They will say everything will be paid to you. It is left for you to do whatever you want to do to it. Some contracts are like that. They will say to you, we'll pay everything to you. It is your responsibility to get yourself a health insurance. It's your responsibility to try and see how you could save for your pension. Right? So for me, these are things I think you guys need to do now. You need to put your emotion aside, gather all the evidence you can gather for yourself, and look for a lawyer. Don't do it individually because the cost might actually choke. And all of you come together and when I say lawyer, I don't want you to go and get charge and bail lawyers. Lawyers that when he reach Dangote front to speak, he will be music will change. If possible, look for lawyers that you know that they are not hungry and they are also not rich, but they can hold their own. And I don't want you to go and get those.
Omoluabi,
Yes.
Omoluabi,
Yeah.
lawyers that would charge 1 billion naira, right? Or which one? I don't know the lawyers for 800 workers.
No, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. We've done something before. We've done something with Nigerian Labour Congress before. The kind of lawyers we hired is simple. He's a senior advocate, a very big lawyer, but he wasn't asking us for money because at this point we're about 3,200 of us. And out of that 3,200 of us, the money we're talking about is about 3.8 billion was the money we're trying to get out of the court.
Is Omoluabi there?
Question.
Is it just me? I can't hear him
That's my
anymore.
network.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you
Okay,
guys
we
hear
can
me?
hear you now.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you.
yes. So
See, Cicero, I think Imo Truths said he's been requesting.
No,
Yeah,
Imo Truth is
I've been,
up.
I'm back
He's
now.
here.
I'm back. Yeah,
hello, can you hear me?
but
I don't know what's it.
Hello,
Omoluabi, we lost you for a
Yeah,
bit. Try and
yeah,
round up.
Omoluabi,
Yeah.
just wrap up.
hello, can you hear
Wrap up
me?
because you're having issue with network.
Well, I think he's
Omoluabi,
having network issues. Omoluabi, drop and come back up.
Can you hear me now?
Um, okay, we can hear you now.
yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Just wrap up. Your network is.
Sorry. So that's what I'm saying is, for me, I will tell you, not even those activist lawyers, because those activist lawyers will make it a social media frenzy. I want you to go and get a serious lawyer like Olisa Agbakoba. I don't care. It's somebody that when he sits, when he brings into your cases, he knows exactly what he's gonna do. He's not gonna do a social media fancy. He's not gonna bring in because something. No, it's gonna be serious business. Those are the kind of lawyer I expect them to get. Because if you're dealing with a Dangote, I am telling you, you cannot bring a lawyer. You just understand what I'm saying. Don't bring in lawyer that will make it
I
a
mean,
social media.
Omoluabi, whatever it is, let's face the facts. As
Yeah.
in, what Dangote did was, I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, why?
No,
I want to
see,
believe he already has lawyers.
no, let me
Because
tell you
as in
something.
800,
No, let me tell you something.
People should allow.
800.
Wait
We've been
now.
waiting now. We've been
Come
waiting.
on.
No, let
We
me,
are waiting here. Allow us to
Who
Cicero.
is speaking? Who is that?
Cicero.
Who is?
Cicero.
It's
You
Ugo.
see,
I've been
like,
waiting. It's
you
Ugo.
see,
I've been
like that,
waiting.
Ugo, you have to wait
okay,
now. You
wait
have to
now. You never
wait.
reach your turn now. Go wait now.
But
Ugo.
you are speaking on this.
You go wait. Cicero, you
Ugo.
see, like I'm saying, Dangote is a businessman. Like Danny Boy and everybody has said, he will look at the lacuna in that law and take full advantage of it. And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. And that's why I'm saying to you
Anyway.
that. That's why I'm saying to you that. I mean, Starbucks. I watched when Starbucks eventually gets unionized. Even Amazon, you saw it. It was a big fight. It was a big fight. They've taken, after years of taking advantage of people, years of manipulating things, they eventually get it done. So it wasn't that something that is because it's Nigeria or because it's something that is a worldwide thing. But again, it now depends on how you guys that are involved are going to fight it. And that's why I'm telling you, don't even get those lawyers that will come on channels or Arise TV and start talking about it. Get a lawyer that when he sits in front of Dangote, when he called them for negotiation, when he called them for discussion, I am telling you, at a point, Dangote would not want to go to court. He would rather wanted to sort out that thing. But you see this thing they are doing, when you continue to poke around and start talking about it on social media and continue to go to this thing and speak about it, I am telling you, the case will be, because what you are doing is that you are allowing Dangote to tighten up his own loose ends. He will tighten up
Omoluabi,
his
round
own
up.
loose ends.
So, as in, I will not, Omoluabi, trying to round up. I will not agree because Amazon did not sack its employees. It did not.
No, you
As
see,
in, that's where
Sarah,
I have
you're
a
not getting the
problem.
point.
It did not. It
I didn't say,
exempted them.
no,
I
wait.
mean, there are ways to go about this.
No, wait. I'm not saying they start his staff. I'm saying the union
Let's move the
aspect.
mic.
The union
Yeah, I
aspect
mean,
of it.
the problem I have with the employee is how they are going about it.
No,
Honestly,
but
and
that's what I'm trying to explain to them. If you're gonna fight
I mean,
this kind of people, you don't fight this kind of people on pages of paper or nada on social media. Is to get a lawyer that understand that knows his onion. I've been in a group that we lost a case because of the lawyer. When the lawyer got there, he was telling us that we should just take whatever we were given. It is in this Nigeria. We have a good case, but the lawyer was the one even trying to tell us that these guys are too big, you can't take on them. What do you do to that kind of a thing? So I know exactly what I'm saying to these guys. Get a lawyer that can get a good deal for you. It's not the aim is not even for you to go to court. The aim is to just bring them to table to discuss with you. They will let go of all of you, but you want a good compensation and you want a good recommendation. Because having worked in that place, even if it's for 12 months, even if they say you are sabotaged, that's why you were sacked. No organization in the world will take somebody who sabotaged a company as big as Dangote, even if they don't mention it in that clause, even if they just mention the fact that he was disgruntled, he was a staff that wants to compromise. They could use certain words that those words, when somebody reads it, irrespective of the experience you have from where you're coming from, they will not give you employment, like one of them said. So those are the things I want them to look at, because when the person is fighting for that for you, they will also get clearance for the things, your experience, the kind of way your letter should be addressed, even if you're going to be let go. And at the end of the day, what you get as compensation. And all these things will be put into consideration. The ones that have hazard issue, if they have evidence, bring it forward. And that's what I'm saying. This one had nothing to do with politics. This one had to do anything to it. But they need to tighten up their loose end. If they continue to talk around like this, they will allow the other party to tighten up its grips, to tighten up its loose ends. And that's why you see cases like this. Sometimes they don't even do it in Nigeria. They go international to go and fight them. And I know what. Do you know why they go
No,
international?
round up, round up.
So
You have 30 seconds.
in
Mm.
closing, my people, at this point, you don't need emotion. Take out your emotions, sit down, come together, be strategic, and take a better lawyer, bring it here, and just face the issues, the things that you have issues with, and that's what you should deal with. Leave the other part, whether he's making 100 billion, whether he's paying somebody from America $2,000, $3,000. That's none of your business. He's a businessman. You fight your own problem. Leave what they are doing to other people. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Emo Truth.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
Easy, thank you for the mic, and Cesare, thanks for the assistance. Prof, thanks for the assistance. I'm still not convinced. I'm sorry, I'm still not convinced. You're not going to use a Trojan horse to play on my feelings. It is circumspect that it is now that you people are complaining about this stuff. You did not know when you were walking in. How many months walking in you didn't think, okay, maybe we need to unionize? If you notice, it wasn't long when Dangote was dealing with truck drivers. All of a sudden now this is coming up. Less than how many days? It's not been 12 days since this Dangote, the fallout of that one has settled. Now this is another one. Excuse me. This is sabotage, in my opinion. And I'm willing to be convinced. But I'm yet to be convinced. But is it true that people should get the proper compensations? Yes. Is it true that people should be safe? Yes. But this thing that we are doing today, we're deterring investors. Investors will not come to this country. Forget it. Forget it. The next time another person invests $26 billion in a factory or another refinery, they'll be very worried. They will be very worried. They will be. In our quest to industrialize our country, there will be times when labor laws will be flouted, and then we need to have a system to checkmate those things. But we like to compare ourselves with the rest of the world. But let me tell you something, it's not that pretty in the rest of the world. Go to America, live there for some time, go and study the industrial history of America. You will see the amount of cases of people dying, cancer and whatnot. Even despite the system they have, it's so terrible. It's so bad. It's so bad. Even with their own, there's even one recent one about the railway, and they're moving a lot of chemicals in the railway. And a lot of people, even the people that transport it, the unions are complaining about it. What did the American government do about it? Nothing. Nothing. You now want to defeat big oil? The worst will happen, they'll find them some small amount. Big oil basically controls the government a little bit. Or we want to talk about China. Oh, you want Chinese results? Do you know how the kind of labor laws China had before they got to where they got to? I'm not saying we should do that to my fellow citizens, because that would be very wicked of me. But in the quest of industrialization, there will be casualties. Unfortunately, it took us this long to get to this stage. We should have trashed these laws out, cemented these laws before now. Now, a lot of people don't have sentiments for you guys, because we've seen some of the things you've done over the years. Not you, the workers. I'm talking about the union. I'm talking about the union. So right now, no Nigerian wants to hear anything about union. Most Nigerians, we don't want to hear anything about union. We don't. You can't blame us for not wanting to hear it. But at least we Nigerians here, even on this space, we're still willing to hear about, okay, providing safety equipment, providing kits and all those other things. And I find it very difficult to believe that Dangote won't provide it, because I've not been given evidence. I'm only hearing from you guys' mouths. And I cannot call you liars because I have no evidence to prove that you're lying. But I also have no evidence to prove that you're saying the truth. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know you people personally. We're just on spaces. So I have no reason to just take your word for it. I don't interact with you guys on a daily basis. So I have no reason to believe what you have to say. Does not mean that you are lying. And I will not say you are lying. I won't, because I have no evidence to prove that you're lying. But I also have no evidence to prove that you're saying the truth. I would love for this to go to a court. Yes. If Dangote has messed up in any way or form, he should have the full hammer of the law. And they should give you people a handsome reward, a handsome compensation. Let that be a deterrent to future industrialists who want to abuse the workforce and flat labor rules. But what if you guys are fucking wrong? What if you guys are just playing a dirty game? Have we also considered that? What if maybe you people are the pawns and you are being manipulated by a higher force? You're just the troops, the grunts, the people who are negotiating for you. They're dead. They're gonna cash out, like what always happens with unions in Nigeria, practically all the time. And then we see no changes. PENGASS, whatever they call themselves, they've been there since IBB. What have they achieved in that sector? What have they achieved in that sector today to make the oil industry in this country much, much better? What have they achieved? Since IBB, what have they achieved? So you want me to now, all of a sudden just generate some, list some feelings for them? I will listen, because at the end of the day, sometimes you don't know. You could be right, and I could be defending a demon, but I have no evidence of that. I'm only hearing for people here. And again, I'm not calling you people liars, but I also don't have any reason to believe. Same way, I think it's also right for me to not also completely believe Dangote. But my interest in this situation is industrialization in my country. And industrialization comes with casualties. There's environmental casualties, and there are also human casualties, unfortunately. But the casualties should not be the same that, something that could be preventable. Something that could be preventable is, okay, you're not giving them proper safety equipment, you're not following for proper safety rules, or you're not following proper sustainable environmental regulations. Those are the ones that are preventable, and we should hold them accountable. But there will still be casualties. There is no way around it. There is no country today that industrialized that there were no casualties in any way or form. But we should learn from their own mistakes and make sure that our own casualties will be a better example on how to industrialize. That one is true. That is true. But this is Nigeria, and we know our reality. We know our reality. We know our reality. I will always advocate that Nigerians should be paid appropriately, depending on what is in the market, the Nigerian market. But you cannot come here and be telling me that you want $50,000 when in Nigeria. For what work are you doing? If your work demands that, okay, you get the equivalent of a $50,000 payday every month or something like that, or let's say, I didn't see that waving before. People spoke for a while now. How about, okay, no while. Okay, let's say somebody's earning like, let's say $5,000 a month. Okay, they're earning $5,000 a month in America. That's what they get working in their industry, depending on what level they are in. In Nigeria, they're not earning maybe half. They are earning half of that. But are you going to compare the cost of living in America to Nigeria? No, now. No, now. Let's be real. Let's be real. It's not going to be the same. The market is different. The market is different. And that's why we have a competitive advantage when it comes to cost of labor. But some of these things that you're asking for do cost money, but they are necessary. They are necessary. But management too also has a duty to cost unnecessary spending. So there needs to be a middle ground where management is cutting the excessive spending where there needs to be excessive spending, but they're not cutting corners when it comes to safety and lives and health. That one I will not agree. But when people are just sitting down, not doing anything, like what we have in our other refineries, where they also are members of the union, where in Port Harcourt refinery over the years, they did union, we didn't get any benefit as citizens. Or Warri refinery when we didn't get any benefit as citizens. No. And this is a private enterprise. Dangote must make profit. Because if it does not make profit, it's not that it's going to enter my pocket. But if it does not make profit, it will deter a lot of investors, which will affect jobs in the future that we could, and we have other countries eating our lunch. So I am interested in this. I might not be a worker in Dangote, but I'm interested in it. I want my Nigerian citizens to have a better health situation, safety situation. I even want the environmental impact to be minimized. But I will not let that my want be used against me to frustrate an investment of this caliber. Because we want more people to invest. Because if this was not there, none of you will have a job to talk about. Well, they fired a lot of people, so they don't have a job anyways. I hope you get your job back, or I hope you find another alternative. I do hope so. But in my own opinion, unionism have abused a lot of things in my vision. I think I would have felt that maybe you guys should have gone to the court first, or gone to the media first before you joined the union. Because the moment you join the union, I'm just looking at you sideways. But I'll finish with that. It's okay. You have every right to advocate for what you want to advocate for, but within certain limits. You cannot frustrate this investment. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you for
So,
that very
so
emotional
can we,
contribution.
can we respond to the last speaker, please?
No, you can't. Who's speaking?
It's Etika.
No,
I've been raising my hand.
it's not your turn. Where is Ugo? Oh,
I
Ugo
beg
has
you, I
dropped.
didn't respond to anybody. I'm not in the mood to talk to nobody. Just keep everybody should keep their opinions to themselves. I am not
You
in no
you
mood to
can't
talk
make
to
that kind
nobody.
of you can't make that kind of emotional
Wasn't
contribution
I
and not
hearing the
expect people
emotional
to
discussion?
calm down. Calm down, please. You won't make that kind of contribution and not expect people to, I mean, respond to you one way or another. Um, yeah. So you have a right not to
Even
answer if
even me,
you, you don't want
that
to answer.
I'm not
I mean, it's a
even me
bit.
that I'm not a staff, me that I am not a staff, I feel a kind of way that put yourself in that position before you now react to some certain issue. Maybe many of us are not looking at it from that point. Too. Maybe we tend to see unionism as a criminal kind of uh, member or group to join, or it is you should not join you don't need to join. Like I don't get it, but I just kind of
Yeah, I
see it
think
that
a
way.
lot of people see the negative. I mean, I don't even like I said. I mean, I would always, be a member of a union, and
Imagine workers or employees that they don't get paid. These are ways they can lend their voice also. Unionism it has its advantage and also has its
it has its
disadvantage. But
positives. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't get it. Well,
Okay,
anyway, let's
so
try and push the
I
mic.
wish this
let's
unionism advocacy was there during the Minister of Works when he came to office and they came to be matching when they came late
Yeah,
to
they
work.
would.
No
No,
wahala
no,
o.
no.
Because
My
look, I'm not
they
saying
will
there's
do
no
their own.
advantages o, but let's
MOT,
be real. This is
MOT.
Nigeria. We
They
know
will
what
do
they've been
their own.
doing. They don't have my
No, no.
trust.
You
I'm
see that?
sorry, I can't give them the
No, you
benefit
know.
of the doubt. I don't have any
eh,
evidence to
Let,
work with.
make a mute you. I understand you. You can. You might feel less emotion about the situation, but I just feel a kind of certain way about the whole situation and how we have been praising and see Dangote from the like I've seen DMs from people saying that Dangote can never do no wrong in their face, which is fine. But for me, I don't move that way. I can call Dangote, I can sing his praise from now till tomorrow, and the other day I see the reaction from the other way around. So that is just me when I see.
but easy, even you. I mean, so you are turning a bit. So if
No, no,
someone
no,
were
no.
going
Me, I see the
to shut down
zero.
a company, shut
Me,
down the
me, I
man's
see
business, frustrate the man's business.
I see
I
it
think
from
I
that
think I
angle.
think the whole thing was just a bait, and it's so unfortunate that these people fell for it. As in, that's just the sad
Exactly,
part of it.
exactly.
You've been working
Me,
there for many, many years, And I want to believe there is a way the company has been management has been communicating with. I don't want to believe all these safety issues. There's a way. You don't even have to be a member of, and that's how companies who don't allow their staff to unionize, that's how they go about it.
Zero,
There'll be
zero.
avenues to call you people together. Let's talk about these things. And I'm surprised that it's now that we
Me,
are
me,
hearing
I
about
see.
PPEs. It's now that we are hearing about all those. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
they
really
cannot come.
shocking
They
to
can.
me.
Zero. Me, I want to agree that they cannot come out at every point start crying that they are not they were not giving PPP and giving this maybe until the whole issue escalated just like it happened now that they laid them off and
No,
they started
no,
now
no. I think I
making
no,
all
no.
the
I,
issues
easy.
which
What I think is all this one is
which
just
which
to.
which, which under our CV we usually write work work under duress or you can work like
Yes,
definitely you can
maybe.
always like put order. So you don't need to complain when you are even put under some kind of certain uh, conditions where you might well even a whole lot of people do that. They put it in there. They can work. I'm flexible. I can work here. I can which is fine. But when the situation gets to this point, they would speak out on what their demands are. It happened in many companies where people work. They would always see that okay, we are supposed to get this from the HR. They are supposed to do this and that. So many things like demands would always come,
So
but
easy. The problem
as
is that why didn't we have all these demands? Why didn't we have them before now?
maybe
I mean,
because
I will not say it's the
let me
staff. I
say
will not say
because
it's
we
the
don't
staff
have
down to sabotage Dangote, but it's
maybe
not them. They just fell
maybe
for something.
maybe because there is no unionism, like there is no people that would speak for them because the Dangote refinery is still very new. I don't know. I'm just saying it that way. Maybe it's still
Mm,
very new. The system is just still trying to catch up, and so many things might not be in place that would speak for these
yeah.
people. So this is just me being honest about the situation. But at the same time, I see some certain demands that they don't seem realistic to me enough because you can work in a company where you have everything, all the demands, you have like all these big four companies, but they also have their challenges when it comes to maybe the kind of work they do, the stress and every other thing they go through. Some would even I've seen people talk about why they leave their big four companies where they work because uh, they might feel like their demands are not also being met. That was one of the reasons why they leave, and they are getting paid like heavily. So most of the time, many of the things that Nigerians might talk about when it comes to their demand might not be something that the company might be able to meet at that particular point. But I am looking at some certain situations like safety kit. Those are the topmost